doing kind of the fun experiential things. There's a couple of surrounded by little kids. I gotta get out of here. I don't like that. Okay. So that was weird. All of a sudden, there was just like all these tween voices screaming at each other, but surrounding me. Okay, so I'm with. Yeah. So you've done any of those entertainment rooms that they have on this app? Those. I don't know.
I found a music show that, where they revisit, like, they choose different decades and stuff.
Nice. Oh yeah, that's what's up. It's just that Mo was hosting that room up until just like this week, right?
What room? Sorry, I was distracted.
Music room. What?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, with Friday nights. It's
Yeah.
Collision. You did that, right?
Yeah, I did that. Well, I didn't do this past week because Brandy Carlisle's here, and yeah, there are just a lot of women that are neat.
Oh.
That think they're better.
Hey John, you like that photo that you have on your profile right now was one of the ones where I was still trying to get the thing to do what you asked for, and it kind of merged her outfit with the disco outfit, so it left her with the fanny pack, which I thought was kind of funny.
I didn't even notice that. It's funny. There's one picture. The one picture where it gave me a blonde page boy. It is the best capture of what she actually looked like.
Right, because I fed it your exactly. Because here's the thing: either you get it in the first try or two, or it's kind of like back to the drawing board. So by the time you were saying that's not quite right, fine tune it, it lost the plot, and that's when it gave you her hair. Yeah,
I've seen that too. You tell it things, and you have to be so specific. I mean, you just have to be so ridiculously specific that it's just not possible. You just have to say, look, forget everything. Let's start over, right?
Also, it left a beanie on her.
Yeah.
Your beard and hair there looks like George Carlin or something.
Well, the beard, actually, that's not the best. The best picture of me was the first one. The first one he gave was kind of amazing. I still don't quite understand. What did you feed it to get? Was it just that picture of me as a 20-year-old? Is that all you fed?
Are you saying the first one I gave you yesterday was
the best one? You sent me yesterday.
Okay.
Really captured, except for the beard being too long. It really captured what I looked like at the time. I was surprised.
Hold on. Let me see. I'm trying to remember which one that was. The first one was just you, right? Yeah. The beard was a little long. So, yeah, for that one, basically what I said was something to the effect of, make my friend be dancing in a really sharp disco outfit circa 1978 with Saturday Night Fever vibes at Studio 54. I said something like that, and it just did the rest.
So I put it in my PTR. I was astonished at how well it captured what I looked like, except for the fact that the beard is just, I never had a beard, and there's actually probably, my hair wasn't quite that neat. It was frizzier and everything, but the beard was the main thing. The face, though, I didn't know how it had gotten the face so accurately, because I didn't think you had anything that, would give it that, except for that picture of me, that grainy picture of me, head on. If that's what you fed it, it did an amazing job of...
Right, that's the only thing I fed it. It was, So, sometimes I notice if like, oh, there he is back. Oh, look at him, now he's showing his muscles. He wants the attention back on him.
No, because the thing that you built for me with this Chinese sequence disco suit, I was a big chubby guy, so I chose the muscular frame.
Okay, so are you asking me to make one for you? Because I'm going to do it now that you've basically given me fodder.
I can make my own, thank you.
Yeah, but
I like that.
all the people in Clubhouse, you're the one person that just basically violates people's consent around doing things like this. So I think I'm not going to wait for your now we're in a war of sorts of PTR pictures. I think you started the war sometime ago.
Oh, you want to play it that way, eh?
Let me
2, 3, 4. I declare thumb war.
Look at my PTR, George Carlin's face. It just looks so much like John.
Yeah. Yes. Totally.
Yeah, there's that resemblance.
Girl, you know which.
And it gets even better when he loses his hair later on. And that's,
Yeah.
yeah, we're kind of twins that way.
The question is, can
I am
John
a type with the bald head and the beard. You know, it is a type. There's a lot of people who have that.
The question is, can John sing like a Bee Gee? That's the question.
Yeah, true. Because it does. A couple of them really do look like a Gibb brother. One of the Gibb brothers.
The original photo though does look a bit more like a cult leader in my opinion. I think it's got more of those like Helter Skelter vibes.
Totally.
It's like the quasi Jesus. It's the quasi psychedelic Jesus look.
Yeah.
Come get love bombed with all the like 10 women that are just outside of the photo.
But that was the thing I was constantly, in those days, I simply never got a haircut. That's as long as my hair got before it would fall out. And it was always frizzy like that. And you can tell from that photo that, you know, it wasn't going to be long.
Well, hey, I just wanted to say that I'm new here, but I just looked at the name on your house, Procrastination. It's so funny. Like I went to the description. It's so funny. Whoever came up with it, was it you, Dr. Jane?
Yeah,
It's so funny.
yeah. Well, God.
Yeah, I mean the name alone, but when you read the description, it's just like a real like cult kind of vibes. It's so funny.
Yeah. And hopefully it's not really a cult. I mean, at least that wasn't the intent. The intent was just a little bit of silliness, a little playfulness.
The cult stuff comes from the Masonic vibes, I think.
Oh, right. Well, yeah, okay, that's true. But no, whatever, it's fine. Don't worry. No one's gonna try to induct you into anything. No one's gonna keep you.
I'm absolutely happy to be inducted into such an interesting cult. It's so funny.
Yeah, well, I mean, basically the idea is if you're late, you're on time, and I don't know how. I've tried to do some. I've actually built out like a whole coffee table book out of it. Not that it's really a book that's being sold, but more just like in my personal notes, just having fun. And one of the things was I built up all these degrees, and I tried to have something be serious at the end of it, but I realized that was not possible. So there's pretty much nothing serious.
But anyway, it's so funny, and I just wanted to come up and just say it out loud. And you're so creative, and I love it. And I just added you.
Aw, thanks, Mary. Thank you. That's nice. See, this is why I'm really reconsidering my block list. I mean, the fact that there are still new people like Mary that we've just met that have made it through my block list means I haven't blocked every single person on Clubhouse yet. So that's good.
Crazy. I also blocked people, and I asked like my friends not to mod me. Like, it's just oh my god, it's so funny. I'm glad that I'm not on your block list.
Yeah.
That is a warning though, Mary.
Oh my god. Shots fired.
But anyway, it was so nice to be here, and I had a blast. I visualized all like I don't know if it's day or night there. It's like 7:30 in Germany p.m.
Germany.
Yeah, on East Coast it's I think 1:30 on like New York time or something.
Yeah, Germany. So what do you if you don't? And by the way, you have the right to just not answer a question. You can just sort of silence can be an answer, or you can say no, I don't want to. But I still want to get to know you a little bit now. So you're in Germany, and what brought you to Germany?
Well, I moved around. Like for the first years, I was in Bavaria, and the German they speak there is so different. And I moved closer to Frankfurt, and yeah, I've been a student, and I graduated, and I work part time. Yeah, and sometimes I come on house. Yeah.
I think, Mary, that Dr. James is actually kind of subtly suggesting, at least what I hear him saying, is he doesn't hear your German accent and thinks you moved there. Am I wrong, Dr. James?
Were you born in Germany?
No. Actually, like German is my what do you call? Is my fourth language. So
Oh my
I
gosh.
learned it. Yeah. I'm originally from Iran, and yeah, like so many people in my generation moved out of the country, and
Oh.
yeah, I
Okay,
just
well then
wanted
it's my bad. I'm sorry, it's my bad. I heard an accent, and when you said Germany, I kind of made it a German accent, and now I can hear that it probably has
No,
a
the German accent.
influence to it. It's a very light accent. You speak very good English.
Oh, thank you very much.
What languages do you speak, by the way?
Well, first is Persian, of course, and then started learning like speaking English since I was 8, and then we were forced to learn Arabic at school because it's like the whole religious thing going on. Nobody liked it, but we were forced to learn it. And then I learned German before 1 year before I moved to Germany, and then I'm learning Spanish at the moment. So yeah, it's all over the place.
So do you find the more languages you learn, the easier it is to pick up other languages, or is it not just as hard?
To be honest, I'm perfectionist, so that's why I laugh like at this procrastinating like title, because when you're a perfectionist, you procrastinate a lot because you want to learn it best and you want to articulate well in other languages, and when you see that you are not reaching that point, it gets very frustrating. So sometimes you will just leave it, but people like in Spain, they speak Spanish very fast, and this can be very discouraging. But for example, in Mexico, they speak it so much more slowly, and I love Mexican accent.
For sure.
So
Yeah, I just it's such a redundant, common fucking thing. I'm just not even gonna like fight it anymore. Okay, like
Just
yeah,
admit it, you are.
yeah, everybody. I'm
You
gay.
did not.
I'm bang.
See,
No,
there you
got
go.
it.
There you go. Lean in. And
Well, I'm not gonna spar with you in the club.
Bang. How do you know he's gay? Did you see his dick at all? Did he send you a dick pic or something? What's going on?
Yes, he did, actually.
Hi, Marley.
Dylan, you sent Bang a dick pic? I didn't know
Yes,
this.
it was so weird. I added him on Snapchat, and all of a sudden he sent me a fucking little tiny fucking.
Are you sure it was not like a trans man or something?
He had like a very small hair-sized dick, bro. I was like, what the fuck is?
What does his dick look like? Like a
Bow wow. Bow wow.
Yes.
Bow wow.
John, please invite Yasmin.
Dylan, it's fine. You
Well, if she doesn't want to come, I can just sell you pictures of her pussy.
Yes.
Johnny, have pictures of a pussy dick?
Pictures of her what?
Bow wow.
He got like a big booty Gucci.
Let me see, John.
Has everybody seen her?
Marley, how you doing, baby?
No, not me.
Are you Daisy? Marley. Marley.
yeah, I'm doing great. Yeah.
How you doing? How are you?
What's up, Giuseppe? How's it going?
Can't you see she doesn't want to talk to you? Where are you from, Marley?
What's up?
She doesn't want to talk to you. Bro, come on, Dylan. Why are you jealous, bro?
Hey, Jacob. Yeah.
She can talk for herself, bro. She can talk for herself.
1 second.
I was just answering the guy.
Yeah, exactly, Dylan. What's your problem, man? I'm trying to have a conversation with a beautiful DG girl. Look at her. She's cute. Are you jealous?
She's not interested.
You're not interested, Marilyn?
I just answered his question.
Exactly. I'm not trying like to rob her or just do catnip. What the fuck is going on here with you, Dylan? You better just because he doesn't let me talk with a beautiful girl. You really follow me, please.
It's because he's the one who's gay. Because he's
Bro,
I look, and first of all, better looking than him, and that's Brandy.
first of all, I'm 6'3", bro. I bet I'm taller than you, bro. I'm 6'3", for sure. I'm a boxer, and plus, I'm black. You know black. I have a fucking big ass.
Bang. So, I'm 5'2". Can I give you head?
Hell no. Shut up. What the fuck, man?
Bang, you sound like an Indian. You sound like Indian.
I'm Indian, yeah. See you fucking, Jamaican. I'm Indian. Damn this shit. So why did you believe it? Why did you believe it? Alright, anyways, Marilyn, how you doing?
I'm 5'2". actually funny. I like that. I like the fucking pamphlet.
Hello?
It's more than just a
Marley. Well, the thing is, Dylan, everybody here is like disabled, and you know, you didn't come this. If you not learned this already, Dylan, I mean, you being on this app alone is like already really exposing yourself.
Yeah, but I love it though. Like I love the chaos.
Hey John, could you show me something, bro? What the fuck is this music, bro?
That's the funny thing is that like, legitimately like people are
Hi Marley, welcome back.
In the land,
job. It will make
in the land of the disabled and the mentally R-word, I am king.
Please don't upset Marley.
Bow wow.
Marley is not upset. She's
Bow wow.
Like
Dylan, nobody asked you a question, bro.
Yeah.
You should go to Whitney.
This room is a disaster. Like everyone's speaking at the same time.
This is going to give
Because we're all mentally retarded.
And aware of it.
Hey Marlon, hey,
Yeah.
baby, talk to me.
My Dylan needs feedback so we can talk to him. Because of that.
ஹிஸ்டரி அந்த ஹிஸ்டரி பார்க்கும்போது அந்த மக்கள் பத்தி ஒரு தேவை இருக்கு, அவங்க பத்தி பேசாங்க, கட்டாயம் பேசிதான் ஆகணும். வரலாறு பத்தி எல்லாமே இருக்கிறோம், யாருமே இதான் பேச போறோம்.
நீங்க வந்து தமிழ் ஹிஸ்டரிய ப்ராப்பரா படிச்சுட்டு வந்து பேசுறதுல எனக்கு பிரச்சனை கிடையாது. ஆனா எல்லா ரூம்லயும் போய் நிலத்தை பிடிங்கிட்டாங்கன்னா அது வந்து தவறா.
The most famous, of course. And so the fact that there's this, again, for people that are concerned about bioengineering, that's what we're talking about. This can also be done through just simple synthesis, and I think that we're going to find easier and cleaner ways to do it. And again, tobacco, in its kind of infinite variety in a way, for instance, for those who are using vape pens, a lot of the nicotine that is actually coming, tobacco is in the Solanaceae family, also known as nightshades, the same as Datura, and tomatoes, and peppers, and eggplant, tomatoes, and the tomato plant is actually the one that's the real bomb. Easy to grow, widely used in agriculture, and it doesn't make nicotine, but the molecules that it makes can be converted into nicotine. So a lot of the nicotine that people are using is actually coming from tomato plants. Crazy, right? So it is very possible, yes, in that same way, that the ibogaine that will be used in the future for whatever reason will be coming from tobacco. Why not? Definitely possible. But again, plants are factories of molecules, so are we. And plants can be, the way that bioengineering particularly, and now new ways of looking at plant breeding, thank you cannabis breeders in the underground previously, but all along for 10,000 years, since our ancestors came out of into the alluvial plains, when the glaciers retreated, the glaciers had ground the earth itself into such a fine dust that the plants just loved that shit, and it blew up megafauna where there was so much meat we didn't know what to do with, and it wasn't as cold as it had been for 2 million years. And all of a sudden there was all this flat land that would grow anything. And as soon as people figured out agriculture, boom, we had agriculture. And then unfortunately along with that came greed, patriarchy, capitalism in its infinite forms and types of wealth accumulation. So y'all, let's get out there, share with each other, be nice, go give a neighbor a hug, and give a stranger a hug too.
Well,
Yeah, don't forget that you can't buy consciousness for $5,
with 10 cents.
Free 99, man. Free 99.
2 cents. 2 cents. A lot of people have their 2 cents. I mean, just to circle around on this, the fascinating piece, and thank you, AI, for being a wonderful research tool in this, right? It also gives some reasons why synthetic ibogaine matters, right? So whether it's the total chemical synthesis, the semi-synthesis, or the biosynthesis, right? This is bioengineering we're talking about. But the environmental sustainability, because the Tabernathia iboga shrub, which is the primary source of ibogaine, is slow growing, and it's only native to those central regions of Africa. I still believe in the power of the plant medicine. So Gabon, the primary producer of this, has created a big export market for it. So I hope that they don't. I hope they can continue to create and harvest sustainably there. I hope that that while they've been harvesting it, and now they're realizing that they need to. And I can't remember my poor brain thinking of all the different things I saw. But I remember watching a documentary about a guy that went to Gabon and was brought to an iboga field, and it was just thousands of acres of iboga plants, in this one field where it was. So it will be fascinating to see that. But I hope that the sustainable plant medicine and proper preparation and harvesting is still accepted. I hope that when we talk a lot about laws and we talk about research and even this byline that there's an ibogaine shortage, and when we dive into it we look at no, there's not an ibogaine shortage, there's just not enough people doing the chemistry and the agriculture behind it to actually make it readily available. So all those chemists out there, geez, you're in a decriminalized zone. I mean, this is a natural substance, so it falls under those decriminalized methodologies. Start making it, and it's getting out there. There's got to be something that's pretty easily with the correct chemical building blocks, as stated by little PTR, you know where you are, hanging out. It's like, oh, got my Michael James up on top, hanging out with the Michael family in the Haight Street Shroom Shop. Another beautiful day in the Bay. I'm gonna have to say hey pretty soon in the day, because I gotta get outside and play. It's just gonna be a beautiful day to get outside for a look around. I heard it was raining a couple days ago, so expect that mushroom before it turns. And then we'll, if anybody has anything else, things they want to say hello. We appreciate you, yo. I like how the AI is developing safer security, standardization, environmental sustainability. These are all important factors when it comes to the creation of medicines. And it's fascinating that it took psychedelics to be a discussion that we're having around the creation of things that we ingest in our bodies and research them. All right, up on top, here we go. One more roll of the dice, We're hanging out in this little coffee shop, discussing the week's latest and current news, research, highlights, and the world of entheogens and psychedelics. I hope you guys enjoyed the discussion today. Thanks for being here. Just let me stay. I hope you all have, lovely.
judge my feelings, G. I don't know what the fuck.
Hello?
I just told you. I want you. But you know what you mean, little bit.
That's his favorite song.
I don't, can you say no? Stop, please. Marty, just stop.
He doesn't know how to play the flute.
Playing with the flute record right now.
Johnny's leaving us to get food.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Jinx.
John, I can teach you to be blowing, not blowing as a blowing, like blowing
my
the
dick.
flute much better. I'm not talking to you, I'm speaking to John.
Alright.
John,
Which
do you know the
John?
flute?
Which John? There's a John Therapy.
The John that play with the record flute.
He's interrupting.
Wait a minute.
Could you put your second foot, Marley? You cute, oh my god.
Second picture.
Man, he's going on, John. Please stop him, babe.
John, I'm gonna beat your ass up. Stop that.
Jacob, can you remove this motherfucker?
No.
Bro, he's annoying. Fuck. See him by his name. I'm Marley.
Yeah.
I'm Marley.
Should you black, huh?
Mm-hmm.
How
Hello?
black you are.
You don't want me?
But anyway, I'm black more than you. I'm African. You're American.
Is that picture in profile? Is that you? You're not black, bitch. Shut up.
Well, I'm African.
Still, I didn't look and you motherfucker.
Okay. Where black dudes is coming from?
Usually.
Africa.
No, usually nice. Come on, it's not Africa that have like fucking black people. There's black
Originally.
people.
Oh, this is
Originally, yes, but it's not all black.
Okay. So, I'm from Africa. Well, I'm more black than you.
But
I'm
you
internally black.
but you
Hi, everybody. I just came back in the room.
nobody gives a fuck.
What
Shut up.
What did I miss?
Shut up.
What's being discussed?
Oh, shut up, you gay motherfucker.
You didn't miss anything.
Piece of
You
shit.
know, the good part of this room, it only have only one mouth. And I hope it always have only one mouth.
Okay, Marley. Straight up.
Think of this picture between two legs.
Hello?
Hello? Yeah.
Well, it's actually two legs.
Hello?
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 Marley.
Hello?
John's funny. John has a good sense of humor. That's good. I like it.
Yeah, he's probably gay like
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, that of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon, but to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight, but ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him.
You don't think that the Islamophobia and the xenophobia also makes it easier to watch people that are Arab and Muslim being killed overseas as just like, oh, a consequence saw white people being killed in the Ukraine, and everybody lost their fucking shit. So the same can be said the other way around. Your argument is mute.
I think that anti-Semitism has a much longer history than Islamophobia.
No, sorry, but
Are you out of
anti-Semitism.
your mind?
Hold on. Sorry, guys. Well, anti-Semitism started in Europe. We didn't start it, okay? So this anti-Semitism problem that you have it in the U.S. Solve it for yourself, okay? Solve it there in Texas, in New York, wherever the fuck you want to solve it. Just go there, fix it there. Now, regarding what's happening in the Middle East, not anti-Semitism, okay?
What are you talking about? Islam is anti-Semitic. Have you read the Charter of Muhammad in 660? The Charter of Medina, it's anti-Semitic.
One dumb fuck at a time. Okay, so our fight is not with Israel, just to be clear. Like, if we pass in, we have to take care of Israel, I don't know, within 70 years, we could take care of our fight with America. Like, literally, our fight with the dog and the master. So, you're part of that fucking problem. I don't care if you want to call it anti-Semitism. We got to a state where we
Let me hit my projection bell. You are the problem. You're the problem.
Because you're supporting
You're projecting that you're the problem. You're the problem. You. That's you projecting.
Take your medicine.
Yeah, keep projecting. Keep accusing other people of being the problem while you are simultaneously the problem.
Can I remove him from the room?
Yes,
That's
kick him out.
All right, I'll be back in Anonymous. See you all soon. Bye-bye. Time to go back to the zone of truth.
For the Palestinian people than the Republicans are.
I don't want your fucking sympathy, man. Sorry. We don't want it.
Wait, we don't?
No, we don't want your sympathy. Just get the fuck out of our region.
We know it's bullshit as an American. We know that it's both sides that have this because they're funded by the same PAC, the only PAC that able to operate within the United States without registering as a foreign entity. So we understand on both sides at this time. The people of America have and understand that two sides of the same shitty ass coin. So, I mean, for you to say, oh, Democrats, they're so innocent, and Republicans, we all know this is all bullshit. If you haven't woken up to this yet, I'm sorry, again, this is another argument I have against your own intelligence and your own cognitive abilities, honestly. I don't think you're able to read or be or to actually digest anything.
Projection alert.
There's so much out
Projection alert.
that at this point it's willful.
Projection alert detection system engaged in overload.
Ignorance.
Do you understand how insane it is that Farouz is able to talk to you right now and not physically smack you?
Uh-oh. You know how hard it is to talk to you without wanting to punch you in the face?
Wait, smack me? Ooh, what?
What?
It's a figure of speech. Don't get hung up on it.
Listen,
don't act like you haven't been smacked before.
I think there is a clear, I get what you're saying, yes, both parties have been funded by AIPAC, there does seem to be a pro-Israel law.
They're not talking about funding by AIPAC, apolitical. We're talking about funding by the U.S., the Congress and Senate, being funded with military weaponry and given diplomatic cover to carry out atrocities with those same weapons.
The thing is, the Democrats at least.
It's both sides. Don't even go with the Democrats. Come on.
At least they provide lippus and stipulations on Israel.
It's more evil to provide lip service when you have no intention of doing anything else. That means you think the question is stupid. So just saying it nicely doesn't make it any better. That insults me even worse. And that's why they lost the last election.
Okay, and then look what you got, though.
They lost two elections.
I'd rather have somebody who's telling me straight. I'd rather have someone telling me straight to my face how it's going to be rather than somebody doing it behind my back and smiling at me. There's nothing we can do. That is bullshit.
So,
The two-party system needs to be
really
wiped out.
think Kamala was president, we would be
Yeah,
in
we'd
Iran
be at the
right
same
now.
place, just with better PR.
With
Yeah.
Iran.
Yes. Yes,
This
with
is the
better
issue.
PR.
This is the issue. Like,
I would
y'all-
like to remind you that the Biden administration is the one that appointed Elliot Abrams, the Elliot Abrams, Iran-Contra Elliot Abrams, to handle Iran. And that was Joe Biden.
مستر روز اتفقت على الرابط انا بس طلع لي راديو يعني راديو
Radio Watermelon.
والله ما بعرف اقرا انجليزي انا
Somebody help me?
راديو بطيء
Ghost.
He clicks on the link and it's like it shows up as a radio something radio station.
Yeah, it's that's the name of the account, Radio Watermelon.
وهذا
He
اسم
needs to
الحساب
DM them.
يا محمد هذا اسم الحساب تبعه.
تبعها. طب ايش اعمل الحين عشان اوصل رسالتي اوصل معاناتي؟
انت ضفت الحساب عندك؟
حطيت عليه متابع.
So he followed the account. What
Good. He should DM them. Have him DM you, Pedro. Okay.
Yeah, for real.
He's been around Ambrose.
Shut the hell up, bro. I've been listening to you for the last 20
But
minutes.
Edward, it's really effective
Still
for.
engaging with you.
It's really look. To be honest, the guys from Radio Watermelon are not my cup of tea, but they're doing amazing work when it comes to Gazans.
No, I understand, but this guy, I'm 99% certain he is not from Gaza.
Guys, can we allow?
I agree, Edward. I think I found him in a room before and someone warned me about him.
Yeah, people were calling him out at one.
Yeah, I don't want to be
No, they're not. Don't get myself involved in this, but they're not. He's verified.
This is what Radio Watermelon is for, so that they can do the.
Yeah, this link I actually saved. So anyone that claims, they're from Gaza, they're looking for money, okay, go to this link, have these people verify you, they give you a seal, and then there's no dispute.
Reveal was Mr. Van Rice actually does have a soft spot for a dog. I saw a man. Just move on, bro. I'm doing a breakdown. That was a fatherly figure trying to get that daughter to act like. No, that's too much. Yeah, I don't need a he's not Stephen A. Smith. I don't need a post-game breakdown. I never claimed to be Stephen A. Smith. Talk about yourself.
Someone said you had a soft spot for suffering. That might be true.
Hollywood. So it makes him an expert in. And he's never being on social media, okay, and making a living on media. He has not yet seen any genocidal proof on social media from Israel.
One point he did mention that stems of the most that he is not pushing Palestinians out of Gaza yet. Not yet.
Did you say you didn't see any proof of genocidal intent from Israel? Seriously?
I never said that.
Okay. First of all, I'm sure some of you have heard about the Gawi, the reporter, a journalist. If you go to his account, there's a thread with over 106 different posts, all of them various IDF officers making very, very genocidal statements, all of them from within Gaza, photographing themselves in uniform. That's number one. Number two, if you want, you can go to my feed on X and you can search in my highlights, and you will find a document from the GISS, the Jerusalem Institute for Security and Strategy, from April 2025, where it clearly states that in the portion about Gaza, we will put them in temporary transfer camps until we can find countries willing to take them. I can show you the voluntary migration program that was introduced by the Ministry of Intelligence back in November 23. There is absolutely no lack of evidence, none. And I can show you testimonies by IDF soldiers, by high-ranking officers. I can show you former prime ministers and former IDF chiefs are saying that what Israel is doing is ethical cleansing. So their lack of proof. You're just not eager to.
Yeah, I never said that, and I have actually seen those quotes that do give me pause from the Israeli officials. They said I've said
Sapien, I'm glad you have a little pause.
I'm talking about people like Boki Alon and Ehud Olmert, staunch Zionists, both of them former IDF chiefs, one of them the former prime minister, both of them calling, unfortunately, only what's happening in North Gaza and the West Bank ethical cleansing. Yes, they didn't go as far as genocide, but when it comes to expelling Palestinians from their land, this is good enough, even though just for this specific argument. But yeah, Bogi Alon, for one, Ehud Olmert, just last week. I can give you more. Ami Ayalon.
Sapien, like, you haven't been here for a while. You're still a Jahash, bro? Like, what's going on?
what? What is a Jahash?
Like a very good person. Like, you haven't changed. You're still a good person.
You know, Ghost, your sarcasm is not very appreciated.
Why?
I don't appreciate your sarcasm.
You asked me what does Jahash mean. You asked me what does Jahash is answering.
Listen, Ghost, whatever. But anyway, Peruz left. I was just gonna say that, you know, there is a difference between the two parties, and I think this whole reductive of I'd rather be told to my face, as opposed to you saying something behind my back. I think that's like very short-sighted. I think that often in politics you have to vote for the lesser of two evils, and you can't get everything that you want. And I think that's one of my big beefs with like the Palestinians is that they seem to not, they don't get every single thing that they want. Like they just paint everybody as like Zionists.
What do Palestinians want? What do they want?
They literally they want a one-state solution. They want to abolish basically the state of Israel as it is. They want to go back to the homes that they were expelled in. They want the right of return. Yeah, I mean that's just it's kind of like a non-starter.
So what's wrong? What's wrong with asking for that? You literally said they want to go back.
What's wrong with it? It's not realistic.
Wait. You said they want to go back to the homes that they were expelled from. They want a one-state solution. They want their land. So what's wrong with asking for something?
What's wrong with it is that Israel is never going to agree to that.
Okay, so what's the solution? What do you think?
And unfortunately, the solution is to accept that that's not going to happen and to focus on getting your own state as opposed to replacing Israel.
Did the black slaves of America just accept their fate and Nelson Mandela just accept their fate? Bro. Why? Look, the point is that it may look hopeless right now, but you are not going to give up on their lands. This has been proven in history over and over again. Freedoms cost lives. And when there's a tyrant in town, when there's an occupier in town, people will stand up and fight at any cost and every right to do so.
What do you think the Lebanese people should do, Sapien?
Get Hezbollah up out of their shit.
What about the Syrian?
Syria, get all the Hezbollah, all the terrorist people, all the people that are trying to attack Israel, they need to disavow them and push them out and just not allow them to be there.
They're not in Syria. They're not in Syria.
Syria a long time ago.
What about the Egyptian, Sapien?
The Egyptians have signed a peace treaty with Israel. They're cool. I mean, on paper they are, but I mean, they kind of do little underhanded things like allow certain things to go through their tunnels and stuff.
What about Iran?
Actually, hold on. Egypt, I just want to say on the Egypt front, that peace treaty is not an actual peace treaty, it's a bribery. The Egyptian military gets something like $3.5 billion a year in order to keep that peace treaty. So it's a bribery situation. And that's
America's paying for it.
Yeah. Weapons and monies.
Yeah, it's like, again, you guys, I don't know what to tell you guys. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. You guys want everything.
And that's really the problem, Sapien, that you don't know. And you should learn.
We're just kind of at a loss at this point because it's just sort of like
You're at a loss.
you want everything and you go get everything you want and
the moment you lost the sexuality of yours, you're at a complete loss. You have no clue what the hell you're talking about.
Okay.
To be honest with you, Mr. Sapien.
So Iran has made Lebanon a focal point. It sounds like for movement to happen with Iran, with the U.S., Iran has made Lebanon one of their red lines. I think this is why Israel is going all out in Lebanon now. They're trying to get as many, or to cause as much destruction as possible before they're forced to leave Lebanon. Which tells you something about the state itself. If that's your objective, if your objective is destruction, and you're wasting your tax dollars, your citizens' money on destruction, which brings them no security, which is evidenced by the citizens in the north of Israel when Ben-Gvir made his comments a couple of weeks ago, and without given any evacuation orders or anything, a lot of people from the north of Israel left the north and going to more central and south Israel because they don't have faith that the military will be doing the right thing or protecting them. If anything, would be bringing more Hezbollah's wrath down upon them, like what happened in 2024. So, Lebanon is a part of this with Iran, and I don't think Iran is going to let that go.
Bro, to be honest with you, Lebanon is cooked, man.
Yeah, but
remember when we talked a few days ago and I told you watch Israel is going to attack Lebanon in a way to prevent any peace agreement with the states, and so they were all in on Lebanon.
They did, yeah.
Like prior to this attack, bro, between 800,000 to 1 million people were displaced.
Yeah.
From South Lebanon.
Yes, and parts of the north now, or no, south, Beirut area. Dahia. People left there. Yeah. The people left. They're giving evacuation orders, meaning Israel, right? They're giving evacuation orders. People are leaving, and then they're claiming, okay, we're attacking to attack Hezbollah. Well, you gave evacuation orders, so people left. What are you attacking? It's literally just for destruction.
It's just like Gaza, bro. Like, they knew Hamas was underground. They still destroyed Gaza. They know that Hezbollah's underground. They're gonna do the exact same thing in Lebanon. But honestly, like, World Cup is in 11 days. So, like, how do you see this going in?
That's not even in the news, the World Cup. That's not even something that anybody's. I have not spoken. You telling me it's in 11 days is the first time I found out that it's in 11 days.
Yeah, but the only reason I'm saying this is because it's happening on your side. It's happening in the U.S.
I know. Nobody cares here about the World Cup. We don't care, generally speaking, about the World Cup.
You guys don't
and
care.
now
6 billion people care about it. Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is, like, now it's going to be very awkward. You know, Americans are not going to really be, engaged in it, especially because it was Trump that brought it to the U.S. to begin with. So people really hate Trump. A lot of people would just boycott it for that reason alone. But there's a lot of people boycotting it because of what's happened, to the Palestinians, and as well as what's happened in Iran, and what's happening in Lebanon. because Israel's involved. I think Mexico said, what did they say? I think they said.
Mexico says that if the U.S. is not.
Yes. Yes, exactly. It's a really fucked up. It's an embarrassing situation right now. I mean, what do you?
F. Rose, I have a question. So you were talking about how it's proven, or like how there's like undisputed evidence that Israel's officials have made genocidal statements and stuff like that. I'm reading in the chat, Ali said something interesting.
Ali he's another mental retard, just like you. You guys are both the same.
He said no major international organization or court has issued a final, well-accepted determination that Israel committed genocide in Gaza. Genocide convention definition. Is that true?
Give me a second to answer you. I need a few minutes.
Even if that's true, that doesn't negate the genocidal comments.
Well, the case is still going on.
Yeah,
That doesn't mean experts have not said that this is.
Can you repeat the question,
Go ahead.
please?
So Ali said something very interesting in the chat. He said, no major international organization or court has issued a final, well-accepted determination that Israel committed genocide in Gaza under the UN Genocide Convention's definition.
There's no legal ruling, but there's an independent UN committee that accused Israel, that found Israel guilty of 4 different counts from the genocide definition. I have a list of 58 Jewish/Israeli scholars and human rights lawyers and academics, researchers of Holocaust and genocide, all calling it a genocide. You have Amnesty, Humanity for Children's Rights, Physicians for Human Rights, B'Tselem, and more, all of them calling it as genocide. Do you want all the reports, or just one is enough?
Oh, I was just asking you what you thought of this comment. I mean, I believe you, but I was just wanting to hear your thoughts about.
You misunderstood him.
Sounds like you were trying to school her and you got schooled, so we're back.
I was not trying to school her. I was just asking for her.
You were, yeah. Oh, you don't know what you were trying to do.
Think
That's
about
the
a question.
intelligence of the room.
Actually, favors the one who is a school is the Ali down there. Maybe he can come and talk for himself.
Yeah.
You know, Ali also said something else that was interesting in the chat as well. He said there were never a group of people called Palestinians. It was an area called Palestine resided by Arabs, some Jews and Christian. The term Palestinian people is a new made-up term.
Okay.
That's not even worth respecting with an answer, seriously.
It doesn't matter what the people that are indigenous call themselves. We can call ourselves Martians. It doesn't change the legal status.
Before Adam says he likes poodles.
Poodles? No, I step on poodles.
It doesn't matter what those humans
It doesn't
call
matter.
themselves. They still existed there.
They have been here for centuries. And actually, there's a museum of Palestinian artifacts and historical documentation. It's in a Palestinian community called In Hod, right above Tanjura. If you ever visit Israel, I recommend you go there. There's some beautiful tattoos that you can see all the way back to, I think it's 1700. So yeah, they were here, bitch.
Rose is such a classy girl. She always ends up her finishes her sentence up with bitch.
Like, if you're asking what do I like,
I'm trying to be vulgar, and it's not my strong suit, so don't mock.
Bitch is Hebrew for period. You know, just put a period at the end of her sentence.
I hear you, Rose, but one thing I do notice is, like, when the conflict was happening, and even, like, before, like, in the 20s, 30s, and 40s, when, like, in the newspapers they would describe the conflict, they never referred to the Arabs as Palestinians. They just use the term
Because everybody
Arabs.
there was Palestinian. Everybody was there.
That's also true. That's a good point.
Yeah, well, there were the publications at the time, I think,
But for
no,
reasons, right? Even Golden Meir had a passport Palestinian.
Yes.
Exactly.
and there are newspapers that were called Palestinian, whatever, the exact name. I mean, I can say,
But do you know what else? Do you know what else the newspapers really loved? To quote the Zionist song, they really loved to call themselves colonizers. They were like super proud of it because colonization was all the rage. So everywhere you see Zionist reporting in the papers, it's all about colonizing, right? So do you want to talk about what was in the papers back then? That was all the rage. It was super cool to colonize.
I was gonna, to be fair, the oldest reference to like Palestine is Herodotus, I believe, one of the oldest. And he called them Syrians, said the Syrians in Palestine.
Syria meant something different back then. It meant Palestinian.
No, Syria referred to the whole area.
Assyria.
I'm joking.
Not Assyria, Syria. Yeah, but like that.
As Syria, I said, not Assyria. I said as Syria.
Yeah, Assyria, exactly. Yeah. So like the people who were there were even the Lebanese are Syrian. Yes, exactly.
All right, we have Syrian supremacy.
Listen, I am 100%, and I know it's going to be a not popular opinion, and one that I share with Bani Adam because I am an Arabist, that we should go back to all being Syrian. Of course, keep our own identities, but we should all unite under Syria because it would give us more strength.
One great country at a time.
That's the thing, like the whole region, because it's not working out, this little independence shit.
Okay, stronger together, of course.
Does this Syria have
hold on, can you name a period in history in which Palestine was prosperous but Syria was not, or vice versa?
Oh my God, is this a Syrian?
It wasn't Syria, it was Damascus.
Okay, this is officially a Syrian supremacy space.
Yes.
Listen, to be fair, the Syrian Socialist Nationalist Party started in Beirut, okay? So they didn't even start in Damascus.
It does sort of seem, though, that like the term Palestinian kind of started to come on the scene around the 1960s.
No, that's not true.
We've always called the Philistines.
No, that's not true. 1960s is when the Palestinians collectively became a national movement.
But look how interesting is this? Like everybody from the Middle East sitting on this panel, the only person creating strife and division is the American.
And we're literally telling you the word Palestinian has been around. We've used it for a very long time.
But he knows better, don't you know that?
I was just reading what Ali put in the chat.
Bro, you just shut the fuck up.
We have already debunked Ali so much. Why are you using our already debunked? We have debunked it way too many damn times.
Why are people like Kleinlach in this homosexual sapien, whatever the frick you're, why are these people even being allowed on stage? Like,
Because they're not fascist and they actually want to have a conversation.
Yeah, look,
they're intellectually secure enough to have a conversation with people that disagree with them, unlike you.
Come to Amsterdam, we'll have an intellectual conversation.
There you go, threatening violence again.
Threatening violence.
Oh, please.
When did I even say I'm gonna break?
I don't want him to come to Amsterdam. I just want him to leave the region. Can you just get the fuck out of the Middle East?
Come to Amsterdam.
I'm not
Honestly, Sapien, what you need to do is take some time off of this app. You need to go and dive into some papers, do a little reading, have a better
brain surgery.
understanding. If you're having cognitive issues with that, and really guide you into
I'm starting to
how
love
do
Fruit
it.
Loses trolling.
I can do like a whole teach you the whole SARS method, in order to analyze and see what the biases might be on papers, how to at different pieces of information. I mean, if you really want to come and have a more well-rounded idea of what the region's like, because like I've told you before, it's a very complex situation, and it takes more complexity to understand the different moving parts and historical context.
I know it's complicated, but also it's not. Like
if you remove the human interest in it, then you know what I mean. It just
isn't it just basic equality, justice, freedom, humanity? Isn't it that simple at the end of the day?
For some people on Rose, it's completely understand that why.
Just notice the bitch never said the word law once. None of these people ever talk about the law. No such thing as the law. Because they know that you'll be accused of violating the law.
Stand there, would you tell
Don't talk to me about the law. Don't talk to me about the law.
Maybe I would be hurt less.
Well, if you're a goyim, it's okay for that to happen to you.
I know, but at the end of the day, we talk about resistance, but resistance is cool.
We're not gonna get to religion.
But that...
It's not religion.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's a little religion. We're not trying to do that.
Is it religious though?
Yes.
Does religion say that we, as in the
So we know.
Well, you can be Islam or Christianity, and you can find some very problematic.
That's actually not true.
I was about to say.
Okay. No, yeah.
No, Islam, that's not true.
If you're interpreting it a certain way, yes.
I mean, we can't do it on our, like, you can just read the book and say.
What striking your wives means. Striking means, it's, from my understanding, it's withholding from them affection, right? Strike them with you. Basically, withholding emotion. Some interpret it as actual striking of the wife.
Yeah, we don't care about the ones that interpret it like that. I'm talking specifically about the Jews. Yeah.
I mean, we could be misinterpreting. That's a possibility.
And that's our mistake. It's not the religion itself.
No, it's not the religion. It's the people can misinterpret anything in any religion.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Sapien, for interrupting your lovely conversation. Sorry. Can we go back to unboxing and makeup stuff? Go ahead then.
Unboxing and makeup stuff, you said?
Yeah, that's what he does on YouTube.
What do you unbox on YouTube, Sapien? Is it the same? Do you go to the store and get something and then unbox it and then return it?
You leave.
Edward,
I've never done an unboxing video at all.
Bro, shut the fuck up. I'm talking.
You can go back to meowing. You can go back to meowing.
Retard Zionist. You Zionists don't learn how to have manners, bro?
You support the IRGC and you're lecturing
Shut
me.
the fuck up. Fuck the IRGC, bro. Fuck the Zionists. Fuck the IRGC. And fuck you, bro. Hey, Sapien, fuck you, okay? Specifically you. Edward, don't you get annoyed when this motherfucker talks to you?
Who is Sapien?
Yeah, this Zionist bitch-ass nigger.
Oh, whoa. No, none of that. You're not allowed to do that, Tom. What is wrong with you? You go from meowing to racial slurs?
Bro, this guy...
No, you can't. You have to apologize. If you want to stay in here, you apologize to him for calling him that name.
Alright, apologize.
Alright.
Apologize.
So I use others as human shields to interact with them. So we have Ambrose and Feiruz and Ghost, Benny Adam.
You use me as human shield? Bro, what
No, listen, Sapien, I've known for a couple of years. He purposely does not want to learn anything, and he comes into these spaces just to be able to tell us, to make little snide comments towards Palestinians or Muslims or brown people in general, because he wants to feed into his own racist ideologies.
Okay, so don't you get annoyed when he does this?
I'm racist. You are racist, Sapien. We have the recording. And John Katover right now is recording you, by the way. Just FYI.
Hey, Sapien, really quick question. Has Israel, has Israel ever returned the 200 tons of enriched uranium that they stole off the boat?
I don't know what you're talking about. Perhaps you should
I'm talking about your Sharmuta mother. Oh, I'm muted, my bad. Did Israel ever return the 200 tons of enriched uranium? Operation Plum Bat.
Maybe you should ask Elok about that. I feel like he knows more about
I
what's
should
going
ask
on
you.
in that part.
Who did you say I should ask? I misheard you.
Elok. He probably knows more about that than I do. I don't know.
Needlock, is that? Who's Needlock? Why don't you look into
there's something I don't understand about this guy, okay? Like, I do understand some Zionists, they are just born in Israel and just want to be Zionist, okay? This guy, I don't know what is his objective. And after Edward said he's been here in this platform for so many years and still does not want to accept the truth, that makes me more like, come on, bro. What's wrong?
What is the truth that I need to accept? Like, I don't know I feel like I know what you guys want me to believe. I just don't.
How do you mean what we
agree
want
with
you to
everything
believe?
that you said.
Why do you support baby killers? That's what we want to know.
Yeah, why do you support
What is
They're
that
not
exactly?
baby killers. They're not baby
Well,
killers.
my
If you kill 3,000
That's a
babies,
bloodline. That's a bloodline.
believe me, listen to me. If you killed more than 3,000 babies that never reached the age of 1, let alone the babies that all died after the age of 1 before reaching the age of 2, how would you call that?
I think you're purposely using that
purposely?
as like to mask your own antipathy towards Jewish people.
But you're not Jewish. You're from Poland.
I know. What?
You're from Poland or something. Like,
I'm not from Poland. I'm not
Sapien,
Jewish.
Sapien, you keep saying Jewish.
Because that's what this really is about. This is really what it
German's
is.
not about
No, that's in your head, Sapien.
You're making it about Jews because that's how you try to win people over by saying Jews.
It's about Zionists, okay? It's about Zionists, you Sapien.
Listen, one thing about me, I'm not naive. I'm not.
But you're not very bright either. And so both, anyway, it doesn't matter if you're naive or not.
Bro,
you have a little bit of intelligence.
No, Edward, let me tell you something. Sapien, you're naive for thinking that you think you're pro-Palestinian. That makes you a naive, okay?
No, he says pro-Palestinian here.
Pro-Palestinian Sapien?
Yeah, he says pro-Palestinian, and then at the same time he says he's a Zionist, and when he's with exactly. He's been doing this for over 2 years now, going on 3 years. Even the Zionists understand your bullshit, Sapien. They know that you're not consistent, and you play for the audience. And speaking of audience, why don't you give us your YouTube channel? I have a couple of comments to make about your videos.
Why do you keep bringing up my YouTube channel? That's nothing to do with
Nobody was talking to you.
He actually was.
Because I want to just put a couple of comments down on your YouTube video when you're doing your unboxing, and I just have a couple of things to say.
Okay, can we get like someone else to talk and advocate for? We need to get this conversation is going in a weird direction. Let's get back to the topic. And I prefer, can someone else that's pro-Israel come on stage and argue?
Oh my God! Someone come protect me! Someone help me!
Sapien is a
get a genocide supporter. Why would you want genocide supporters to speak? They're deluded, deranged, immoral. It's insane.
What makes you think I'm a genocide supporter? Who said anything about supporting genocide?
I'll let others speak on that.
We all know you. It's interesting, Sapien. You seem to seek out these types of environments on Clubhouse at the same time, and only to defend positions that most people would never defend, to stereotype and generalize a group of people as Jew haters and Jew killers and whatever else you say, in the very spaces that, pro-Palestinians are in. Like, what are you getting out of this? What do you want out of this? You're not coming to learn anything. That's obvious, because we've been down this road hundreds of times in the last almost 3 years.
It surprised me, in all honesty, is why y'all don't have these cockroaches blocked. What are you gonna get through?
I mean, it's in your head. It's like in one ear and out the other. In one ear, out the other. Sapiens in one ear, out the other. We've schooled him less than he actually acknowledged that we've taught him many things about what's happening. References provided and everything, but it goes in one ear and out the other. I don't know what's.
And the thing is, I'm a very open-minded person, and just because I hear you say what you say doesn't mean I'm not opposed to hearing what the people on the other side have to say.
It's about time. Almost 3 years. You should have your own position by now.
I do have.
He does have his own position. He does.
Yeah, and the position is what? Palestinians are want to murder all Jews, right?
I said Palestinians. They're very unconfident.
I mean, the thing is, go ahead.
The Palestinians need to accept that the fact that Israel is there, they need to drop this right of return.
I disagree with you, David. What I think should happen, I'm a pro-resistance, and I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks about it. Because what I think should happen is that all these resistance groups, resistance fighters, they need to change their strategy. Instead of having these attacks happening, one time from Palestine, for example, one time from Lebanon, one time whatever, they need to all, join together, become one big army, and just fuck Israel up, dude. That's what
they tried that. They tried that in 1948. They tried that in 1948.
I don't think you understood.
Let's ask Sapien. Let's take a moral stance here. Let's not talk about what you think they should do, but let's take a moral stance here. By the way, Ali is another deluded person. Ali, I expect him better. Hamas, the baby killers? No. It's actually Israel, the baby killers. They specifically
Let me tell you something, Dean. He's a Palestinian supporter. What do you expect from?
I expect more from Ali. Ali is fairly intelligent, but he's very off the mark on some things, which is.
Bro, what do you expect from the Palestinian supporters?
I know, Ali. So, baby killers. First of all, that was debunked. Even President Biden had to backtrack on Hamas killing babies. Actually, what eyewitnesses said, there was on October 7th, it was Israelis, their own people who were firing at us and them, Hamas, indiscriminately. They're not baby killers. Hamas specifically does not speak. They speak about targeting combatants. They talk about people on IDF. They talk about taking hostages. They don't talk about killing babies. They don't kill about innocent people, women, and so forth. And this whole rape propaganda was also debunked. Anyhow, the baby killers are the Israelis. They have killed tens of thousands of children. That's a proven fact. They have a starvation campaign. A proven fact is stated. Intent is proven by their ministers, by from Martin Gavir, Smotrich, and all these extremist, deranged, terroristic Israelis.
You want to talk to him? He wants to come up. You want to talk to him?
Well, let's do a Sapien first. Sapien, I'm not talking about what you think should be done, but what is the moral position you think? Who is in the right and who is in the wrong? Who is the oppressor and who is the oppressed? Number one. And then number two, is it a genocide? Because you've been learning and studying this for about 3 years now. Who is in the right, who's in the wrong? I mean, essentially, who's the oppressor and who's the oppressed? And do you think it's a genocide? Let's hear your position. What's the moral position you take? More interesting.
I don't think it's that simple. I don't think it's a very, you can't just make it so binary. I think it's like a lot of things have happened.
You're retarded at this point. Your
I think a lot
girlfriend
of
got
things.
whacked. Did you pray for this human hippopotamus in my profile picture?
Let him hang himself more by speaking further.
I think that I don't think that the world is not in geopolitics. You got to kind of take morality out of it because that's just it's just not. It's nice to talk about.
I'm not letting you cop out. I mean, look, it's slavery, the transatlantic trade. Black people were killed, raped, maimed. Let's take morality out of it. Just tell them to just give up.
Why do you guys? This is another beef I have with Palestinians. Why do you always bring up black people to try to justify your points? Why?
I'm not. If you're Chinese or Mexican or something, you're black. So I'm bringing that so you can at least.
Let me just remind you.
Think about it.
Let me just remind you, Sapien, that you're racist towards the black people as well. Yeah? Let me just remind you.
Take a moral position.
Me as a black person being racist against other black people. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, Ali, currently there's 1 million slaves in America. There's actually look up slavery in America. There's an institute that studies slavery. American has over 1 million, what's that, 1.1 or 1.2 million slaves. So America is leading the continent perhaps in slaves. Anyhow, Sapien, take a moral position.
But this is another thing I have an issue with. Like, whenever, anybody brings up anything that the Arabs or Muslims do that are wrong, you guys immediately deflect into. Well, what about America? Well, what about Israel?
We'll get to that. But first, we're addressing the question. In this situation between Israel and Palestine, who are the oppressors of the oppressed? And it is a genocide because you've studied this for 3 years. You've been talking to both sides, and you claim to have a brain and a heart. So what is your moral position here?
Clearly Israel has the upper hand. They have more power. They're definitely a more powerful entity than the Palestinians. And it's very easy to frame them as the oppressors if you just look at it in a very one resolution way. But if you look at it in another way, you look at it in another way. Oh my God. Some people could argue that the Palestinians have sort of made their bed, now they're lying in it. You can make that argument.
Well, why don't you make these arguments, Sapien? Instead of saying you can make the argument, go ahead and make the argument. Make the argument that the Palestinians, they're the ones that brought this occupation on to themselves.
Yeah.
Make the argument that the Palestinians brought the genocide onto themselves.
Okay.
Make these arguments. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. The first one, the occupation of the West Bank that you guys like to call, that area, if they had just simply accepted the 1947 partition plan, that could have been theirs from the jump, and all this could have been avoided.
Hold on, Sapien.
Edward, I'm not going to escape this. Moral position. Who is the oppressor and who's the oppressed? And number 2, is it a genocide? Moral position.
What? This is so low resolution. You're smarter than
He doesn't. He already said that, Dean. He doesn't believe Israel is an oppressor. I mean, that's the mentality anyway.
I said it's easy for them to be viewed as an oppressor, but I think
because they are oppressing. Are they not oppressing?
They currently hold more power over the Palestinians.
Are they oppressing? Go ahead, you can say it.
Bro, it's a fucking yes or no question, Sapien. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Probably. After 3 years, you're like, probably, I'm not sure. I
think that the Palestinians have put themselves in a position to be
oppressed? Really?
Yes.
So the Palestinians, it's the Palestinians' fault that they're oppressed by Israelis. By the way, you mentioned the partition plan. So are you telling me because Palestinians would not accept people from Europe coming in and taking over their land, then that means that they deserve to be oppressed because they did not accept foreigners coming in and taking over.
I didn't say they deserve to be oppressed. They put themselves in a position to be oppressed.
Yeah, they were the bad Palestinians. They were hating the Hergun, not letting them free way. Sorry.
I mean,
and then also, listen. The reason why things the reason why things are so bad in the West Bank is because of the Second Intifada. All these checkpoints, all this stuff. This is a reaction that Israel has given due to all the bombs.
Checkpoints were around before the Second Intifada.
But they got worse. They increased.
Wait. Why even have one?
I mean, I think that the fact that there was a Second Intifada should tell you.
Wait, no. Why have one? If you want to accept that Israel is a nation, then why doesn't Israel build a wall like they did in Gaza around their borders?
Because people like you would bitch about it.
Oh, so they're not building a wall because I would bitch?
You people like
Edward,
this
wasn't his game.
So we can bitch for Gaza, but we not bitch for West Bank.
And when they did build the wall during the Second Intifada, that greatly reduced the suicide bombings. Y'all were bitching about that.
I roasted you on this yesterday. I roasted you on Lebanon last week. I roasted you. When I say I roasted you, I brought receipts. I brought all the facts. You couldn't dispute them. I roasted you, and yet you bring it up again. Is this a fetish of yours? Do you like to be roasted?
Wait. When did you roast me about the wall? You brought up facts.
Yesterday, I roasted you about the wall. I specifically told you that the wall. I mean, was it you? Yeah, it was you. You were in the room yesterday. You claimed the wall was the reason why suicide bombings stopped from the Palestinians. And I made it very clear, not just yesterday, multiple times to you over the last almost 3 years, that the wall was built in sections, and Palestinians, thousands of Palestinians daily, go through that wall into Israel and come back into the West Bank illegally every single day. So if you wanted a suicide bomber to go through, they can go through at any time. The wall did not stop suicide bombing.
Why does the building of the wall directly correlate with the reduction of suicide bombings?
It does not. It does not. It does not, because the suicide bombings still happened up to 2006 or somewhere around there, maybe the first half of 2006. It does not. Palestinians decided that suicide bombings were immoral. We decided. It wasn't nothing to do with Israel, nothing to do with the wall. The wall did not stop suicide bombers. Like I said, if thousands of people can, unless you don't believe that the wall was built in sections where they have huge gaps for Palestinians to go through, if you don't believe this, you can put this on yourself.
That's why you have checkpoints.
So suicide bombers would use a checkpoint?
We are back at the same discussion like yesterday.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It was him yesterday, right?
I mean, guys,
With all the respect to the autistic people, but it's like to speak to an autistic person.
You should speak to Ali. I think you should really bring Ali up because
Ali's more rational than you. I mean, at least Ali.
No, I brought somebody better than Ali. Somebody better than Ali for you.
I can't deal with resistance.
Yeah.
I can't deal with resistance.
You can't deal with resistance. That's the problem. We can deal with resistance. We've been doing it for decades.
The reality is you just can't deal with the truth.
Say the truth, Obama. It's constantly incontinent. Everything that comes out is just pee, urine, and he's persistently incontinent.
That is hilarious.
It's just pointless talking to him. There's no.
Can you please, bring Ali up. Bring Ali up.
Ali's not very well versed in this topic.
I mean, it's not so expensive, but
Why? Because he doesn't agree with you.
every morning.
I speak with Ali at times about variety of times, mainly religion
wants to talk. Listen, I don't feel like I'm doing a good job either. I think you should.
Oh, at least we all agree. At least you found common ground with us.
Because I'm a little bit fatigued right now. I've been doing this.
Oh, is that it?
Well, you know, when you lie a lot, usually it does fatigue.
I'm getting like.
What you?
I'm kind of being jumped.
You know what? So do you haven't answered the question. When you do your unboxing, do you then take whatever you unbox back to the store and get your money back?
Lame.
Because you don't have the money to keep buying all these expensive things and unboxing them.
Who gets a budget from mom and dad? Are you raised by 2 men or 2 transgender women, Sapien?
You know what I don't like about people like this? Like I said, they either blatantly just liars and scum, or they just really not educated. I'm going with the first one. They just liars and scum because he knows that even as what you animals try to classify as suicide bombing, that didn't start nowhere near the first Intifada. That's when Israelis started wanting to kill Palestine, gun them down when they wanted to peacefully protest. And those martyr bombings started years after. Like what, 2-3 years after that. So what do you like? That's why I don't respect clowns like you people.
I didn't bring up the first Intifada. I bring up the second Intifada.
Well, how you going from 2 to skipping 1? Because you don't mention 1 because you know why. Because you know the Israelis started doing terrorist attacks first.
Can you bring Ali up, please?
No, shut up.
No, this isn't for you to have as many men as possible in the room.
Bring them up too. We'll find a couple more liars. We'll destroy them.
I don't think what's his name said. I mean, you could come up.
Okay, by the way, just
you could come up. Let's see.
Ali, another intellectual.
No. By the way, we're talking about 2 different aliens.
Yeah.
I'm assuming they're talking about the one with the head.
Yeah.
The one that looks.
Go on, speak monarchies. Speak Pahlavi. Speak.
Okay. So go ahead, Ali. Ali, wait. Let me finish.
Ali,
Okay. Sapien, by the way, I have a question for you. Dude, we cannot come to an agreement or make you understand a very simple moral fact. You just mentioned that why do you just converting a problem of type, geopolitics to a moral problem? Like, do you think that we can talk geopolitics with you? Like that's much more complex. Do you know that? And what do you hope if we talk about geopolitics? So what do you think that happened? Like, are you capable of talking geopolitics? Okay, whatever.
Yeah, 2 comments. John, I am not a Pahlavi or any specific leadership or group of Iranians trying to take the leadership in Iran. As a matter of fact, I have really very little interest in Iran whatsoever. I had actually no interest in it until the Masa Amini situation and also the conflicts in the Middle East. I decided to become interested. I learned something about Iran and the Middle Eastern issue, particularly the fight between.
Really quick, what did you learn from Iran?
Okay.
If you say like,
can you just let me finish? So I have no. Okay. We can have. Okay, I'll go on mute.
No, I'm muted. Go ahead. Don't be so sensitive. You support baby killers, so
you cannot be sensitive.
It's about your being
make up your mind.
You're being rude because you are just rude.
Yeah, be upset about being rude while you support baby killers.
Let Ali speak.
Yeah, let's see.
Ali is not speaking. Ali is not speaking.
Yeah. Let's see his point of view. Go on.
So, thank you, appreciate that. So I have really I like I said, I could care less actually what's going to happen after the current war in Iran, the regime change or not. So my interest is really confined to the 2 things that I mentioned: the trouble in the Middle East, as well as the plight of Iranian people under the IRGC, which I've taken some interest. Apart from that, I really doesn't matter. That's number 1. Number 2, the comments regarding there are 2 comments I wanted to make. One is regarding the I so, let me see, let me go to my comment.
It was about Palestinians.
Yeah, of course, that's a very general thing, but I want to be more specific. In terms of the, yes, in terms of the suicide bombing, and then Palestinians, I think correctly, so they realized the return for the act of, suicide bombing really was not paying off. First of all, it was not getting them anywhere, and the second, it generated.
Wait, how do you know that that's the realization they came to?
Well, because I read about it.
Oh, you read about it? Oh, you read about it? So you don't know, are you a Muslim?
Let me finish.
Are you Muslim?
It was a more smart,
Ali's atheist.
smart and strategic.
Oh, he's an atheist, he doesn't understand, okay. Ali, this is not, suicide bombings are not allowed under Islam, it's prohibited. You understand? So we...
Ali, you're a fake atheist. You're gay. You got a name Ali and you don't believe in God.
Ali's not gay. Ali's not gay. He's an atheist.
That's a gay atheist. Because if you keep the name Ali and you say you're atheist, that means you're gay.
No, he is
So your point is,
Guys, let Ali speak.
Yes, thank you.
Let Ali speak.
So I think it was a very smart strategic decision on part of Hamas and Palestinians not to continue with the shooting because the payoff was not good. Not only that, it generated this reaction globally.
Not to continue with.
It did not make any sense for them to do.
What he said,
I
genuinely didn't hear it.
Okay, I'm just going on. I'll let you guys do whatever. I'll probably will not answer because.
No, I didn't hear what you said. You said it was a good decision for them to do what?
To stop suicide bombings.
Yeah. To stop suicide bombing because it wasn't basically
Yes.
the optics of it. It caused actually probably more harm in the public, international community caused, and that's actually a fair point. That's a fair point.
But it's not a true point. It's not true. It's not why they stopped. Suicide bombings were not popular with Palestinians before they happened. When Hamas first started doing suicide bombings, they were a fringe element. Palestinian society in general rejected suicide bombings. And when they started happening en masse was because they were happening in the 90s by Hamas. And Hamas was a much smaller group then, much smaller. And they would recruit people, and they would do it in secret. And even the person's family would not know that this person was being groomed to be a suicide bomber. They would have to be groomed. In the early 2000s, when Ariel Sharon came into power, the butcher of Palestinians in Lebanon, Palestinians fear that them and their children would be butchered by Sharon. So Hamas and other resistance groups, they had there was less resistance for suicide bombings. Now they were still not accepted by Palestinians. They were not praised by Palestinians. But these resistance groups, no, they were not. These resistance groups, however, gained more power because of Ariel Sharon and because of what he was doing in the West Bank, and allowed these groups to be able to move away from the confines of Palestinian culture and attempt to normalize suicide bombings. It failed. They had suicide bombings, but eventually...
The first was a Christian woman.
That's true. And so they had a run, they had a phase of suicide bombings where Palestinian, it was, we had them going off all the time in Israel. Palestinians did not know who the suicide bombers were. They didn't know who the group, we knew the resistance, but it was a small part of the resistance. We didn't know who exactly was doing it at the time, meaning we knew Hamas, but we didn't know, what part of Hamas. It was all done very secretively because Palestinians did not accept suicide bombing. And we wouldn't have accepted it because the majority of Palestinians are Muslims, and Muslims know that suicide bombings are prohibited in Islam.
Particularly, and there's the authentic hadith, but the Prophet, peace be upon him, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, whoever intentionally kills himself, then certainly he will be punished in the hellfire, wherein he will shall dwell forever. So
it's quite dry. It's black and white. We know it's
You're
wrong.
not supposed to kill yourself. But the thing, though, is that, and this is not unique to Palestinians, the Japanese kamikaze have done it as well, where actually it's a little emerging for Palestinians had to find unconventional ways to resist their violent terroristic oppressors, because they were very violent terroristic oppressors, stealing their land, killing them, depriving their rights, and so forth. So they didn't have any jets, they don't have any tanks, they don't have an army, they don't have a navy. So they had to find ways where they can attack the enemy, the violent, ruthless, oppressor enemy. We should clarify that's who they are. And the Palestinians defending themselves. So when people are defending themselves, they get desperate. And they find ways to, unconventional ways to attack. Just like the kamikaze pilots in Japan did so. And they thought it was a very noble thing to die for one's country. Now, the second thing is that while there's no religious justification in the Quran and the Sunnah, the hadith of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, not evidenced by the companions, but a generation, I think it was the generation after the companions, there was one battle where a man, in order to attack the enemy, they were attacking Muslims, and they were going to, attack them back. What they did is they had a fortress. There was a wall, the enemy, and he somehow opened the door. Basically, they knew that if the person was first going to open the door, would be killed, and he did that, sacrificed himself for the sake of opening the door, knowing that he would be killed, and he was killed. So that was used by some. I think Hamas had maybe referenced. I can't remember. I read about this a while ago. They referenced this instance as a legitimate method, although it was not done by the Prophet, peace be upon him. It was sanctioned, as we mentioned, in here, and also the Quran, that you're not supposed to kill yourself. And it wasn't done by the companions of the Prophet, but it was a later generation that did it.
Bringing it back to Palestinians, this was not considered. Well, I'll be quick. This was not considered a mainstream viewpoint or principle by Palestinians in general. It was actually considered a very radical viewpoints when it comes to suicide bombings. As a matter of fact, we didn't have the control that we have today over the resistance, and some of them did go out of control, and that's okay. That happens. We didn't have a government. We're under occupation. They went as far as to force the families, the parents, to not cry and to pretend to be happy that their child was a suicide bomber after they found out through the news or whatever that their child was the one that killed 5, 10, 20 innocent people in Israel.
So, Edward, do you mind if I just...
Before you go, I have another question. So, Edward, now, there's been multiple surveys. Hold on, Ali, hold on for a second.
One second. Go ahead.
Right, that have had, it supported the fast. Okay, what? Can you hear me now?
You're breaking up, Ace. You're in the matrix. But Ali, maybe go ahead.
Yeah, just quickly. So Dean, I think the story that you shared, it's a good one, and it's not unique in the battlefield and for certain things to make it easier for their teams.
We need to stop this. We need to stop. I'm not going to continue down this path. I made it very clear, and I'm not going to have the Palestinian position and culture be defiled by this trash.
Trash.
This is not to be compared to. I'm sorry. Hold on, Dean. Dean. No offense. I know you meant comparing this to kamikaze pilots of Japan. Wasn't a good analogy because they did not do it for the same. It was considered fine in their culture. It is not considered okay for Palestinians in Palestinian culture to kill innocent people and blow themselves up while doing it. It was not, and that's why it stopped. It was.
Although Edward, to be fair to the Japanese, though, they didn't kill innocent people when they were doing that.
They didn't. But the suicide part.
Well, that part, yeah, they believed that if they did it, they would get the
right. But they weren't Muslim, is what I'm saying. So
Edward, my intent was actually because Ali likes a lot of Muslims.
Yes.
So I want to mention in almost everything. The comments about slavery, the comments about this, the comments about that, the comments about that. So I tried, when Ali's on 3 topics, I pointed, you know what? This is not unique to Muslims. There are others who do this tactic. There's others doing this. He mentioned slavery in Saudi Arabia. Well, I said, America has over 1.2 million. Well, America prohibited slavery, he said. Well, so did Saudi Arabia in 1962. It was enacted into law. So I try to bring examples.
No, I'm not. I understand. I'm not blaming you. You don't have to defend yourself. I'm just saying that this isn't a good analogy because it takes away from Palestinians having self-reflection and empathy and understanding and standing for this was a moral decision that Palestinians made, not a strategic decision. It was not strategic.
So can you guys hear me?
Yes, okay. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay, so
yes.
This is what I want to get at, because Ali,
No, you're in the Matrix again. Go ahead, Ghost. You were going to say something too.
Surveys that show that society is for this barbaric genocide. But when it comes to Palestinians, there's no consensus. There's absolute no agreement. The actions are few are irregular. I don't know why people try to stick to this fucking minute point. It's actually irrelevant. I wish this Ali dude was here still. Shut his fucking face up. He's such a fucking racist fuck. Sorry, I hate that guy.
Can't defend Islam, can you? Gotta attack the man, not the topic.
I don't know if race.
Y'all didn't even let him talk. Y'all literally, he said like 2 sentences.
Oh, he did? He did say about black people? Oh, okay. Well, I've been sure to comment on race, but he could be.
I've talked to him before. I have destroyed him, and I've had I spent about 4 or 5 hours. What was it? It was what's his name? Pepe's room, Pepe's house. I just happened to go in there, and Ali was, on stage. I went on stage. I think it was about, I want to say, between 2 and 4 hours. We went back and forth. I obliterated that guy for every single point he made was destroyed. I mean, he walked away from that. He's not a good debater. He's a good, pointing fingers. You did basically like Sapien. What do you do?
Propagandist.
What Sapien does? You did this. You did this. They did that. They did that. They did that. But this, you don't have proof of. You don't have any context behind it, and you pointing fingers, especially if others have done the same or worse. And that's what Ali does. He points fingers.
No, that's what you do, Edward. That's called projection.
Nilek, how's it going? Would you like to say something? Andy?
Needlick, are you there? Needlick just came down stage.
He's warming up the meatball.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. we won't attack you. We only attack the ones we have a history with.
Yeah, like
Speak for yourself, don't say we. I mean,
Depends on what's said.
Edward,
Maybe like it's a Yiddish meatball.
Edward, what do you think? Like, what do you think goes through Sapien's mind? I don't still get it.
I don't know.
Air.
Yeah, it is really air.
Airhead. He's an airhead. You know what goes through Sapien? Sapien's head goes air goes through it. Complete airhead. He's a definition of airhead.
Okay? Think about it seriously, okay? If the Israeli government, if the Zionists, if someone who has the power is not paying you money, okay? And you're supporting the baby killers, the ideology of Zionists,
John, Sapien's been doing this for over a year. He just came back. It's the first thing you're hearing.
We're not at supporting baby killers yet with Sapien.
Kind of.
We're still trying to figure out if Israel is occupying the Palestinians. He hasn't figured out a position on that yet.
Yeah, this is
Sapien, do you read history? Sapien, do you read history?
No. Let me introduce you to Sapien. You mean your history on your Instagram page?
TikTok.
Yeah, I think so.
TikTok, that's it.
I think so.
Yeah, the Sapien, I'm just, you're not very firm in your moral position on this matter, and you've been educated by so many people on this topic for 3 years, and you've chosen the side of the genocider, of the oppressor. It's clear as day, but you don't get it. And I think that is because you have some underlying biases. You're anti-Muslim, I think, and I think it deals with your homosexuality. That Islam is, prohibits homosexuality, but also traditional Orthodox Christians do as well. And many Christian communities throughout the world, they ban homosexuality. All Christian countries in Africa have laws against homosexuality. It's not allowed. Absolutely not. You can't publicly...
Jews do as well. Judaism. Yeah, it's also Judaism.
Yeah, also Judaism as well, yeah. So I think that there's some bigotry that is affecting it's clouding your vision on this matter. It's clouding your heart. It's very clear as day, Sapien. There's an oppressor and the oppressed. Historically, the world knows it. The land of the Palestinians has been stolen. There was a Nakba. They were forced out of their homes year after year, decade after decade. They know who has the upper hand. Who's stealing. You can laugh, but he's gone now. You can't laugh at facts. You look somewhere foolish when you laugh at facts. Palestinian land has been stolen. It's a complete fact.
But it was when Daniel was in the room, Emir's room 2 days ago. Sapien was trying to defend the Zionist position. They don't want to ethnically remove Palestinians. They don't want to, from the West Bank. They don't care if Palestinians stay. And Daniel was like, no, we want them gone. We want to remove them. We want to go to Egypt and Jordan. We don't want any of them around. And I'm like, Sapien, what do you think of that? Well, I don't know. It's just, it sounds like a controversial position. I don't know about this position. It's very controversial.
Yeah, Sapien. The prime ministers of Israel, the cabinet members, Knesset members, from generation to generation, year to year, from cabinet from term to term, have all, at least several of them, have openly stated this position. Eretz Israel, our goal is to take over the land from the Tigris, the Nile to the Euphrates.
That's the Likud Party charter since the 1960s. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, the Likud charter is from the river to the sea. They say the same exact thing as the Palestinians. But the Palestinians don't mean to kill all Jews. That's a lie. It's been promoted by Zionist-dominated media. They promote this lie that Palestinians want to kill all Jews. If that was the case, Jews would not be living there at all. But actually, historically, and you don't need me to say this, but many Jews, historians, rabbis, have attested to the fact that Jews have been protected under Muslim rule. The Muslims haven't genocided Jews. You don't see anything like this happening when Muslims are in control. Were there instances where Jews were killed? Of course. The Hebron massacre is like that's a topic we could talk about. 75 people were killed. That's they were traitors. It's not as simple. But there wasn't a genocide. There wasn't a goal of extermination of Palestinian exterminating Jews. Right. So the thing is, you see people. You've had so much time to really reflect on this matter, and I think there's just some underlying biases that are prejudices that are clouding your heart on this matter and your mind.
Sapien believes that if you believe or think the possibility of you not succeeding and liberating yourself, then you shouldn't even bother resist. You should just stay under the thumb of the oppressor. So basically, God forbid, someone's being violated physically. If you believe the person's bigger than you, stronger than you, don't even bother back. That's his position. It's pretty pathetic, actually. I think it's based in cowardice.
Yeah,
I said you can't fight. I said you can fight back, but once you lose, I think you should accept your loss.
What's lost? What's losing? What's losing? So if somebody gets away with harming somebody, they should get justice. They should just accept loss and say, "Hey, listen, this happened to me. I'm just gonna let it be."
Try to get justice, but okay, let's say somebody kills your family member, right? And so you end up pressing charges, and the person goes to trial, and for some weird reason, the court finds the person not guilty. Okay, you can't double jeopardy the person because that's against the law.
But we haven't even got to justice. But this is the problem. We haven't even Palestinians. I know I shouldn't be saying we, but I just feel this is so fucking gets me as a person who gives a fuck. Palestinians haven't been given the opportunity to seek justice, and when Palestinians have done things like doing the peaceful means of, let's say, protesting at the border, but the IDF shot the knees out of the Palestinian protesters. They weren't peaceful. They weren't peaceful. How were they not peaceful? How were they not peaceful protesting?
All over. It's on video.
Their kneecaps were shot off by the IDF, and they were protesting peacefully on their own land. Peacefully. You know that, right? Their knees got shot off?
I've seen, Daniel.
Do you know that? Do you know that? Hold on, Stephen. Do you know of that? Of instances like that? Do you?
Yeah, I've heard of that, but I think that yes, but there was also bad actors in those crowds.
Oh my God! For a second. What do those people do in those crowds? Did the so-called bad actors fire at the IDF to get fired back? No, they weren't. They never did. What bad actors?
I honestly don't know. I'm not read on that.
Yeah, so don't say that then. Don't say that then if you don't know.
Yeah,
you just made it up. You fucking made it up. You justified people's knees being fucking shot off.
Anything on Iran or any news? Any new news?
Oh, it's kind of weird, the back and forth. It's kind of, there was Iranian, what's the name of this person from the government? He basically said that it seems like this was 2-3 years ago. I think Al Jazeera quoted him. That it somehow seems to be almost like a game that's going on here. None of this is really being done in good faith. It's pretty interesting that Trump, the fact that even that in this agreement, there's a $300 billion that the U.S. government, Trump administration, is willing to give Iran for reparations, technically, for all the damage that's occurred over the years. Do you know? So they have $6 billion assets frozen. They don't want to give that. But $300 billion. Do you see this is a very interesting? I mean, if people don't believe that we are, I know, but people, yeah, they don't. If you see this, we America is in a very weak position. I don't know why people don't see it as that.
Yeah, we have to pay. And the thing is, Iran is holding out, and I think why Trump wants much money, it's not just to end the war. It's so that Iran doesn't retaliate against Israel. If Israel, goes and destroys Lebanon, or goes and destroys the Palestinians, or attacks Iran.
Yes, I dislike those kids. So my brother was
So trying to find a way to keep Israel safe while
ever heard this story
Could
about
it be
Michael
more
Jackson?
so the midterms? How like his ratings looks like shit in America. It's not. Even if you look at some of the things that Trump's been getting away with, even if that's hush fund.
But if you wanted to, you could just say, well, let's you can dilute the uranium down as long as we witness it, which I don't think the Iranians would have a problem with, and we'll lift sanctions.
He's saying we'll lift sanctions slowly. He's already made that.
But then
But it's not a win,
that would be enough for
But it's not a
Iran.
win for America, right? So he also needs to make it look like somewhat of a win.
But
the thing
the
about
uranium
this,
would be a
I
win.
know, but that, so JCPOA took 22 months to negotiate. 22 months. And this is not something that can be done overnight, especially the way that the U.S. has done this, right? But the point is this: there was a thing that did occur. I think I told you. I think we talked about a week ago, where the Iran said, because we don't have trust in America, they'll break their word, right? We want to just relocate our uranium to a sort of a neutral ground, right? They said Russia or China, okay? And if you guys don't pull onto your end of the agreement, then we're just gonna, which is fair. And then of course the U.S. said no. He could have taken that even and said, okay, he could have made it look like anything, but said no. So there's more to.
Yeah, and then you have to ask yourself, then what is this $300 billion? And to me, it must be something outside of
Legally, they have to, right?
Iran and the U.S.
International law, right? We technically have to, under international law. I mean, not that we abide by it, but this is actually stipulation in international law. That if you cause damage to a country, this was unlawful. You're actually supposed to build back. That's one thing.
Yeah.
Secondly, you know what they want? They want U.S. contractors to be rebuilding Iran.
That might be it. That's not going to happen. I can't even imagine.
That's what $300 billion is. And do you know who the contractors will be? The Jared Kushner.
I know.
It's gonna line the pockets of Trump and his cult, if you want to call it. Do you see how this is very nefarious in a sense?
Yeah. That could be it. I can't tell that Iran would allow American companies and Americans to come in and profit off of them that way. There's no way. Because they don't need to. All they have to do is wait Trump out, and his political position would be severely weakened, because the gas prices are going to keep climbing.
That's across the world even. I mean, this is it's bad actually all over the place.
But here, July, June, end of June until the beginning of August, especially, but really the summer is when people travel and do, across the country and tourism.
Our agriculture also is hitting. You know that, right? This has been a big hit.
Yeah. They're predicting lower than average yields, is what farmers are saying.
Well, it's the cost of that, what's it called again? So that was the type of fertilizer. So it's not potash.
Urea or
something like that, yeah. That's, the price is not 50%. 67% of the world's supply goes to that. And what I've been hearing from the economists is that the true cost of this war, quote-unquote war, is going to be felt. Not even now, because it's going to be felt next year. Because people have planned ahead, right? They have things in stock, but even when this all ends, the whole rate of pickup again, things flowing, and the shipments through cargoes, the slowest way of getting goods across, is that there is going to be the hardship.
Disagree, but even their morality is subjective. But what's most
it's always yours.
But how come yours isn't subjective? You're basically saying you're right because you have a definition of what God should be, and he doesn't meet your definition.
I just said there is rational.
But you're assuming.
There's no right or wrong. I'm saying it's
Look,
irrational.
my underlying view of God is that there isn't really, this is not really a rational decision in many ways, okay? You have faith, you don't have faith. But I think that,
Tyra.
I mean, so
okay, you
don't
agree then.
But no, I don't agree with everything you're saying, because I think what you're saying makes no sense. You're trying to defend your lack of faith or lack of understanding by saying, oh, well, there's a reason for it. No, you're trying to defend it with a weird reason.
Anything. I'm actually
If you don't believe in God, that's fine. No one here is actually requiring you to believe in God. And but you're trying to make the argument that the reason you don't believe in God is because you don't think that God meets your definition of God. That's a little crazy. That's
people crazy. Tara, them people crazy. That's how the brain works.
But that's like ass backwards, you know?
No, I'm attacking the argument of the conception.
Sure. What's the question? Sure.
She don't know what she's attacking.
I know what the fuck I'm attacking.
No,
you just want to blindly believe in a religion that oppresses you. It's cool.
No.
Let me.
You're throwing darts at a dartboard while wearing a blindfold.
Yeah, whatever. Who cares? I don't care what you say.
Hello?
Don't care what you say.
Every single time. Yeah, the whole I don't care what you say. That's stuff that my baby niece says, not
All
stuff
right.
that an adult
You're still
would
saying
say.
things I don't care.
Hello?
Okay.
Just try reading the book.
Like an idiot.
Yeah, try reading the book.
Still saying things I don't see. You think
Go
I'm
on
gonna
mute.
go there with you? I'm not gonna go there like
Mute up.
I'm not gonna go there with you. Like you're a teenage girl.
You can't go anywhere.
You're a teenage girl. Like I don't care.
Come on, let Scarlett go. Go ahead.
You can't go anywhere.
You're a teenage girl making these insults. They're basic.
Exactly. Yes. And you're a dumb bitch. How about that?
Oh no! What an original insult! Oh my gosh! I'm a dumb bitch. Is infinitely better than yours?
Projection alert. Projection alert.
Go ahead.
Come on, let the girl go.
Okay, Tyra, I heard what you said to JB. You said something of dealing with that you don't feel like God is. You said something about God is not real or God is not. You said subjective, and you said something else. I was washing dishes. Because I can see why JD can get confused. If people don't understand the definition of God, they don't understand what it means. All religions are all the same, just they praise them different.
No, what I think I said was that in order to believe in God, there is some element of faith. Faith is not necessarily a rational concept in many ways. You can rationalize it. You can say, I believe because of X, Y, and Z. But underneath it all, there is this unknowing, right? Or this unknown faith that basically, and you could say, because I believe in everything the Bible says, because I've seen miracles. There are lots of things you can say, but it requires an underlying faith. I do not think she has that underlying faith, but in order to not have it, she's trying to pretend. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say pretend. She is justifying it by suggesting that God has to meet her definition of good. If he doesn't, then he can't be God. That's nuts, because I think it's really the underlying issue. People who are atheists generally sort of feel like that, this, or at least that's where they start off generally, that it's a concept that came up because people were scared of dying, right? Or things like that, right? That's what people get. But she's coming up with, no, there can't be a God. She's trying to rationalize our underlying irrationality in a way.
Some people don't read books.
It's called intuition. Like people, Christians do not even think that God meets their definition of
So do you believe in how do you breathe? Let me ask you a question, JD. How do you breathe?
What is the truth?
JD.
You can't even breathe.
Are you calling me
And you
JD?
were born at
I don't
your
know how to
birth.
know that.
Her name is Ada.
What's the truth gonna be in your death?
Actually,
Ada, sorry.
yeah, I'm not.
How do you breathe?
How do we breathe?
Yeah.
With our lungs? Like, why is this relevant?
You gotta suck it.
What do we breathe?
We breathe in oxygen.
Okay. So who did it? How did you
Science?
Okay. So thank you. So
Okay.
can you see? Hello. Can you see oxygen?
No, but you gotta suck it to get it in your lungs if you wanna take
Hello,
a
this is not a
breath.
question. This is not a question.
That's the truth.
Can I see oxygen with the naked eye? No.
Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, so you don't believe in God.
Why did they kick me? Why did they kick me?
It basically means life, natural. be true, how does this negate what I'm saying? Saying that God is not real. I don't believe in God. But you believe in God. Well, no, I don't believe. I don't believe in oxygen. I believe in like how y'all believe in God. Like oxygen, it was. Yeah. Keep going. Exactly. Yeah. No, I want to hear. Keep going. Exactly what I said. Yeah. So if you're talking about belief in like, oh, there's no evidence. There's no, logical, like, bricks that we're coming to this conclusion of, and you're just believing it because someone told you to, then yes, I think that's irrational, and I don't see a reason to believe in it. But if there's some type of evidence that we can use that can bring you to this conclusion, then yes, I have. Now, I'm not saying that, like, if you have a sincere belief, I guess I should, then I think you're probably an irrational being. Like, God should be looked at as much as people look at astrology. But people sincerely believe, like, God exists with and they do it by using no type of evidence. And then when they create the story of God, it also doesn't make sense. Let's go back. It's just like all these things are in sense, and so it's just like no reason to believe in it. Like I find no good reason, no good argument to believe in it. So do in tune with, like, let's get the religion. Are you in tune with your spirit? Like, it doesn't make you feel I'm not gonna do that. Like, no, I'm just asking because
You're trying to say she don't have a spirit.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm spiritless. I'm spiritless. You believe in signs.
She just said she ain't got no spirit, Scarlett.
Spirit. Oops. I'm a horrible person that has no spirit. So, I believe in it.
We have to define spirit.
Sarah, she's right. You're putting your own idea instead of letting it come to you, because things. What's the difference between letting it flow and then putting my own ideas? Because when you put your own ideas, you can mislead yourself. Have you ever misled yourself in the wrong path in your daily life? This is not. I'm asking you. Have you ever made mistakes, because you're telling me you believe in science, and science about and the religion part. Yes, yes, because I don't know about that one. People to eat on earth and what's good and what's bad, and tell you how different people. They tell you about different people's sins and stuff like that.
Welcome to the stage, Andre.
I know, because I don't think you really want to.
Everyone.
I'm very happy that you have this topic because I am trans, and the bigotry, the hatred, the racism that's inflicted on trans people is just growing out of proportion to the reality of what some people consider the problem. And personally, I'm so happy that you have this to bring awareness about trans ideology, and I'm just happy to be here. Thank you, Black.
You're not trans, I know you are, but I guess.
No, I am trans. I'm also a black woman.
You're not trans at all.
Don't you dare tell me who I am. Don't you identify me. How dare you?
Bro, stop it.
Excuse me?
Just troll.
No, this is
If you want
I.
to stay on stage, just don't troll. You can stay on stage as long as you don't troll.
All right, well then you're projecting and you're the troll. Have a good day, sir.
Shut up. Listen, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I'm about to end this bitch because I'm tired of hearing this at this point. So either find another subject or we are just gonna leave and part ways because this is done and done. What a good God you are.
Who doesn't want
Hello.
What a mighty God.
What a mighty.
You say I'm very arrogant. I haven't thought about this.
Thank you, Yahweh.
Y'all sound exactly like that. What are you talking about?
Who said that to you?
I said.
Vic said that. Like,
I don't think that.
I don't think talking about me personally.
I don't think that.
Praise the Lord. I gotta say praise God for his glory. Praise God. Praise the Lord. Praise God.
Hello, I was talking.
asked you, hello, when she asked you, and she said, sorry, First Lady, that the people usually don't use such arguments. They begin with a cosmological argument. You don't know what that is. That's why
Yes, I do. I'm trying to explain to you why I'm not having that argument right now.
I got it.
Like,
Let me just
we're
finish.
happy.
Let me just finish.
Like, you're saying this like it's relevant.
Okay.
Wanna move to a different.
And it's odd when someone is using, as Kira has now said 4 times, a set of terms from the Christian God to disprove the Christian God based on those terms, but you don't believe in God. And if you don't bring in the entire part of the equation, because you still have never dealt with the notion of free will, you still never dealt with the revelation of good and evil, you still never dealt with the addition question. I know. That's all. I don't think you're trolling. I think that you just don't want to actually think through the concepts individually, which is why when somebody says free will, that's a loaded term. Free will is not a loaded term.
Yes, it is.
It is where?
Because you used it in the context of God committing or allowing bad things to happen, and then you're like, well, that's a gift He gave us, and you implied it as if it's something good without even defining it.
I did not. What I said was that free will, as I've said many times, is that separates man from beast under the problem of evil. And if you don't have the capacity for, you would not have the capacity for good, therefore, you're not human. If we don't have the capacity for good and evil, are simply beasts. That's where I was talking about it. And from the Christian perspective, that is the good, that we're not beasts, not free will in and of itself, but not being beasts. If an alligator shows up at my neighbor's house, my neighbor has a 4-year-old, cute little kid, showed up at the neighbor's house, the alligator came up out of down the street and ate up the kids, we would not call that evil, because alligators don't have the capacity for evil or good. That's what we're talking about. And you say you wish a God, if one existed, got rid of doing evil, then you would not know what good is. Which is why I was saying, in say prehistoric times, before the development of a morality, when they were just knocking each other in a quasi-state of nature, they wouldn't have had a conception of good and evil because they were working on survival and self-preservation. That's the point. I was not saying it was inherently good insofar as it made to play axiological judgments. I was saying it was good from a Christian perspective because it separates man from beast. And what you were calling for is for us to not be human under that conception.
Yeah, and you say that I don't think about my arguments when you make arguments like that, and you don't define any of those terms, because I can simply disagree with everything that you just said. I can disagree.
What terms need defining? I'll define every term.
Well, one, you define free will. I remember the first time I asked you to define it, you laughed in my face.
Because we all know what free will is.
No, I defined free will in front of you, and then when I said something different, you were like, well, obviously it's part of the definition. I also disagree that your version of free will is the only thing that makes us human, and if we don't have it, now we're beasts. I simply disagree with that.
Under the problem of evil.
But you haven't thought about any of this. Okay, you have to define that.
Your definition is fine.
So my definition
we're talking about the problem of evil.
Okay, that's fine. You still need to define your terms. Can alligators commit? I mean, it depends on how you define evil. You have to define your terms. You're talking about I haven't thought about this. Y'all clearly haven't thought about that. Y'all defending this bullshit. Y'all been defining, and that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. If I actually hold on. If I actually broke it down with Christians about what they think is good and all good that God is, they would not agree. Oh shit, actually that makes sense.
Commit evil in the discussion that we're having.
situation that we're
Under
having,
the
I would
problem
say
of
yes.
evil,
I would say yes.
let me just give you the question.
I would say yes.
Under the alligators.
Okay, an alligator can commit an evil act. No. An alligator, wait, can I just do this? An alligator committed what we view as an evil act. They can eat a person, right? But are they knowingly committing evil? That would be the issue.
Do they have the requisite intent?
I just asked you, yes.
I would still say yes. They
They
are knowledgeable of what they're doing.
Wow.
What are you talking? No,
They're
do they have
knowledgeable of what they're doing.
Oh my!
Yes.
An alligator knows that they're eating a. It's time to boom it.
Yes.
Oh.
You know, and you react the way you do without actually thinking through it doesn't mean that you know more about what the fuck you're talking about. You doing oh my gosh doesn't mean you actually negate anything that I said.
So okay, So you said it can be evil. Explain how it could be evil. Under the problem of evil and what we're talking about. How can it be evil? Maybe you're right.
Under what I'm talking about and what I consider evil, it's committing evil acts and being aware that you are committing evil acts.
And so alligators have a sense of morality.
I didn't say that they have a sense
Then
of
how do
morality.
they know they're committing evil?
You don't have to have a sense of morality to commit evil.
Huh?
Can I
you
help
don't.
you?
What the fuck?
Can I help you?
You can be simply there's plenty of people who don't have a sense
So
of
the baby
morality
that
that
kills
commit
somebody by
evil.
accident is evil.
Wait, you have to have
Actually,
morality?
she didn't quite answer that question when you asked her about the baby.
What do you
In
mean?
that case, the baby that picked up the gun unknowingly shot someone was committing evil, just like the alligator, right?
Wait, you
Remember?
said someone who that commits
Remember,
what?
if you go back a while, you were a little hesitant. Somebody said, if a baby picks up a gun and shoots someone, not knowing what the gun can do, they just press it and it happened to not have a gun.
No, that was an accident.
But yes, I understand, but we asked you, did the baby know what they were doing, etc., and you sort of were hedging a little
The
bit.
baby doesn't know what they're doing. The alligator does.
But the alligator is doing it, he doesn't have a
Yeah,
moral
You
compass.
don't have to have a sense of morality. You don't have to. Oh my God, you're really conflating terms right now. So you think
immoral.
hold on. You think having awareness of a thing means that you have a sense of morality?
No, what
No.
exactly
You have that sense of morality.
I'm saying Van said that.
No one brought up morality in it.
No, he did. He did.
Just let me answer the question. You ask questions, and when I'm answering, you start speaking, and then you say, I don't answer the question. So for it to be evil is to violate moral standards. That's evil. Especially in this discussion. Because you said all good, all knowing. That's suffering. It's dealing with human volition. Obviously. An alligator doesn't commit evil. We don't say, now you might say, a hurricane comes through, or that was horrible, what happened? Yada yada. I use it metaphorically, but in this one, it has to be a contravention of morals, a deep one.
I don't necessarily think because you are aware of a thing that you are sense of morality, and I don't also think just because you violate, that's what I mean when I say we have to define terms. I don't think because you violate moral standards, whatever that means, that you are now committing evil.
I'll just be fucking. Here, let me go get you evil. Profoundly immoral. Here we go. Definition. Profoundly immoral.
What's immoral?
Immoral. Cool. I click on. Not conforming to accepted standards of morality.
Well,
What's
I would
morality?
think in this case,
Principle concerning the distinction between right and wrong or good and bad behavior. Particular system of values and principles of conduct, especially by one person or a society. Okay, when do alligators get taught in bad behavior? And how much is the tuition?
okay, you said.
Around the other alligators?
I know what? I'll fall back on her with all.
Okay.
You're so committed.
I think what's
I
happening.
just don't think y'all have thought about this enough. And I actually think y'all underestimate how much animals do have control over their own acts.
I didn't say anything about the control. I'm talking about the axiology, the value.
No, not the. I mean, value.
The moral value. We're talking about moral.
I'm trolling. I haven't thought about this.
I don't
actually
think
have
you're
thought
trolling.
about this.
I don't think you're trolling, but I've never thought I hear someone say
And
that
you
an
haven't thought
alligator
about
has
this.
a moral sense.
Hey, you
Say that. You see that?
You
I didn't
literally
say that.
just implied
That's not what I said. I said I don't think you need a moral sense to commit an evil act.
All right, go ahead, Brian.
You said that.
So wait, how
And
do
now
you
you're
know
gonna go
it's
around
evil?
and say people and tell
How
people
do you
that I
know it's
said
evil
that.
then?
Because in this particular case, evil be the intent, which it could be awareness or purposeful causing of suffering or harm. In this particular
Alligator
sense.
is causing purposeful suffering or harm.
Yes, when they eat a baby.
And it knows that hungry.
Yes.
My God.
Yes.
They're trying to eat food. It's no
Alligator
animal.
hungry? Alligator
Okay.
An alligator hungry when they eat. That's not purposeful trying to create
do you
harm
think-
and take the baby away from the family.
Do you think? Because I mean, that can simply be defeated by a simple hypothetical. So you're saying that someone. So, I mean, are you saying that for someone to commit an evil act, they must have a sense of morality, basically? Is that what you're saying?
Start again.
For someone to commit an evil act, or for them to commit evil, whatever, they must have a sense of morality of what's right and wrong.
My nephew messed up. My nephew? This shit comes from my end. I'm gonna stop.
That's not what
Take it back.
So that's what he's saying.
No. I asked the question I'm rambling.
Yeah, he's asking answering the question.
Not finish what you were gonna say. Well, I forgot already. Then I forget. I can't not notice that he's
Why y'all
fucking.
talk to me like that?
Keep his virgin butts down like a license to steal. What's he throwing you away?
I don't get it.
Who got it?
I'm talking to Van.
It's a garbage thing?
Someone said it.
It's already taking your planet.
Brian, it's
Now
not
he's fucking right.
What am I supposed to do about it?
I don't think someone insulted me in the chat is on my side. So,
I no shame for disarming.
yeah, I don't care. Yeah, I don't need.
That's my nephew you're talking about. I dare you on my own too.
No, I don't need help. I'm selfish. I'm selfish.
I know.
I'm fearless. Let her talk. I'm fearless. Talk to me.
They have to have a moral sense. Yes. That's why I said early man who had no conception for the development of morals. I mean, this is a philosophy that doesn't even exist. But I'm not going to
Warning, atmospheric decompression detected on deck 8. Environmental compensation sequence has been initiated.
Oh, shit.
I think there is a strong case for causing evil, but it does not extend to the point
My dear Captain, you are a criminal. You've been apprehended invading one of our secret facilities. The least that will happen is for you to stand trial and be punished.
What do you want, an apology? Fucking women's handler? What?
Perhaps you're aware of the incision in your chest. While you were under the influence of our drugs, you were implanted with a small device. It's a remarkable invention.
God got the ball rolling. God started the universe. This is an approach and allows the natural sequence of events that didn't involve.
By entering commands in this pad, I can produce pain in every part of your body. Various levels of severity. Forgive me. I don't enjoy this, but I must demonstrate. It will make everything clearer. Surprising, isn't it? Most people feel at first they can't steel themselves against it, but they're completely unprepared for the intensity of the pain.
I got food poisoning. You think this bothers me, you fuckhead?
With that argument, it doesn't extend to the
This is all good.
Close your eyes.
You've got to help me. Sorry, so sorry.
Why are you pointing a gun at your own
continue. We have to shoot before they're coming in on this. We just kill the head, right? You can't shoot the head in the face. Why not? Stop! Are you there? Ramon! You're gonna die!
Incoherent. She's saying that we are irrational for believing in it because the triune God with all the omni properties cannot exist.
Correct.
And,
We
and
agree,
Brian's
we
response
agree, we
is,
agree.
and Brian's response
We all
is
agree.
One second, let me say you didn't want to speak. Brian's response is apropos because even if everything she said was true and God didn't possess all the omni properties, doesn't mean that he would that means he doesn't exist.
Correct.
It just means that we would. Come on, you mommy, don't take it out on me, bro.
I said correct. She didn't say anything.
Y'all sound the same. Y'all sound the same. My bad. Listen, you know how y'all are passive aggressive when y'all don't get y'all fucking way. So,
Okay, you know passive aggressive. Give me your address. Yeah. Who passive aggressive now? Yeah. Pull up. Shorty said she gonna pull up for the day.
with overnight back.
You know, no, if what I'm saying is so stupid, you wouldn't have to lie about what I say. But you know.
Yeah. So look up the definition of evil. It says, I'll say it again, profoundly immoral and wicked. So at the core of that, the first adjective here is immoral. So in order to be immoral, you would have to have a set of moral standards and a consciousness of such standards. Right? If an alligator can commit evil based off this definition, they would therefore have to have a moral sense. Maybe people are using evil, I don't like the natural evil thing. There's actually a version of national evil in Christian theology, which is different. I understand what Brian was doing, but that's just like happenstance, instinct, tragedy. We use these things. Obviously, in a discussion on the Christian God and the allotment of suffering, vis-a-vis human will, we're talking about having a moral sense. That's why slavery, rape, and that's why murder, rape, and genocide have been the primary examples.
Well,
Those have been the primary examples. Not a rhinoceros running his horn through
that doesn't
my
matter.
chest.
I mean, that doesn't negate.
Can I move it along a little?
I mean, you literally said that alligators can
This only way you think you can win is to mute me.
there's nothing to win.
He did
You bring
I
the
muted
Christian
you
framework
because you
over
continuously keep
here.
coming off your mic, which
You bring
causes
our
a problem.
Christian framework
Because
over
he's
here
misinterpreting
to
what I
argue
said.
against the existence of God. How about this? Let's use the Hindu framework. Based on the Hindu framework, why because the framework around theodicy has no bearing on the existence of God, which now I've said, Tara said, Brian said, etc. So let's move on, Christians. Let's bring the Hindu framework or the Chukwu framework. How does that disprove the existence of God?
I mean, if God, I don't know about their God, so.
Right.
But,
That's what the argument is.
That's the point.
What's the argument?
Your strongest argument for how the problem of evil eliminates the possibility of God. What's your strongest argument? That because evil exists, therefore no God.
I mean, it depends how y'all are defining God.
You define it. Put it in your terms, your strongest logical argument.
I would think that God is an omnipotent being, right? Y'all would agree with that, or no? is just Joe on the street, if God is just Joe on the street, okay. I mean, we would have to agree with that, because if God is just Joe on the street, then maybe I could believe in that.
It could be any
But
supernatural
the majority,
It just means
okay,
a supernatural being.
Let her build.
okay, a supernatural being, usually.
I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by my own inward light, Lord. Who cometh forth from the dark, and my birth is from the house of death. Owing to divine force upon your tables, who you watch over the universe. Yea, who company the beer to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of law, advancing onwards to the heights of Hello? Hello? Want to say hi to my friend Honey Badger down there in the audience. I saw Honey Badger at the bar I was at last night on the wall, and I thought about you.
Does he live in Chicago? Oh. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I live in Chicago.
No, I was gonna say.
I'd like to play a little song for my friends here. It's called Wizard Banishing. Well, maybe not. It's not one of my favorites. But I'm going to play for you my new political campaign song called Brandon Johnson is the Scam. I hope you enjoy.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Republicans and socialism
take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Proportions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortion from our state. Allow thieves to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to get out to his crime and non-profit. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam.
What'd you think?
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan, John. I think if you want to win, just focus on your own strengths, you know?
Focus on my own strength.
Yeah.
Well, you're fired. All right, I'm going to focus on my own strength. What'd you think? I want to dedicate this song to my friend Daniel Nero. Wherever he is, whatever he's doing, I hope he's doing it well. Never had one lesson. Raised in the catacombs of an opera theater. This one's dedicated to Daniel. Massive melons. Melon rainbow. Watermelon rainbows. Massive watermelons. Yes.
The priest joins hands upon the breast of the priestess and takes back his lance. He turns to the Piwala, lowers and raises the lance and makes upon them. Do what thou wilt, shall be the whole of the law.
Love is the law. Love under will.
He lowers the lance and turns to east the priest, takes the lance in her right hand and the left hand she offers him. The priest kneels.
Principles. The Diakin. Mysterious energy, threefold, mysterious atom, in fourfold and sevenfold division. The interplay of which things weave the dance of the veil of life upon the face of the spirit. Let there be harmony and beauty in your mystic loves. That in us may be health and wealth and strength and divine pleasure according to the law of liberty. Let each pursue his will as a strong man that rejoiceth in his way, as the course of a star that blazeth forever among the joyous company of heaven. The people. So to be. So to be. The people. The Diakin. Be the hour auspicious and the gate of life open in peace and in well-being, so that she that beareth children may rejoice, and the babe catch life with both hands. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
realize we got more to lose. Talking about the neighborhoods that need some love. Dreaming about a leader we can be proud of. On the south and the west, every single block. Time to build it up, time to that talk. We're trying to move on, trying to find our way. Lift the whole town up every day. The rhythm's here, the vibe is strong. Voice of the people gonna sing this song. Now we filling up the empty space. Every street and every place. A little bit of hope, a little bit of change. Rising like a beat in the pouring rain. Go to Chicago, make all over.com. Chicago strong, keep pushing on. Oh, John gets over, lift up every space. John get over 2027 for this space. One step, two step, marching down the road. Every single ward in election mode. Future of the city in the people's hands. Time to back a vision with some real plans. Tax reform talk, make the burden fair. More for the schools and the homes right there. So bold, so bright this year. Every voice in the crowd so clear. Go to Chicago, mayorelection.com. Let your choice ring out like a song. Now we're filling up the empty space. Every street and every place. A little bit of hope, a little bit of change. Rising like a beat in the pouring rain. Head to John Kent over Chicago.com. Spread the word around, keep pushing on. Go John Kent over the very space. John Kent you log in, like the countdown just begins. Slow spin, every scroll just leads to him. Full page, pulling traffic to the booth. His name on your lips like something new. You pull that ballot from your pocket, right here. Say I don't usually even talk it, but tonight you want an option. It could be your better option. You got me. Doing it the midnight moves, yeah, right here. On the screen inside my room. Click on his name, tired of the same. Ready for changes, we're breaking the rules. You got me, oh yeah. Doing it the midnight moves. Having like I'm stuck on my truth. If this is the moment I
Christians and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.8 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red persons and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red persons and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam.
On the corner by the blue line, flyers in a cardboard box. He's shaking hands on Milwaukee, listening more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got that twinkle in his eye. Created in the details, you can see it when he smiles. John Kidd over for Chicago Mayor. For every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kidd over for Chicago Mayor. For Chicago is taking back our shot. Joyful in a hard time, laughing on a winter street. Snow slush on his laces, but there's fire in his speech. Reliable as sunrise, you can call him when it storms. Courage in his backbone, standing up to every form. John Kidd over for Chicago mayor, for every neighbor on every block, for the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor, from the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kidd over for Chicago mayor, for Chicagoans taking back our shots. This is our city, not a headline on the screen. This is our city, every promise, every dream. He's gonna liberate Chicago street by street, door by door. One clear voice, one true choice. We don't have to settle anymore. John Kidd over for Chicago mayor, for every neighbor on every block, for the elders, for the students, for the builders who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor, from the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kidd over for Chicago mayor, for Chicagoans, come on, take your shot.
But to love me is better than all things. If under the night stars in the desert thou presently burnest mine incense before me, invoking me with a pure heart, and a serpent flame therein, thou shalt come a little to lie in my bosom. For one kiss wilt thou then be willing to give all. But whoso gives one particle of dust shall lose all in that hour. Ye shall gather goods and store of women and spices. Ye shall wear rich jewels. Ye shall exceed the nations of the earth in splendor and pride. But always in the love of me, and so shall ye come to my joy. I charge you earnestly to come before me in a single robe and covered with a rich headdress. I love you. I yearn to you. Pale or purple, veiled or voluptuous, I who am all pleasure and purple and drunkenness of the innermost sense, desire you. Put on the wings and rouse the coiled splendor within you. Come unto me, to me, to me. Sing the righteous love song unto me, pour unto me perfumes, wear unto me jewels, drink to me, for I love you, I love you. I am the brooded daughter of sunsets, I am the naked brilliance of the voluptuous night. Sky, the letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. Two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with the Nokian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping, the lines defining the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles, symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edge divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale. I kept the final call. Like a blaze of light. Now every step you take, feels like the earth might break. So let it come.
Y'all keep chasing something. I don't have anything funny to say to this video.
Or even weekly usage, daily usage of the phone makes the phone dented up and cracked, and the screen gets cracked. That seems like extreme circumstances that your pussy gets up and cracked.
No. Let's think about it another way. Let's shift the perspective here. Every night you put that phone on a charger so it could be rejuvenated. Some of y'all will wipe the screen off from it. Some of you
When I found Jesus, he was holding out to me. I was down and out and living on the streets. There were times I could have died, but the Lord was by my side. Saved by the blood of Jesus. Always give me the eyes. And it set me free.
I absolutely love this song, man. When I found Jesus, he was hardly gone down to me. Beautiful song, Anthony. Thank you, Mike.
Yes, bro. Only repent for your sins, man. Turn to Jesus Christ, man.
My friends moved to
Jesus said
Hebron
on the cross,
to this,
in between the
what's
two
the name?
thieves today, you'll be with
What's
me
the name of
in paradise.
that?
Repent for your
Yeah,
sins,
so they live in
Your blasphemous speeches.
they live in some settlement near Hebron, I'm not sure. And then they were, the lots of settlers see themselves as peacemakers and want to coexist with the Arabs, right? I think they're that type of settler.
But the
Ended up in the Hilltop Youth.
The Hilltop Youth are wayward youth. Like very often, it's like the gang movement. In my opinion, the way I see it, it's like the gang movement in the United States for certain groups of people. It often attract like that's what Ben Gavir.
Yeah, we know that they're like kind of troubled kids, but that doesn't change that they've become a growing, very influential, like problematic force. Like they're not. It's not a small movement, you know.
Oh, of course, they have a presence in the government now. Ben Gavir was like a recruiter for the Hilltop Youth, and now he's in the Knesset influencing with his politics, and like that's the danger point that we've kind of reached, and that's why people that are like
I guess you can say, left of Naftali Bennett are really having to come together if they want, like, Naftali Bennett's being fairly over the top about it, but he's literally saying we need to come together to save the Israel that is.
Here's my prediction about it. You can't, either way you cut it, it's either Haredim or Arabs. There is no way to make a government without anti-Zionists.
Yeah, that's true.
I gotta remove you, John. I
Hello?
appreciate you, but
It's projection. Take care. Hello?
yeah.
Why'd you do
So, okay, here's my advice for the halfling Jews who the halakha Jews don't recognize. I think you should just make your spiritual journey and your just make it your own. Like Naftali, no one's stopping you. There's no one that has an authority to tell you you can't read the Torah portion and know what it is and learn about Judaism on your own. Like you don't actually have to convert, you know? You can engage in Judaism in a personal way as much or as little as you want, and no one can stop you, you know?
It sounds like a psyop.
I think you should personalize it and not follow some like stupid rabbinical, you know.
Yeah, but having said that, I more or less agree with you, but having said that, like, the ways to, one of the most impactful ways to choose the Judaism is to be conversant in its traditional language, so that you have what to choose from, right? And that, with the understanding that those have served us, right, not just because of the obligatory nature of the system, but because of the value propositions in play underneath the practice, right? So, like, that doesn't mean be Orthodox, but it does mean study the text, right? Know what our tradition says, because when's the shit gonna hit the fan for Naftali, right?
I'm encouraging him to study the text, but that he doesn't have to convert. He could read what I just posted on top of this page, which is his Torah portion, which he didn't even know.
So where the rubber meets the road is if he wants to join the halakhic Jewish community, right?
So
to the extent that he doesn't, then it doesn't matter.
So Naftali, do you want to be in a religious community, or would you prefer to live your lifestyle and just be recognized? I think you should try to live in a religious community and see if you actually like it, because it could be very suffocating.
It doesn't matter. Just find a Jewish woman and have a Jewish kid. That's it. And then fucking keep the Sabbath. That's all that fucking matters. That's all it is.
I agree with you, Bella.
It's all fucking bullshit after
I don't
that.
think you need the paper. Who needs the fucking paper? It's a waste of
Doesn't fucking matter. Just believe in
It
God.
comes with a lot of strings that you don't need in your life.
The thing is, I have reached a point through my journey that I do have it, like especially when I'm living in a diaspora, I do have a desire to connect with the Jewish community, and the only way that I connect really completely with the Jewish community in diaspora is through like shul or synagogue community or religious community. So ultimately, that's what I'm.
Just read your parsha. That's all. That's it. Like this read the
Do what
Torah.
Val does. Go to the Matzah Ball. Go to all the singles events.
No, actually, I think the thing to do actually is actually try to find a community and be transparent about it and be honest about it with them. And if you're willing, right, if they say we have a boundary, right, we're willing to have you in our community and you can observe Shabbat and we'll study with you and you build a relationship with the rabbi and people there, right? But maybe they say we can't give you an aliyah. We know that you believe that you're Jewish. We see that, right? We don't recognize that, but we're going to respect each other, and we're going to let you come to shore, right? I think, like, if that is the thing you're willing to do, I don't see a problem. I think you can make it your own, right? And, like, I sympathize with the idea that, like, a certain kind of religious community feels like what I want to choose, but it also has stuff I really don't like.
I think the Chabad people will take you because you're in kind of a far-flung place. Chabad is probably good for you, but they're not gonna force you to convert, you know? Like, they'll accept you and just give them the visual, they'll just have, like, there's lots of non-Jews go to Chabad. It's all the riffraff can come to Chabad. They literally take anyone.
So, yeah, I agree. You know, it's complex because
Not that you're riffraff, I'm just saying, like, they're welcoming to anyone, any lifestyle, you know?
Yeah, I tell you, in my heart and hearts, through the research that I've done, through what I know of where my mom comes from, because it cuts off at a certain point, I believe my maternal line is of Western Sephardic origin. For me, that means because under that diaspora group, they followed Maimonides' law. For them, Maimonides said that if you had to convert under threat of death or coercion, the conversion is invalid. So I truly believe that I have a Jewish soul in that way. But I recognize that in an Orthodox community, if I told them that, they would go no. Some of them would go, yeah, that means you're a Jew, but you can't prove it. Others would go, no, it means you're not Jewish. And others, it would mean you're not a Jew, but the process quickens, so to speak, to rejoin the community, right? So those are the three answers that I've heard. So it's complex for me.
It's so interesting because Bao's in the same position and it's not complex for him because it's so like normal. Like there's so many people that have Jewish fathers and they're able to engage with Judaism in sort of their own.
Yeah, you know how many fucking hybrids I know?
But he's doing it in his own way. Yeah, but Naftali is doing it in his own way. You just have trouble with believing he's Jewish, right? Like,
Bao is in Boca Raton.
Yeah, no, but I think, yeah, that makes sense, sure, but like, he's explaining, I haven't heard Naftali say anything except, like, to me, in my Jeremy, right, which says to me, like, why isn't it, okay for Bao and Naftali to be in, like, different places and having different wants? Like, that should be okay, right? Yeah.
I don't think he knows what he wants, Nikali. He doesn't really want.
But that's not up to you. That might be true, but that's not up to you to be like
That's why we're helping him figure out what's right for him. You know, Chabad might be. He might like Orthodox Judaism.
You want that advice?
There are elements within Orthodox Judaism that I don't like.
Egalitarian, because that's all like details, you know. It's just virtues in home.
I have had the honor of meeting some women, consider themselves Orthodox or conservative, that are incredibly knowledgeable and skilled around Torah. I believe we can evolve from the civilization we were at one time into a civilization that...
Sorry. Can you just make bullets? Like, what are the things that you object to in Orthodox Judaism so you can figure out if
First off, women are not included in Judaism.
Instead of going on a long philosophical monologue,
Trust any woman that has Torah.
I want you to name top 3 things you have, issues you have with Orthodox Judaism. One or two words.
Only trust men.
I believe women should be able to learn Torah and study Talmud.
So Chabad lets that, even the Litvish people don't believe in women studying Talmud. So you're fine with Chabad.
I believe that there's no need for things like a Mesiza anymore.
Okay, well that's deal breakers. But is it a deal breaker for you? Can you live with a Mesiza? Can you live in a synagogue? Have you been to the synagogue where the genders are separated during prayer?
Yeah, I have. I went to
Did it offend you?
Not particularly, but I can understand why it would could offend women. And
it's straight off you're willing to make that you would be separated for prayer only so that you can have a legitimate Orthodox conversion?
Well, it's deeply personal.
These are like the least inconvenient parts of being Orthodox Jew, by the way.
What do you feel are like a more inconvenient part?
So first of all, you're not a woman, so are you worried about your kids, your daughters, and how they will experience Orthodox Judaism?
Yeah, wife. I believe in supporting my wife. I believe that a woman's role is beyond the household, things of that nature. Like I think there are.
Orthodox Jews, women work outside the home. Did you know that?
They belong behind stoves.
Literally all Orthodox women work more than their husbands, even in the most devout sex.
What I'm seeing right now.
If you go to Touro College, it's all stipend speech majors because they're all speech therapists. There's no such thing as the Orthodox woman that does something. Like even in the really, really ultra Haredi circles, they're the ones who make the money. Like, so I don't know where you're getting this from.
I mean, maybe I haven't been around enough like Orthodox people. I know.
So I want to know. You're focusing on women so much, as if like your entire criteria for what sect of Judaism you want to be is based on what women experience. What about you? Do you want to strictly keep kosher and never leave, and have like a community every Saturday and not turn on the lights and like study? You know, be in an immersive religious experience where you're surrounded by other Jews who are.
What I want to make sure is that the next generation of me's can speak the language, knows about all the holidays, knows how to celebrate all the holidays, knows the rules around the holidays.
You want to be Jewishly literate. That's what you want. You want to be really knowledgeable. But it sounds like you have done some of the legwork. Like you went and studied at a yeshiva, right? Or like some sort of Jewish program.
You know, I learned certain like portions of the Shulchan Aruch. I want to learn more of the Shulchan Aruch.
Listen, unless you want to create an identity, you just gotta self-learn. That's all it is. It really is nothing more than that. I mean, unless you want to cut a hole in a sheet and then put it on over your wife, then maybe, yeah, go ahead.
I don't think that's a real thing.
Sure it is.
No, it's not. It just hold me.
I'll put a fucking sheet over you, Annie, so relax.
See, you can move to Boca Raton next door to Bow. I'll show you the road.
It's hyperbole, so relax.
I just don't think you need to jump like full. You don't need to go deep. You don't need to like go head first into the thing. You know, just be Jewish.
Just like learn yourself and then learn how to be like a pimp and just pick up women. That's it. That's all it is. Learn the religion.
And especially because your only experience, it sounds like, with Orthodox Jews is just like how you perceive women experience it, which I don't think is accurate. And I'm going to be honest, I know a lot of Orthodox Jews, some ultra-Orthodox Jews who don't experience religion the way you describe it at all.
Yeah, don't trust women, Naftali.
I've got to see like real leaders.
And I'm not an apologist. Like, there's a lot of fucked up shit. Like,
I apologize for all the women that try to pretend that they're actually religious.
I've been in an institution that was full of women that are like about leading like a change within Orthodox Judaism though. So I really value that.
So there's something called the Jewish Orthodox Feminist Alliance, which advocates for like, so because there's a patriarchal structure within Orthodoxy, there's going to be feminists and people who fight the patriarchy, right? And they get a lot of meaning from it, but they wouldn't if they didn't have those patriarchal structures at all. And it becomes part of their life, like it fuels them, it fuels their practice, and they get to rage against the patriarchy as part of their religious practice.
Jen, I like you're so fast and loose with your terminology and with your description of these communities. Like, I don't think you've really come in contact with these places or these women.
Who are we talking to, me or Naftali?
No, you. I don't think.
You're wrong.
The women that I know there, they're not fighting against the patriarchy. They're claiming their rightful place in the tradition.
Which community are you talking about, Khaled? Like the modern Orthodox people, or the ultra-Orthodox, or the Hasidic? Which ones?
Yeah,
Pardes is an example.
Yeah, the Pardes people, the Minyan Hak-Hill people, South Jerusalem, Orthodox Jewish, American immigrants. The Rachel Goldberg Polands and John Polands of the world.
Buttercup's wrong. Yeah, Rabbi's right.
Wait, I don't understand what I don't know what we're debating exactly. I do know some ultra-Orthodox Jews, including many in my family, and they identify as feminists, and they study the Talmud as a just statement of their feminism, right? And they complain about the machitza being the woman's side, never being equal to the men's side, and that fuels their religious practice. They understand that system is patriarchal, and that's why, and I think that fuels them in a sense, because
Don't you think that's a little, don't you think that it would be useful, I hope you would add that what fuels their religious practices a wanting to be close to God and the truth.
No, but they're also.
I hope you would include that, right? You would think that.
Oh yeah, of course. Like honestly, they don't need the baggage. They could choose not to have it. They obviously enjoy participating in communal life, and they enjoy many aspects of just the rituals and the communal. You know, you get like I think it's for a lot of them it's like you know, the schmoozing at Kiddush is like the life is like the main force in their religious practice, you know?
It's like you just made things up.
What are you talking about, Colin?
Yeah, Buttercup,
you know about like from Jews. You know the from.
I know, but like,
you know
the
you know
examples
about
you choose.
schmoozing at Kiddush.
I know, but like, the examples you choose, they're so, like, anecdotal. They're so, like, they're only one kind, right? Yeah, there's the Kiddush Jews. Yeah.
They're aspects of religious life, Colin. Why are you undermining it?
Yes, I'm not undermining it.
And they're
You are
beautiful.
presenting it, they are beautiful. You are presenting it as if it's a monolith, and this is the way that it is. This is this is the only way, and I'm just saying.
I never said it was the only way. I'm trying to help paint a colorful picture for Nepali here, who's joining it.
And it's something you're trying to make it a monolith.
I don't think you're helping.
Buttercup. What I think Caleb is trying to say is, through Caleb, I've been exposed to some like very powerful leaders within certain Jewish communities that are pushing for a more liberal orthodoxy.
Oh, I see. So you guys think you're the only
So that's
feminist
called conservatism.
crusaders
It's like you're
in
talking about
religious
liberal
Judaism.
orthodoxy.
Colin thinks his particular brand of Judaism are the only ones that are crusading against the patriarchy, and the rest of them are just accepting their inferior role in their society.
Excuse me, you're making things up again. There's not one thing that I've ever said to you that would lead you to that conclusion.
You're getting mad because I'm saying in other sects of orthodoxy there's women who crusade against the patriarchy, and that's part of it fuels part of their experience.
I didn't say there wasn't. I was saying that there are other reasons that these women also engage.
Yeah, no shit. Obviously, people like religion because they like religion.
Right, good. So stop lying.
I like prostitutes.
Stop putting words into my mouth. You have this habit. Stop.
I don't know why you're fighting with me about this. Nothing we said was contradictory.
Stop fighting.
You said that. Excuse me. You said that I think that my way is the only way to fight the patriarchy. What on earth did I ever say that would lead you to say that? Because you make that up. You made that up.
My point is.
Just say you made it up.
Well, he's saying that you hooked him up with a community that is very progressive and sort of tries to push the boundaries of orthodoxy.
I suggested a community that is one community among many that is good for people on the journey. Like, that's how. So don't make things up and put them in my mouth.
You're getting mad at me for no reason, Colin. It's all good.
It's not no reason. I'm stating the reason, and I'd like you to.
First of all, you came at me first. You're like, you've never met any of these people. You have no idea. You've never encountered. I know fucking from Jews. Get the fuck out of here.
So, Buttercup, no. All I was trying to explain, Buttercup, all I was trying to explain was that, like, my journey so far. And Caleb is a little bit privy to what I might have been exposed to on that journey, because he made suggestions. He made suggestions, and I chose to take them. That showed me certain communities that were we're so way above my level of like just being someone that has like a fairly knowledgeable and very strong academic knowledge of Israel and Jewish history in the diaspora, and is like really interested in the development in it. And he basically placed me in this community that is reading these religious texts in a way to some of them to connect it to the archaeological history. Others that are basically living out the civilization by moving with the involvement of how these texts are discussed and who are discussing these texts. And in no way am I saying that there aren't other feminist lay leaders in the world. I'm just saying that this happened to be a lot for
That's great.
kicking
That's good for you. I'm happy for you that you found that.
like one really cool woman that I met. It's from an ultra-Orthodox community in Long Island or New York or some 3 towns or the 5 towns, wherever that is. And she comes from like a really ultra-Orthodox family that is like not gonna come to Israel until the Messiah comes. And she went from studying Harvard Law to going to Pardes because she wanted to study Talmud. This is a woman that is like representing a very distinct community and is trying to evolve within this community. And there were a lot of people like that at this particular community.
That's cool.
God, what are we talking about?
I don't know. Well, I mean, okay, so you're saying that there's many different ways to get closer to Judaism for people who have Jewish dads or aren't considered halakhically Jewish. One way is by Bow Wow, going to Matzabal and singles events, and living in Boca Raton. And the other way is by joining this intellectual, community of progressive Jews that are sort of pushing those boundaries.
I'm on a crusade in fucking Spain.
And another way is just going to your friendly Chabad and just eat a free meal.
They're getting kind of cheap these days, actually. There's not a lot of money. I think a lot of money got spent through the psychological operation to disseminate all this bullshit that's been happening lately.
But all those are valid ways to participate in Judaism. It could be like an intellectual thing. It could be a social thing like vows,
And another way that's valid for me is the rabbi asked me to do him a favor and run the food on Shavuot from his house to the function.
You're Shabbos going. That's all you are right now.
That's it. And I was aware of that reality, but I was also really happy to help him out because he's a really nice guy.
Yeah, but they're treating you as like Shabbos boy. They're like that's how they test you.
Wait, Val, have you been treated like a Shabbos boy before?
Wait. Was it on Thursday? Was it on Friday or Saturday?
Well, they use you to do tasks and stuff. Yeah, fucking.
No,
wait a moment. What are you doing?
Makes a difference what he was asking. When he was asking, was he asking you on a Friday or on the Friday, first day of Shavuot?
It does make a difference,
Second day of Shavuot. Makes a difference.
Sorry, Clubhouse tricked me. They made me click on a room when I was trying to get rid of it.
Okay. What day was it?
Was it
it was Friday, but it was before sundown. I did all my running around.
There's no prohibition of carrying stuff that is in need of the holiday on the holiday. He wasn't treating you like a Shabbos boy.
Yeah, but he couldn't drive.
Most of them are retarded, so yeah.
I mean, you had to drive it?
Yeah, I had to drive it. I drove it.
So then yes, he was treating you as a Shabbos boy.
Okay. But the
That's
thing
not
is,
nice, actually. Val has a point. I gotta say,
No, seriously, it's not that.
Yeah, no, that's what they do. They're like, oh, you want to be? Oh, it's okay. Like, well, you're not.
you turn on and off some lights over here, right?
Yeah, it's a little cold. It's a little hot here, don't you think? Yeah, it's a little hot.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
The devil.
Yeah,
That's
should I
very
turn
weird.
down? Should I turn down?
It's very exclusionary.
No, that's up to you if you want to turn it down. Okay. But it is hot though, right?
Please don't react.
I didn't mind it.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
We're not gonna force you to be offended by it. I just feel like it's,
Hello?
It's an exclusionary.
He didn't have anybody else to do it.
Okay.
So if basically his choices was if he
What do you want to say?
wanted if
fresh 30 seconds, okay.
he was gonna have to ask someone from the Jewish community that's not observant to do it, or he asked me.
No, he's not allowed to do that.
Fresh 30.
It's against the rules. You're not allowed to make a Jew do a crime like that.
Yeah.
So that.
Thank you for my fresh 30. It's a lot less than Uncle Steve's 5-minute standard. But I'll still take the 30. Let's read to you a little something special here from my magic book of Jewish wisdom. It says, in Hebrew, the root kedem implies both the East and ancient times. The Jewish people trace their origins through Abraham to Ur of the Chaldees, which is today Iraq. Kadmon means original, primeval, ancient. Primeval times and people are Kadmoinim, In Yiddish, ancient things are kadmonish. The Kabbalistic conception of Adam Kadmon, the primeval Adam, is of the whole universe, with all the 10 Sephirot in the shape of a human figure. This follows the biblical statement that humans are made in the image of God. It also follows the medieval belief in correspondence, that macrocosm and microcosm are analogous. The alchemists express this by saying, as above, so below. When we look at the figure, we should imagine Adam Kadmon from the back, so that the Sephirot are in the correct right and left positions. In other words, Adam Kadmon should be internalized, not seen as outside of ourselves.
That was beautiful, John. Thank you. I appreciate how you kind of went over your time, but I think you realized that you had, and I like how you seamlessly just moved yourself to the audience out of respect for everyone else. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. He is very diplomatic if you just give him space, you know? And that was great. That was an example of that. Diplomacy. He got his point out, and then he, went back to the audience on his own accord. That was wonderful. Thanks, John. Appreciate that. You're a great example, actually.
You're welcome. Oh, it's BMAS.
It's like all of this fucking scribblings from these old dusty dudes, and like some of the writings remain, and we're all like enamored by it.
I just love my
you
love
see
so
how
much.
easy it is to scrub history right now
But
in the United
sometimes I think
States,
he doesn't care about me.
and how they
And I
can
don't
just
see it
rewrite it. So
often.
like I find it interesting that we're still so fascinated by all this old literature, and we like expect it to hold some kind of magical value or something. It's really interesting.
My beautiful begonia. Begonia, be gone. That's what a begonia actually means. It
So that
means
was
be
cool.
gone!
Thanks for sharing that bit. Next time, come up with like maybe some Bhagavad Gita information, or maybe some Scientology. I don't know. Anything else. Buddhism's fine. I like when you do the Buddhism, you know.
He does all religions, to be fair. He's quite consistent about like his mysticism.
Yeah, I mean, all it takes is here's how you're consistent in mysticism. Just do a lot of what you do, and then you just read a bunch of stuff and then reference it like incessantly. Because what else does it take? Like who's more of a mystic, really, Argus? Me or you?
Narjos, obviously.
You hands down.
Really?
See what I mean? Like, what are we even talking about?
I don't know. Nargis is, she's gonna get there. I think she's already kind of there.
Long way to go. Truth is, like, with mysticism, interest, mostly make up any shit.
I just have to meet you, Nargis, and then it'll, it'll grow exponentially from there.
Hey, Hannah.
He's got their all franchise model, and they're trained on fundraising to support themselves, right? There is no money from Central Chabad to support any Chabad house in the world. There's no such thing.
So what's interesting, Caleb, is so I live in like a place, a ski resort town, right? So the Chabad is trying to serve a need like they do in Cancun or Palm Springs for a lot of the community from outside of the resort. So I've heard through the grapevine that Chabad Central is actually putting in a lot of money to support this particular Chabad.
How old is it?
Like 6 months old.
Right. They give money for 2 to 3 years, and then in that time, the rabbi is supposed to have their own revenue streams. And some do it in different ways. Some open a preschool, some, obviously donors, all kinds of ways. But in those 3 years, they're supposed to have developed their own revenue.
Oh, interesting. It's very interesting, actually. some of the stuff he's doing is like he's doing like holiday dinners and things like that, which have been really nice. And he's like even invited people in with like a grand. There's this one guy after his found a bunch of stuff linking him to like I guess self-massage. And this guy's going to the community and like having to do his father. And the rabbi sought this guy out and invited him to the community dinner. It was quite interesting. In a lot of places a lot of ways he was out of place, but he was still welcomed into the community. It's the oddest thing I've ever seen.
Which community was it?
The Chabad community.
Chabad community lets everyone in. They don't turn anyone away.
I know. Isn't that incredible?
Yeah, it's like that's their brand. Their brand is that they accept everyone. They may not like, yeah, that's the whole point of it. That they're inclusive and there's no barriers and whatever.
So
where did Rabbi go?
Oh, the rabbi left.
He's okay. I don't know why he always dislikes me for some reason. I don't know. Not for all the comments and
He dislikes me too. I don't know why.
He has a bad rap on here, unfortunately, because he fought all the crazy Zionists, the right wingers. So, but he thinks I think he thinks that I'm like lumped in that group, and I'm like I don't dislike him. I like him, but
yeah, I like Caleb a lot. Basically what I'm saying is I'm trying to take the good from the Chabad. And I understand how I could have interpreted him asking me to do that as offensive, but I chose not to. I just chose to do in my mind.
I respect that. Don't get in his head, Val. Like, it's fine.
In my personal journey, I did a mitzvah for him, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm an outlier. I'm someone who, like, is impressed by some of the things that Shabtai Tzvi did as a rabbi and a messianic figure. Do you know Shabtai Tzvi?
Shabtai Tzvi? Yeah, of course.
So, people know him now as the guy that influenced the Frankist movement and stuff like that. And that gives us a pretty bad rap because, like, the Frankist movement is associated with all of these weird, crazy, anti-Zionist conspiracies. But, you know, another thing that Shabtai Tzvi did was allow women to study the Torah. And he was quite a feminist figure in those actions.
Oh, so you're pro Shabtai Tzvi?
Well, you know, it didn't end well. I don't think Jews should...
He was a false messiah. That's all I knew about him. That's what I learned about him in Judaism. That he's seen as a false messiah that misled a lot of people and, I don't know, disappointed them.
It depends on how you look at it. I think it's a character study for mental illness in the Jewish religious community.
So he's mentally ill.
Yeah. I can send you a great video on him by Sam Aronow. He's a great historian.
That's cool.
But his hypothesis about Shabtai Tzvi is that he was a mentally ill person.
I want this Baruch guy to come up. I want to know who the fuck he is. He is coming as well. Come on, Baruch. Alright, fine. He's for sure a troll. It's probably BB. He has like 3 followers.
BB.
Yeah. It's probably BB Kapara.
You there, BB?
Tell us who you are, or yeah, it's fine. Hey.
I'm a little new. You on this app. Does it still have my last name? I'm trying to change my.
Oh no, it's still in your screen name. You should change your username.
Mr. Grossman, it's okay.
I changed it to Bro. I know it says Grossman there. It does.
Yeah.
So there's your name and then there's your username. So you also need to click on your username and change that as well.
Alright, I won't hang out with that often anymore. Okay.
Where are you from, Mark?
I'm in New York.
Okay.
I'm a little, just north of Manhattan. Where are you guys from?
Also New York.
I'm from the 6th borough of New York.
I live in Canada.
Canada? I saw it. Huh.
Yeah.
That doesn't count, actually.
What, What's the sixth borough of New York? Is it Muncie? Like, what are we talking about?
No, I live in the real 6th borough of New York.
Florida.
Florida. I live in Boca.
Okay, that's the sixth borough? Okay, gotcha. Gotcha, fair enough. Yeah, people moving all over the place now. Or the beach, like every new neighborhood is just like people moving out.
I can't stand it. I lived here my whole life, and I'm like, okay, like, I get it, all the proxies of New Yorkers that moved here, but like over the years, over my 40 years I've been here.
I heard Mom Donnie is actually forcing Jews out.
Well, no, yeah, it's a horrible thing. Now they're all older.
We're talking about how horrible Florida is. One thing at a time. 1 second. We gotta hate on one place at a time.
Okay. No, it's like the locals here. We're eating from the teeth because of like the amount of people that have moved here. It's really ruined. It really has.
You think it wasn't always a tourist spot? You say it's kind of a new thing.
No, I mean tourists are one thing, right? But people coming here, moving down here, and the amount of actual like conservatives that move down here are just like ridiculous. So it's
conservative,
like fringe right wing MAGA loving like Russians and all that. Like they're fucking nuts. And it's just like, dude, I'm more centered, right? I'm like, whatever. I don't give a shit. But I live here, and then these people are just, I don't know, dude. It's fucking wild.
Yeah, I can't take it when people can't see another perspective. It blows my mind. It's like so stupid.
Yeah. Agreed.
Hey, like that guy.
I just had a good yawn. I had a really good yawn.
Great. Okay. Everybody's just walking out. It must be me, right? It must be me. I don't know. If you want to go, you can go too. I'm not here to keep you here. But what's your deal? You're in Canada, right? Which part? Are you in Montreal or? In Montreal?
No, I live in Vancouver.
Vancouver. Okay. All right. So it's like so far it's been Montreal, Toronto, and then there's you got Vancouver and Ottawa, right? That's the one other Jewish place, right? Yeah, I don't think Vancouver's got a lot of Jews, but not so much.
It's got a good Jewish community.
Okay, cool. So you're comfortable over there?
Yeah. People like Vancouver.
Yeah. I mean, I hear the secular people they like it. They like it. Yeah.
Yeah. Where are you from? New York?
Yeah, I've been here most of my life. Yeah, but I've traveled around the country just to tour a little bit here and there. You're talking about like Nevada, Utah, Arizona, Colorado, all that stuff.
Tour? Like in a band?
No. Like a tour is like it's like to vacation. To go around and hike.
Yeah, I travel.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's this is the church we're in. It's not a temple. It's not a synagogue. It's a church.
Apparently. Yeah, she's a loudmouth leftist on the staff.
Yeah. It doesn't even matter. It's like loudmouth is loudmouth. It doesn't matter which side. Even if someone's like on your side, you can't have an open conversation with them. Like they'll just argue at every point because they're right.
Yeah.
It's an immaturity, but hopefully we'll all grow out of it.
Yeah. Maybe not her. That's okay.
Everybody, I think, will. They'll all mellow out eventually. Are you like a younger person, older person, middle? Because is that really your picture over there?
Yeah, that's me posing
you're in the middle.
Near the P than Natalie Bennett.
Oh, you're the best, man. How'd you get them all one picture? That's a joke. Cool.
And Yair belongs to my right, but nobody notices him because he's a little cut off.
Yeah, and the guy all around the right is dead, right?
Oh, on the far right, yeah, that's Menachem Begin.
I thought so, yeah, I wasn't 100% sure.
Yeah.
So the two on the left I know, the one right next to you on your left, I don't know what that is. Okay. I don't even follow American politics that much, so to follow Israeli politics would be a stretch.
Yeah.
I was there in 98, 99, and I was on the bus. and these two little kids said to me, "Are you Shas or was it? I can't remember the other party." And I'm like, I don't know what he's talking about. So I asked him, and he's like, they're practically the same thing, just a slight nuance. I'm like, okay. And next thing I know, a few days later, there's some kids throwing on the sidewalk. Another kid stomping it out and kicks the other kid. They're like arguing between the two parties, like neighbors, pray in the same synagogue. You know, I'm like, what the hell? Like, I'm so not into that.
But I mean,
mindless.
Democracy is beautiful, though.
Absolutely, but you don't have to be mindless.
I don't think it's mindless.
Well, little kids are beating each other up because they're in a different party, not even knowing that their parties are almost in line.
I don't know. I've never heard of two kids being.
Well, that's what I'm just telling you what I saw. What I actually saw on the street. It was, I can't remember what the other party. One was Shas. Oh, it was Gimel and Shas. That's what it was. Shas and Gimel. Those are the two. Parties.
I never knew there was a party named Gimel.
This is in a long time ago, 1998. So that's happened since then. I'll be looking it up.
Oh, United Torah Judaism.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Well, I mean that's like a Sephardi Ashkenazi dispute.
That's the same.
No, I mean it's cultural.
Okay, why? Because within a religion is a big difference, but once you get into politics, we're more or less going for the same things.
Yeah, well, I mean, like it's like probably like in New York, you got the Irish and you got the Italians. They're basically the same thing, but
it's a little different. Different families. I hear you, though. I can hear you. They hate on each other sometimes, but they do get along a lot too.
Okay, maybe not the Italians and the Irish. Maybe that's a little far off. But like the Spanish and the Irish.
Yeah, they're not going to get along.
Yeah.
Irish, the Spanish people move in, the Irish people move out. They're not sticking around.
But they were all Phoenicians at one time. You know what I mean?
No. What do you mean?
You know that the Phoenicians settled like all the way up the North African coast into like Spain and even went as far as Ireland.
How far are you going back?
I don't know. Like 3,000 years ago.
3,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, see the Phoenicians you said they're called? So they travel through northern Africa into Spain? Okay.
You know, like Tunisia, Morocco, like.
Tunisia, northern, right next to, it's on the northeastern side, right, of Africa.
Yeah, it was known as like Carthage back then. And you see a lot of Phoenician influence through like Carthaginian culture. The worship of similar gods, for example. And then like the Phoenician.
The pagans were around yet, or they were still coming?
What do you mean?
The pagans. Is pagan a specific religion, or it means anyone who doesn't believe in one God?
Anyone who doesn't believe in one God.
So why did they say that the pagans had like a holiday that was like a week-long holiday? That they could do whatever they wanted. Everybody was closed. The ports were closed. And people could do whatever they wanted for a week. You know, race it.
No, that's just Roman. That was Saturn. Yeah, that's Roman. That's Saturnalia. But like.
Pagan. Maybe they were practicing the pagan religion. Even though
they were pagan. No, it was one way, one god's way of celebrating. Saturnalia. It's just a cult, man.
Okay, cool. Alright.
It's just one example of a cult practice. But like, you know, like the Canaanites were basically a henotheistic tradition up until 3,000 years ago.
So yeah, I mean,
and the Canaanites became the Israelites, and the Israelites became the Jews. So it was like became like there is only one God.
What did you study this? Is this your area of study, or is it something you picked up along the way?
It's just something I picked up along the way. It's just an area of interest.
Nice.
Like I find the development of the area interesting.
Cool. Very few people know the history.
Yeah, well,
Tunisians know a lot about their area. I've spoken to a few of them online. They seem to be pretty educated, but everybody else is completely clueless. They don't even know what happened yesterday. From Africa, they don't even know what happened yesterday. It's unbelievable. I don't think there's any recorded history.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know much about Africa. I can't speak to that.
I'm not saying it's bad. It's sad, you know. Whatever.
But like you see, what do you call it? If you want to call it Levantine influence, all the way through the North African coast.
North Africa, Middle East, is that Levantine?
Yeah, Middle East, North Africa. You know.
Okay, right together.
Yeah. But that's being a culture. There's a connection between those two cultures, and then that culture intermingles with the Maghreb culture. So like the Maghreb culture is considered to go all the way up to Spain.
Going back really far, so, right, it's a little hard to relate. Okay, cool. Alright. Now, any of the history that I know doesn't go pre-1400. Like, I don't know nothing of it on this. You're talking about the Dark Ages. There are people who know a lot about those times. I actually read a book, what's it called? Jewish Life in the Middle Ages. That's what it was called. But obviously,
the Middle Ages where?
Well, we're not talking about America. We're talking about Europe and mostly Europe, I think. Maybe Spain. I don't think he talks about Morocco.
Well, I think where Judaism stayed alive when it was being very badly treated in like European context, was it survived for a long time in within the Muslim world.
Right. I think that's why we became merchants, because we couldn't hold positions within society.
Yeah.
And you wonder why maybe Columbus was Jewish, maybe it was his tradition.
And through that merchant trade, we ended up going to a lot of areas and influenced in a lot of areas.
It's mind-boggling that people can navigate the seas. I don't understand how you can find the same place twice in your lifetime without proper equipment. You know what I mean? Like, if I left shore, I would never find my way back to the same place, ever.
That's true. We've come a long way.
No, I'm saying then they were incredible. I don't know how they did it. They were unbelievable. Like,
now we have satellite technology that does it, and it does it much more accurately.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder what they had then. I wonder if they were working with any kind of technology that maybe it's died out. It's not that hard for technology to die, by the way. It's not even so far-fetched. Well, you have a handful of very smart people who are very involved, and once they're dead, all we have is a piece of equipment that we can swap parts out from, and we can't do anything more than that.
Right. So people with certain gifts or something. You're not going with that ancient alien theory, are you?
No, I'm not for or against any of these ideas because I have no. It's like somebody was saying to me yesterday in one of these parties. Do you believe that we landed on the moon? So I say, I know my parents told me so. I know that I've seen papers on it. Did it happen? I don't know. I don't know anything. You know.
Well, we're at the stage where we're getting ready to mine the moon. Of course we landed on the moon.
Fine, fair enough. I'm just saying that you're telling me, and that's how I know what you say, but I've never researched it, so I don't know, you know? Yeah, I've heard all kinds of theories as to why it has to be that we were there, but it's like you surf the internet, right? You probably have an idea how to analyze information, you know who to trust more or less, like pretty much. The new generation, worse than me. They have no clue what's true and what's not. They have no idea how to decipher anything. It's insane. So I'm going off of like, I don't know, I don't know anything, that's what I saw, you know? That's what Natali told me, you know? Yeah, I'm just uneducated. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't believe conspiracy theories.
You don't believe conspiracy theories? It's fine. That's fine. You're allowed to not believe conspiracy theories. That's fine. Conspiracy theory. It's like, you know the flat earthers. You know these guys.
Yeah, they're funny. Hey, Liz.
Hey.
Hello.
This is Liz.
Who is?
Hello, Baru.
Hey, Liz. I used to sit in her room. She would read the Torah every Thursday night. Let's just say Thursday. With this other guy named
You forgot the best part of it. It was drunk Torah.
Yeah, they lead a Torah where we get drunk and read the Torah.
I didn't say anything wrong with that.
And to be honest, it's the most Torah I ever read in my life, thanks to these people.
Cool.
Yeah.
So you do Parsha or something else?
Yeah, we did the weekly Parsha. We did it for a full Torah.
Cool. It's actually a group that came around that's doing that now. What's his name? What's his name? Nissan is his first name. He's in Israel, so yeah, we were a little off on the Parsha this week because they're doing a different reading. They had this one day Shavuot where we have two, so we were doing Naso and they were doing Balosva, you know.
So I just learned what my bar mitzvah Torah was.
Yeah. What is it?
Hold on. It's Genesis 37.
Oh, I don't know what the name of 37 was. I don't know that well. Genesis. Okay.
I don't know what you call it in Hebrew.
Which book? Is it the first book? So I can't remember. Which one's Genesis? Liz, you know which one is Genesis? Sorry?
Bereshit, but the actual portion.
Bereshit. The first one is Genesis. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I think you said Genesis 30.
Do you know what the subject matter is, Natali?
Joseph.
Okay, so the Yigash is already, that's the second to last is already, Joseph is in Egypt already by Yigash. Maybe it's one before that. Maybe Miketz.
It's sheet 37.
Yeah, I don't have one in front of me. I could find one.
I'm looking at it on Safari.
Okay, I found something. It's already on the shelf. How about that? Got the yellow. I mean, I already can't one. 37. I don't think the numbers line up properly. Design. 37.
How many Jews does it take to find a Torah portion?
Oh, that's funny. That's very funny.
It starts with now Jacob was settled in the land where his father had sojourned in the land of Canaan.
Yeah, I found that. 37. Yeah, so it's Vayeshev. Okay, so it's one partial before what I thought. It's not Miketz, it's Vayeshev. Do you guys read in Hebrew or English?
English.
Okay, cool. You know how to read Hebrew or no?
You know what? It's funny you mentioned that. I came in this room because I thought I knew all my Hebrew letters and whatnot, and I knew some words, but in December, what is this app with the
Owl, Duolingo had a special on learning Hebrew, so I am on my 150th day of learning. And so when I was outside in the hallway, I read that Naphtali's bar mitzvah was happening, and I was like, you know what? The Duolingo is working.
Cool.
There were in the room that we had, it was people at all different levels. So the people who could read Hebrew, we would use them to, like, if we got to a part of English that, like, because we would take it, we would basically read and then discuss the portion. And if we got to something in English that, like, could mean something one or two ways, we would defer to the Hebrew readers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we were a team. We took a team approach to learning Parsha.
That's how everything should be. Instead of fighting
and that's great. And that's great, Liz. I used Duolingo to learn a lot of words. I did a few Alpons. I have learned a little bit to read Hebrew. I still struggle with some letters, like Tzedek. I can never do the pronunciation of Tzedek.
Yeah, so they got TS. It's actually not. It's more like, you know, when you, if you're breathing out, right? So where you can start sucking it in and go, that's the right sound. It's the wrong sound. Usually, when you speak breathing out, not in. So it's set.
When you lived in Israel, like, did you speak English most of the time, or were you able to immerse yourself?
I spoke English most of the time. I was in a English-speaking environment, so I didn't really have to I had to do a little bit at the markets, but I pretty much got by at the markets. I'm going later this summer, so what I'm going to make sure to hone in on again is my numbers, so I can haggle and shit.
That's great. Well, that's the culture. It's a haggling culture.
Yeah, I know. I've been there.
I'm agreeing. I'm backing you up there. That's all. That's what I'm doing.
And I'm sorry I interrupted you, but
Nah, we're good.
I've lived like 6-7 months there overall. All my time I spent there.
Nice.
I was in Jerusalem for 3 months.
We're in Jerusalem. Which area? Not the address, but yeah.
Look up the school Pardes. I was living close to Pardes, and I was also living in Cattermole.
Okay,
so,
no,
I got an idea of what you're talking about. Okay.
So kind of on the border of like East and West Jerusalem. I lived, and then in one of the more Orthodox area, because I moved out of like a couple of Yahoo's house into an Orthodox house, because I didn't like the Yahoo, like living with the Yahoos. And then
when you say Yahoo, you're talking about Christians?
No, not Christians. Just like people that were at my school. One of them.
Okay. No, because I thought you were doing like Yahweh or something. Were you saying Yahoo, not Yahweh? Okay, got it.
Yeah. One was like a gay conservative Jew that was working to become a rabbi, and the other was ex-lone soldier that had broken from the religious movement and was very angry at Israel.
I mean, whatever y'all want, man. We're gonna ball out today. I'm feeling good.
So I got exposed to all different types of Israelis, but
I moved in with you.
I moved in with those folks.
Let me know when you see
Because like, yeah.
10,000.
Liz, what's your experience? Have you been exposed to anybody, all of the above?
Yeah, let's take some off.
In what sense?
Not none of mine.
Hey, Liz, your life exposure to different kinds of Judaism.
You know what? It's so funny because I live in LA County, and I have visited nearly all of the Reform and Conservative synagogues and about a quarter of the Orthodox ones. And I've had more exposure to non-Ashkenazi Jews on this app. I really hadn't visited any synagogues with Sephardic or Mizrahi Jews.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of them around California, I think, especially the LA area.
Oh yeah, the Pico district is full of Orthodox synagogues.
Right, my wife has an uncle over there who's around that.
I think everybody's got an uncle over there who's around.
From my side of the family, I have no family over there. Nobody.
Do you work for the Jewish Federation or something, Liz? How have you been to so many synagogues?
When I converted, one of the things actually before, like my conversion, the rabbi required that I visit a different Reform or Conservative and a Orthodox synagogue. And after I converted, one of the things that was very important for me is to not feel like there was any place that I felt like I couldn't go in as a Jew. So I made a point of just, what got it started was when I was leading Torah study in my synagogue. It would close down in July so that the rabbi could go take the day school kids to Washington, D.C. for a trip, and that happened every July. And so, since we weren't doing Torah study at my synagogue, I would go do Torah study at a different synagogue every week. And then over the years, I would just pick a new synagogue to go to every Saturday of July, and that's how I made my way through so many synagogues.
Oh, that's pretty cool. You're in the Matrix, Barack.
It's interesting. Very long time ago, I knew a Baruch in real life.
Oh, I ain't even sure.
Look at that.
What do you mean by I'm in the Matrix? I'm sorry.
You were your connection was weak.
Oh, the Matrix. Okay.
Yeah, your voice becomes robotic and it gets very choppy.
If you smoke, even if
and that's what people on this app call the Matrix.
Got it. I'm very new to this app, so I'm like, I was on Tandem, and we were trying to. There's an interesting group of people there. We were hanging in the Hebrew room. There's one guy who's like, he's studying to be a convert, and he started a Torah group. He's hilarious. This guy's so cute. But so I joined with that, but then they got bumped. Prior to me joining them, they got bumped off of Tandem because they were talking religion. So they got literally, they can't get back on. So now they're on this app.
Oh, interesting. So that's how you came upon this app.
Yeah, I only heard of Tandem a year ago, believe it or not.
Yeah, I've never heard of Tandem. I'm hearing of Tandem for the first time.
It's a language app, strictly language. So you're going to, the subject, you might have a subject on your party, but you're going to also write which languages you prefer people speak. And people talk about anything, but you stay away from religion or politics. Just about every party in this app wouldn't work in that app. And you're calling your, I've never ever heard a person call another person of color the N-word, and all freaking days all you hear. I was like, wow, on this app, I can't get over this. It's unreal. But it's a completely different culture. Completely.
Yes, Clubhouse has a fascinating culture.
A lot more angry people, I think. And you'll see, if you hang out with the Spanish crowd, they're so warm and so patient. It's great. Oh, love it.
Oh, that's cool.
Well, how long have you been on this app?
Tandem a year. I heard of it and I went right on it.
No, I mean Clubhouse.
Jeez.
So, unfortunately, I mean, we're glad to have you, Berg, but we are in season 6 of Clubhouse. Seasons 1 through 3 were awesome, and season 1 was unmatched, but those first 3 seasons, excellent. There have been some trials and tribulations on this app, and what you have left, present company included, are the bastards, cripples, and broken things. So you're gonna, as you go through a lot of rooms, you're going to witness far more dysfunction than was here early on.
I'm not judging the app by what I'm seeing. I'm sure there are parties. This is the vast majority of what I'm seeing is pretty chaotic, you know. But you know what? Sometimes I'm in parties on tandem, and every other party, people are killing each other. I'm like, what? You know, and then it comes and goes, you know. But you're saying there's a lot of the pretty serious people who are taking turns talking have gone elsewhere, maybe to another app.
Absolutely. Like there's been a mass exodus. Jewish Clubhouse used to have multiple houses and multiple rooms daily. We're down to 1 or 2, and it's only a handful of people.
Yeah, it's mostly people like me and Michael Brunstein talking shit.
You guys are pretty angry earlier. It was good.
Oh, I'm not. I wasn't angry.
No, not you. No, I'm saying you guys, the group. They would because people were bringing up, the whole Palestinian thing. And
right, yeah.
When brought up an opinion, instead of saying, well, what you mean, they would just say, no, there's no freaking way, you know. And they were literally choking each other. It's like, oh, great. So we lost everything. I'm not having this anymore.
That's true.
Right. So you're saying, Liz, that the good days are gone. Whatever I'm enjoying is not that they're bad people. It's that I'm just seeing all the worst.
Yeah, you're seeing the people who really just, I don't know. I call it a bit of the tism. The tism, the OCD, the alcoholism, I can't stand my spouse, so I'm here all.
That's what I hate about these apps. You can't tell if someone's sober or not.
Yeah. A lot of people here are drunk.
I hate that. Oh, I hate it because I can't figure out if I should take something as the norm, or say next time maybe it'll be better. Should I bother giving them a little chance, or it's hard to know. But some people will tell you that they're not sober. They'll tell you straight up.
Yeah. No, I mean, and I think that at this point, with what's left on this app, it's not hard to tell who's not sober. But I'm still here because I hold on to things far longer than I should. So there's a couple people I still like who come on here, and I'll pop in a few times a day just to see if there's anybody or anything interesting going. I don't see Naphtali that often. That's why I was like, oh, let me go see what's going. What's this about his bourbon?
I'm sorry?
Oh, no, go ahead, please.
No, it's fine. I'm going to finish.
No, I just said that I saw Naphtali's bar mitzvah and was like, oh, what's going on?
Well, that was referring to him.
Yeah,
I didn't realize
the title of this room is Naphtali's bar mitzvah.
Now I'm getting it. I was asking where people are going from here, from this app. You know where a lot of them are going? What's the next hot spot?
A lot of people went to Spaces, and then Spaces on X, formerly Twitter.
Oh, okay.
It's a similar
I've yet to be on any of these apps. This is really a stretch for me. Right now, I had to call my filter company and allow this app because it's social media, and I cut out all social media. I don't want any of it. I don't have Facebook on this Device.
What do you think?
It's very nice. Yeah.
Well, I will tell you, I just followed you. So, if you look at the app and you go into your hallway, which is like a little house at the bottom of your screen.
Well, I'm not seeing it now, but okay.
Okay.
Maybe depending on the device, you can maybe get a different view. Hallway. Well, anyway, I'll just
Well, so
find out.
basically, since I followed you, if you follow me back, you'll see probably houses that I subscribe to or rooms that are on my interest list. Some of them are gonna be crazy, but if you actually see me in a room, it's generally somewhat normal people. I can't vouch for normalcy.
Yeah, because I'm sure everybody. It's fine. Well, Yom Haledet Sameach, even though it's not your birthday, Nassan.
He took off. Yeah, I don't know if you looked at your phone, but he took off about 10 minutes ago. I can go ahead and close the room if you need to go do something.
No, I'm fine. It's fine. It's really nice talking with you. But if you wanted to broach another subject, we can go ahead and get in there. No, I'm quite bored right now.
Briefly, you'd like to say, you and me your address or whatever they already used.
You stupid ass! And then people thought that was my burner.
It is. That's because voices stuff. You know. They imagine they desired goat, and that's what they thought.
Absolutely not. How do you explain otherwise well-adjusted people? And I'm gonna name names. NL, CEO, King Nani. That spend 6 hours in chillism every day. How do you explain that?
CEO was recruiting the other day. He said we should join it. It's very intellectual conversation.
Oh. This app is amazing. I tell you, every time like, and then something happens, and then there's a crash, or
Matt Cool say, how do you explain Monica?
how do you explain Monica?
How do you explain John Kitterer?
How do you explain? He was running his meeting with a lawyer the other day.
It's not AP Prim no more. AP Prim is out the door. No attorney work product here.
It was insane.
Wait, where is he? How do you explain Matt Goliath?
Oh my God, steroids. Oh man, this app, I mean, at this point, at one point I used to like, yeah, you would tell people, at this point, this app is impossible to jump in. It's just impossible.
Yeah.
It's impossible.
Yeah, the people who left with their real names, it's like they can't come back now. Like I saw somebody in here today with her real name that she's been the whole time, but she took a break, and I want to be like, you can't be in here no more with your real name.
It's totally masquerade at this point.
Yeah, how do you explain Rambo?
I don't know.
Remember the time when y'all were talking about the house in Mississippi and the house in California, and he was asked for his analysis?
Yes, I do. It happened 2 weeks ago. I was driving, and we was talking about Roth IRA. And he came in. I remember very well.
Which is close to the Nude Beach.
How do you explain Ramesses
But it was mostly like gay guys that would come and like hang out, have so much fun. Like there's been a lot of free willies all over the place.
That's right. If we're gonna free the nipple, we better free the willy.
I saw a lady freeing the tampon string.
Ooh.
Yeah. In France.
Come on. Medical tent. Medical tent.
It wasn't even a nude beach. It wasn't like a nude beach. Like I was wearing trunks and everyone I was with was wearing clothes, you know, like whatever's normal stuff.
Listen, when the pad is full, you gotta pull.
Yeah, there's like 6% of the people out there have like no tops on if they're women and whatever. It was like pretty mellow, but one lady,
that's the fun of the beach. Like, it's the edge of law. What are you gonna do?
one lady had a string, dude.
What's wrong?
It was funny because she was wearing, she was changing because she was wearing a bikini bottom, but then she had her towel kind of on short or something, and then she was changing like right like 20 feet to the right in front of me. And I just happened to look over when she's like, and it, boom, I saw a string, and I looked away quick. I'm like, oh shit.
Right.
That was pretty funny. Holy shit.
Threw up in my mouth.
Hey, some people just don't care. Some people don't even like.
Yeah, it's the beach.
Give a fuck. Yeah, she probably didn't give a fuck. So they do the
Yeah,
fuck
he's a
for.
stranger.
Yeah.
She doesn't remember him. Like.
She's like free show. Fuck you. You know, who cares?
No, but the waves are no joke, bro. I remember me and my friend were swimming in the ocean, and both of us were getting whipped around, and like his willy popped out, and there's a bunch of ladies on the beach. Yeah, that's funny.
The ocean pantsed him.
It straight up did, bro. The same thing happened to me though. Like
Theodore was in a mood that day.
usually I wear trunks though. I think we're just wearing our underwear or something. I also have one of those Muslim bathing suits that make me look like a seal.
The burkinis?
You mean like a burkini or a surfer suit?
It's like a burkini, but it's real. I don't know. It does look more like almost like a scuba suit or something.
Suits are good for like sun protection, but like they're still too like form fitting. You know, I like pieces I can get in and out of. They have good like swim shirts that have like, UV resistance that aren't like skin tight like I'm a superhero.
Bro, I love wetsuits. I would wear wetsuits all day.
Like nah, maybe for me. I'd rather not. Rather have something that feels like a shirt.
Keeps you pretty warm though when you're in there, you know?
Sure, I get that. But like, to me, like the hot and cold variants is like part of the pitch. Like I want to be so hot that I want to go cool off. You know?
How is that man on the same app?
And the other thing we're trying for is like
as
shelter. You know? If you can be
the man
safe for yourself at the beach.
as Honey Shakur. Why are Steve Crone and Honey Shakur on the same app? Yeah, that's a good one. Thank you, MG. Why is the CEO of T-Mobile on an app arguing with a woman who calls herself Kalisha, who says she'll piss on you? What's going on? Oh God.
Dan, explain Isaac Hayes' son arguing with people.
Why is Isaac Hayes' son?
How about his son coming?
On the app, starting his own competitor app to compete not only with this app, but another app by a Nigerian who was with a Somali, even though what? What are we doing? Y'all don't remember all the storylines?
Certainly do. That's why I love this app. This dirty, clean app.
I think we are insane. I'm realizing now.
Yes, we are.
For sure.
How do you explain a 500 pound bench pressing nigga who's Jewish and calls himself Spinoza back channeling with another nigga about Hamlet?
talented artist in graphics.
Yeah, they do musicals. There was a Fela Kuti musical. There was a Princess and the Frog.
Lion King, Aladdin. I like the Aladdin one.
The same app was someone who dated a black woman who's now a Zionist, won an Image Award, and the same app with Ava DuVernay.
I mean, to Ben's point yesterday, the same app where you are able to re-meet someone who you saw on a stage play when you were but a boy. It's crazy.
So I just want to say that was nasty that you said you were but a boy maybe 10 times.
Also, here's one. Oh, go ahead.
No, you got it. Go ahead.
The same app that a rising actor had to go sit down after being on a stage and accused of anti-Semitic statements. He had to go sit down while his movie was in the theater.
Yes. Was this before or after the Moan Room?
Oh my God. How do you explain that in the midst of a pandemic, in the midst of Omicron, I had multiple fake children who had temperatures at 104 plus with COVID suffering, and I drove 40 minutes each way, and the way I got through it was by listening to moan rooms. I had to get a Tylenol. I said, oh shit, that's supposed to put us 40 minutes. Oh, here's a moan room. I go into the moan room, and who's in the audience? This guy called Michael, Gerard, all the magats, all the family values. The only one that wasn't there, God bless him, was Mr. Edward. All in the moan room. This app is insane. How do you explain on the app, Joe Budden signed a $20 million deal so forth. He got rooms with 8 people in there, public room. What's going on? Nah, man. That's absolutely wild.
Explain King Los, the vegan rapper, telling everybody that the transatlantic slave trade was fake.
Who said that?
King Los.
Oh God, I forgot he was on here.
Yep.
Don't forget the guy.
You can't bring him in. It wasn't no shit.
Don't forget the guy who ran a room every day in a club called African Journal, who talked about his Pan-Africanism and building with Africans, and 2 years later, he was anti-immigrant, voting for Donald Trump.
Oh my God, yes. Oh my God. Oh my.
How do you explain an app where a man in the fit of anger labels the charge that the other person that they're arguing with is a pedophile and has documents and files on it? And we ask, well, and they've known this for a while. They can't get to the documents and the files. And then we ask them, well, why would you talk to someone that you've known this for so long? And he says, because I'm dealing with the argument.
I'll be a child rapist. Why are you still talking to him? He said, because I'm dealing with the argument. I remember that. That was amazing.
How do you explain
Hey,
that?
remember Amber Rose band?
Yeah. She went from here to the RNC.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
Blew up. Explain Dr. Julio.
That's what I'm saying. How do you explain him and Amber Rose's relationship on Clubhouse?
Oh, I think they became friends and they went to the
Yes.
White House together.
Yes.
Did
They
go to the
both
White House
turned.
together?
They both turned MAGA on Clubhouse.
Damn. Some people definitely made a little bit of money, and I gotta give them credit. I give
explain a woman with highest doctorate that you can get from a one institution with a family member who everybody probably knows from his stage plays, screaming and hollering at people on the app about big dicks? What?
How do you explain that?
Not the big dick deviants.
How do you explain dick balls and
Honestly, on that.
That's a good
It's
one.
great.
Oh, it's at boy. Boy, oh boy, what a blessing. True laughs, man. Nobody say that the laughs are like We got true belly laughs. I don't think we learn much, to be fair. I don't think anybody really learned much, except for when your mom and them used to actually do spaces where people could read books and stuff. So bracket that. But we had good laughs. Good laughs.
I disagree, man. Y'all give me a lot of books from y'all's talk, so some of us, you got some out.
That's true. That's true. Oh boy, I got some too. I wasn't the only one, but definitely got some. Hey, Mama, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you see the interview with Robert Carroll on C-SPAN that came out last week?
No, I didn't see it.
Yeah, it's time to let it go. I know he's living to finish this book. The book, he says he's typed up about 950 pages. I'm going to say something which I don't know is just very controversial, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. I think Robert Carroll is incredibly overrated. I know I'm not allowed to say that, but I'm speaking.
Is this his new book on Johnson?
Yeah, it's the last one on Johnson.
Oh.
He's typed up. Huh?
Isn't he like 90 or 100?
Yes! Right now,
He looked older.
Right now, he is 90. He was born in 1935. He'll be 91. He's got one book left. And the last one that came out in 2012. Like, it's over. Just let it go.
Let somebody publish it posthumously and clean it
Yeah. He's like, oh, I typed up. And you know it's going to be a long time because his editor died. But I watched the interview, and it's just like, I'm still upset about the Barney Frank interview. You know, he died like where's Akima? We're talking about that. First Lady, are you there? First Lady, are you there? Remember when me and Akima were upset about that guy interviewing Barney Frank? He was like dying. Remember that interview?
Yeah, he was on life support cancer.
Yeah, he was in the hospital. He died.
Oh, he did?
Yes, he died. Like,
Yeah, I
he
remember
died
you.
2 weeks later.
I remember you crashed out about that. You was mad.
Why did you crash out? I wasn't.
Oh, instead of doing what? I don't even know if the audio.
Jake
They
Tapper
put the
was
camera
on
in
the
there.
interview.
Yeah, they put the camera in there. Did you see it?
No, I ain't see it.
Oh, Jake Tapper's ashamed of himself. He looked like he died, went to heaven, came back because he forgot his keys, and then it's going back to heaven. Oh yeah, Akima, he died. He died.
Yeah, I knew
2
he
weeks
died.
ago. He died. Hold on, Barney Frank. So we listened to it. Barney Frank died 19th.
Yeah.
I was like, why is Jake Tapper his face was sunken in, the spit was coming out, you could tell his brain was in the. Me and Kim were like, what are they doing? He died.
We shouldn't be laughing at this, so I would prefer you not continue.
Yeah, I apologize. I made the noises. I'm sorry.
I don't want to laugh.
Yeah, that's fair.
But
Yeah, I apologize. That's fair.
But
yeah, he died first.
He
Lady.
was on
He
that
died.
on that morphine, your mama, he was in pain. And at first, like, he was propped up. And then I guess the medicine started kicking in, and it
consider that.
I know why. Okay, I just literally every addict.
I just watched the first 5 minutes of it. Okay. Tapper is a failed journalist.
Thank you.
Who looks for every opportunity to go after the left. The only reason he's interviewing Barney Frank in this interview is because Barney Frank is hitting on the left, knowing how progressive his record was when he was a member of Congress. It's insane.
Disgusting. Him and I was saying that too. There was no reason for him to thank you. So you hadn't seen it.
No, I hadn't seen it. I don't watch
it. You should listen to it. Maybe you don't want to watch it. It is so
I saw.
disturbing.
Yeah, I saw how dark his face was, how sunken it was. He couldn't even open his eyes. I saw it. Yeah, it's crazy. That book, that's why when they came out, him and Al Thompson, when they came out that book, they are hungry seekers. They hate Democrats and they do everything to try to undermine them. Those are the journalists in my mind who gave the foundation for the rise of MAGA.
You know how people talk about, this is going to be a deep cut, but I bet you'll remember this. You know how people talk about how Barack Hussein Obama, why'd they get that boy the middle name Hussein? I don't even understand. They knew he was going to be raised by the white grandparent. Why would they name him Hussein?
Didn't they name him after his dad? And his daddy knew him? Or no?
Even more reason not to name him Hussein. Okay. Anyway, so Barack, everybody remembers how Barack Obama did that thing about Donald Trump, the joke about you'll never be. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna just find it and play it for y'all. Hold on.
It's on, you mean at the White House Correspondents' Dinner?
Yeah. Y'all know about that joke, right?
Yeah.
About at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What many people don't know. This was Obama. This is to your point. Hold on. Okay, hold on. What people probably don't know. Let's see if I can find it.
Incredibly fast change. It's on television.
Let's see if I can find it. One second. I'm gonna find it. I bet you all y'all forgot about this one. Hold on. Well, if I can't find it, I'm gonna explain it. Oh, here we go. Now remember what your mama just said. This is Obama's.
Sir, key staff are now starting to leave the White House. Even reporters have left me. Savannah Guthrie left the White House press corps to host the Today Show. Norah O'Donnell left the briefing room to host CBS This Morning. Jake Tapper left journalism to join CNN.
Everybody hear that? So y'all forgot about that.
Yeah.
Y'all heard that? Let's just do it again.
Is that his origin story?
Jack Taper's face. He is pissed.
Jake Tapper left journalism to join CNN.
And they laughing. He is pissed. You can see it in his face. He's doing that fake smile, and then he goes and takes a drink. You know how you get embarrassed at a cocktail party or dinner party, and the way you can hold that in when you're smarting is to take a drink of wine? That's exactly what he did. I'm telling y'all.
Wait, is that?
Jake Tapper has added out for Democrats for some time. It's pushed them over the edge. I'm telling you.
Was that his origin story?
Now, he was already sort of being anti-Democrat. He knew where the money was. But that's where I think he really went. I think if you trace it from there to, what's the name of the book? Betrayal was the name of the book.
Yeah, Betrayal.
Betrayal, yeah. I think that's an arc in his career.
Yeah, I think the irony is like y'all we were talking about growth not too long ago, and like the idea there is some truth in this, right? So the reason why the joke hits because everybody knows that he was already not covering the Obama administration fairly. It was always a tilted angle at that moment, even before he joined CNN. So the fact that he would call it out is why it's funny, but it has some truth into it. But I do think that's the case. If you guys just listen, I mean, if he did that, I mean, I saw the Barty right now, but the fact that he did that, and the sort of the question was around what the left is doing and how badly the left is flailing. It's insane. And I mean, he didn't have to put Barney Frank on the camera. They could have just said.
But Israel, because Israel has gets a lot of their weapons from the U.S., also a lot of people donate to Israel, they have become spoiled in terms of their military doctrine. They are willing to waste money and waste resources on tactical victories that do not bring them closer to their strategic objectives. For example, when it comes to their fighter jets, when you take a fighter jet out, you have a whole crew of people that get it ready to make sure it's ready. The pilot, and then when you bring it back in, that whole plane has to be checked, paint, everything, the avionics. It's thousands, and the fuel. It's thousands of dollars to do a run. They, during Nasrallah's funeral, did 2 low-flying passes over the crowd to intimidate the crowd. They were like, I don't know, a couple of thousand feet above them. Very low during the funeral. There was no, military reason for this, or objective. No military objective at all. And it cost them thousands of dollars. They're willing to do this. They're willing to do this because their doctrine is, intimidation, and
taunting people.
Yeah, because they're getting, the jets. They're getting they're getting so much help from other, and not just the U.S. but other countries as well. They get so much help that they don't have to worry about the money for these kinds of antics.
So they're just spending indiscriminately then.
But yes, exactly. And so when you say Amir tit for tat, that sounds good, but when it comes to war, that's a great way to lose because that's not how you should be fighting a war. You should be fighting a war the way Iran fights a war, which is don't react to the other side. You control the other side. They take out, your people. It doesn't mean you take out theirs. No.
That's not controlling.
Wait,
It is controlling. It's like the classic definition of escalation control for military doctrine. It's the reason why Iran came out on top. It's the only reason. And for example, so they didn't go after Assad people in Israel. However, when Israel threw missiles or dropped bombs close to the Bashar, I forgot what it's called, the nuclear power plant in Iran. I think it's Bashar. Iran immediately dropped two missiles right next to the Israeli nuclear plant. So that's an example of what you would call tit for tat, because that would, if Israel went further, then Iran would have went further and hit the nuclear power plant itself. But in this case here, there was an objective behind that tit for tat. It was to stop Israel from thinking that they can hit our nuclear power plant without consequences. If they do it, we also have the capability of hitting theirs, and we are going to show them that we have the capability. And hit their nuclear power plants.
Wait,
So-
I did read that it's true, you guys.
What is true?
The hit.
What?
You read it? Something about the Iranian.
Iranians putting $80 million?
Bounty.
Yeah.
I don't think there's credibility behind that. Iran is,
It sounds like nonsense, but it was more like that they would approve it, something like that.
maybe. I mean, Iran has the upper hand right now in the U.S. when it comes to the political spectrum here in the U.S.
They wouldn't need to do that.
They wouldn't need to. But they have us in an escalation trap.
Alright. Let's see, I mean, I don't agree with
He's married to that young lady.
In America.
So he hit all the
Black Daddy. Did y'all see that?
yes, he hit all the notes he needed to hit on that one. So
They said Tim Scott?
No, Cory Booker.
No,
No.
He's Jewish. Her mom is Jewish.
but Brother Bessie was moving on to the other black man who married a white woman very quickly, and
Tallarico's girlfriend's kind of cute.
yeah, she's also, from what I read somewhere, she's also another generational Texan with ties to a man who Maynard County is named after. So
Yeah, it's a biracial relationship. She's Latina.
yeah, so and she's what was that?
Do you know if they have a Facebook?
Well, if they did, it can hold many times.
Sounds like a perfectly well-market researched girlfriend.
Yeah, she's cute, slim. They look good together in the picture I saw of them together.
I agree.
So,
See, this is the difference between Tim Scott's, though. Tim Scott's looks weird. It don't look right.
When it was the pause before you said weird that made that summation even funnier.
All right, so somebody tweeted, amid swirling allegations of homosexuality, James Tallarico's campaign has finally revealed the identity of his girlfriend, who was a vegan and dancer at a local gay bar. How many men out there meet their girlfriends at a gay bar? Something's not adding up. Well, whoever tweeted this doesn't know that. That's actually one of the defeaters. If you're a straight guy, you have to go to a gay bar because you'd have to pick up the litter of the women that are there.
Wait, I thought she was on his ass. I thought she was on his ass. What's going on?
Didn't say he met her there, just says he works there.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh, yeah, why would they say it? She might go to staff now.
Yeah, they're trying to imply that they met at the gay bar.
What's wrong with meeting a lady at the gay bar?
Yeah, I know some straight guys that like the attention at the gay bars.
I mean,
Well, Tim Scott, wife, she kind of looked trans to me. No offense. I mean, I don't know, but her face kind of, it looks like man. Hello? What's going on?
I heard that she's like Texas royalty. Like she's like descendant of one of the guys that signed the Declaration of Independence for Texas.
What you were talking about Tallarico. Sorry,
Tallarico.
I was mixing women. Sorry.
Yeah, Tallarico's girlfriend. She's like descendant of one of the folks that signed the Declaration of Independence for Texas.
Yeah, that's what Britt was saying, that she was Texas royal.
I didn't know they had a declaration.
yes, we had a constitution before we were annexed into the United States of America. So yes, we have such foundational document.
Constitution or a Declaration of Independence?
Really and truly, we have a Texas Constitution, and then we follow the U.S. Constitution.
Yeah, Tim Scott
Sam, was it Sam Houston? No, who was the guy?
Sam Houston?
Yeah. Is he one of the originals?
Yeah. No, that was like George Jones.
I mean, he's the founder of Sam Houston, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he signed it. Yeah.
Yeah. He wasn't the president.
What's his name? Yeah, I saw Tim Scott the other day. I think one of his stepkids graduated, and he called it his kids. People were very confused. But he has 3 stepkids now. She had 3 kids, and so he's got 3 stepkids.
So it's okay for him to call them stepkids, but not for mama.
Correct.
Exactly. And Tim Scott's been married how long to this woman?
I think 3 years now. But when was the election?
2014.
He got married in 2014. Yeah.
Wait, we meant to say 2024.
2024, yeah, that's
2024. Yeah, it'll be, yeah, it's almost 3 years.
Wasn't he married before then, though? Wasn't he married during the primary?
They were just dating.
Engaged.
Oh.
They got engaged on Kiowa Island, which I love. It says here on 2024 January.
And to your point, Kamala was already married 10 years, I believe. Is that right?
At least, yeah, I think so. At least 10 years.
Now Tim Scott's the longest serving black senator in the history of America.
Oh shit!
I heard that he made calls on behalf of Clyburn's district. That's what I heard.
I believe it. I think lots of things might have been burned down at that district in South Carolina. But that district, no, that one, when that didn't pass, that didn't surprise me. There's lots of buried bodies, and they're not all because of Mr. Murdoch. Just got out of jail, although he'll be going back.
That's crazy. That was crazy.
I gotta watch the documentary. Have you seen it, Mom?
Many of them.
Oh, that's right. This is genre. I forgot. That's right.
I met the assistant DA like maybe last year. I don't know where I was, but he was there talking about the investigation. I feel bad for him. He was very pumped up about it. And the mistake, I was not his for sure. That's crazy. But he still will be in jail for a very long time. Like, he'll still be in jail for a very long time.
Well, are they going to retrial that one?
I don't know. I mean, the state put a lot of money in the kid. You know, like, it wasn't like the way I understand from the talk, it wasn't a straight, it was a very circumstantial case. So, unless they come up with new evidence, I don't know if they will put that kind of money into it. But maybe the assistant, it wasn't assistant, the deputy AG, that's what it was. He's in the documentary, he's in the HBO one, I think, the Netflix one, he's in the Netflix one. Maybe he will, I don't know.
I misspoke. Ellie was correct. He is, in fact, not out. Thank you, Ellie, for the correction.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I said he's out. I was wrong. He was not out.
Yeah, I think he's pretty much in there for, like, the rest of his adult life for what the other crimes.
Yeah.
The fraud and so forth. Circumstantial evidence is not less dispositive than direct evidence.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it was like a very hard case for them to try. As I understand it, it was a very hard case for them to try with a lot of circumstantial evidence. I don't know if they want to spend that amount of money to retry him when he's already going to be in jail for a lot of time. That's all I'm saying.
Did you catch what the technicality was that had the case thrown out?
Yeah, the clerk that was overseeing the engagement between the judge and the jury, she basically gave too much information to the jury.
To the jury.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it wasn't anything that like it's not like they found any other information. Like the AG's office was involved or anybody else was involved. It's like basically this one woman or one person rather that was involved.
Too much information to the jury?
Yeah, essentially trying to like tip them to vote for conviction.
Wow. That person is upset. I wonder if they lost their career. All the money that goes into a prosecution like that? It was overthrown at the state level.
Yeah, the state level. Yeah. I mean, technically, I feel like she's tampering with the jury, so technically they could not only she probably lost her job, but there's a chance that they could file charges against her, or give her some kind of fine or something. I mean that's a crime, I think, to tamper with the jury.
Alex just sued her.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I heard, Sherry. Thank you. And it looks like someone said she was convicted. Oh, that's crazy.
Was I unmuted just now? I think I was muted. Big Israel Day parade today, the biggest Israel event outside of Israel in New York City. Of course, Mayor Mamdani, first mayor of New York City known history to not attend the Israel Day parade. Jessica Tisch, the commissioner of police, marched proudly in her words.
I just want everybody to know how much I've evolved. I will not be responding to that on behalf of a New Yorker. Thank you very much.
I guess you didn't go.
I'm proud of you. I would never go. I'd go to maybe protest the right-wing assholes who are actually marching in there, but then that would be a response.
RJ Wagner, Audrey.
I admit it was a response, so I'll shut up.
It's not partisan. It's not partisan. There's left, right, everybody in between. Nothing partisan. Last time I saw Eric Nadler there, hardly a right-winger.
Not they left TT for dead in here.
So when's the next game?
And that's even worse. You came back and now you're here by yourself.
Hey Arthur, you're here, right? Arthur?
Where's Divine?
Here, Yeah, where's
In the
my-
Zoom.
It's on Wednesday.
No, yeah, but when is the first game at MSG? So I can just, make sure to prep for that.
Wednesday, isn't it? Isn't it at the first game? No, it's the first game.
That's what Divine said in the chat. It's Wednesday, and as your mama said, the first game will be in San Antonio.
Oh, shit. Oh, so,
Yeah, you won't have to worry until I think game 3 for anything to be played in New York.
Yeah, let's hope that it's so bad. It's so bad. Games 1 and 2 that you don't have to worry about.
I'll have to see when the first game in New York, because I'm actually going to be in DC. So.
I just have to say, before Spiritus can say it, I just have to say Knicks at 4.
Okay. Spiritus, are you meeting with Hurricane?
No, I will be seeing my niece graduate high school.
You could do both. Bring Hurricane.
I have a good relationship with my niece, and I want to send her off to college well.
Why is there so many mods in the chat, but won't be on stage? You need to bring them up. Bring Neoliberal up. He could be on stage, sleep, or whatever he's doing.
I saw that before Neoliberal. That's wild.
Yeah, that's a wild anti-American article. I guess I'll read the next from Reuters. U.S. military personnel are being targeted using location data, Pentagon letter shows. There's some color quote here. Commercial location data can be used to identify U.S. troops congregate and their patterns of life, which can be exploited by adversaries to target attacks, such as missiles, drones, and roadside drones, as well as for counterintelligence purposes. The letter works. This is from Senator Biden. It was time to start treating the EdTech industry as a national security threat. And some examples. Journalists, and this is alleged that Iran has done this. Journalists at Wired and 2 German news outlets drew billions of coordinates collected by data broker to expose granular comings and goings of people stationed at and around 11 U.S. military and intelligence sites in Germany, as an example. And yes, there are allegations that Iran has done this.
Yeah, that's the wildest thing is that there's no hacking involved. It's all publicly available. You can buy it from a data broker information. I remember this was a while ago, but I remember there was something that was given away because somebody was going on runs and they were using the Strava app, and so they basically mapped out a base because of the runs that people were running.
That was ridiculous. Yes, the Strava app is notoriously bad at this because it has this achievements, it has all of this by default, and even if you want to turn it off, it is like in 10 different places to turn it off. I use the app. And I looked, there was a picture in the map of one of those labs, right? It suggests when you open the app, in some location suggests you labs based on where people run, and there was like in the middle of nowhere a soldier running on a base, and there's nothing else there in Google Maps but that like red dotted line where that person is like exercising a few times a week. It was insane.
Well, this is a small example of the way social media is undermining our lives, and we should. The attention-grabbing aspect of the social media, but I guess logging into Strava and showing people where you've run, showing contacts where you've run is part of that. But it should be the next big issue, I think,
think you should leave it. I think you should leave it right now. It's very dangerous.
Oh, I have nothing to hide. I'm not a service person or anything.
Damn, it didn't work.
Not a good try.
Good attempt, though. Very good attempt. I'll give you a 9 out of 10 for that one.
Even smile. Wasn't even funny, really.
Yeah, the social media, on the social media apps, but the article goes kind of further than that. It's not just social media apps. It's
Google.
Yeah, it's Google.
And Amazon.
Google, Amazon, but it's also usually all the Apple apps also sometimes, but more frequently Android apps that are built with certain software development kits that embed location tracking and then install a broker, right? That can it's all made for advertising purposes, right? If you're either buying a video or even try to basically create ads that are targeting American English speaking people in the Middle East, right? That like there you can just ad buying and targeted ad buying. You can collate some pattern of life, and yeah, you can get to it.
What's up, Neil?
Missed what, sorry? Ah.
Example, I came across an individual on here, right? Went from being a drug dealer, all of that, right? Took that information and decided to become a baker, a baker, right? He took the street smarts and just applied it in a different way, right? Learned a little bit of chemistry, right?
Drawings on rocks and in the Gulf of Aqaba, which is in the Red Sea, closely connecting the Egypt and the Sinai Peninsula, is where they have found petrified animal bone remains and a gold covering that is in the shape of a forest boat. In terms of physical evidence, we do have them. But I mean, if you're going to hold the standard of evidence to the point where we today would say, give us proof that this person did such and such, like in a court of law, whether he committed a certain crime, then no, we wouldn't be able to do that. But if you do that, then you also compromise a lot of the other historical claims from that far back. We're talking almost 3,000 years ago. So over 3,000 years ago. And so I don't think that's exactly fair. But at the same time, I don't think it's unreasonable. But if you're going to be skeptical to that degree, I don't think it would be helpful to anything else that you want to. We wouldn't be able to affirm anything going that far back. So
I would contend because there's plenty of things that we definitely have been able to affirm within like ancient Greek history, and like I said, I mean, absence of evidence is evidence of absence, but of course, what we would expect to find, like there is a massive civilization, we would expect to
right? So like when you had these people who were in the desert for 40 years and they were carrying pots and pottery in their clay jars, you'd expect that there would be remains, as well as like 10 remains. But that's just something that we don't see anywhere.
Yeah, but then again, they were a relatively small group of people. What is it, like just
Except
2
there were
million people?
hundreds of thousands of people.
Okay, well, I guess it would have been somewhere in the range of several hundred thousands to maybe between 1 to 2 million, whatever the case is. I mean, if you're talking about physical artifacts, there have been things that have been found, but again, I'm not sure exactly this is a worthwhile avenue of inquiry to pursue. The reason why I say that is because if they did find something, it would only follow to question whether those artifacts belong to the ancient Jews who wandering the desert 40 years or to someone else, because it's been that long time. But by the same token, anything that was left from that long period of time, it would have been scavenged, destroyed. Unless if you're talking iron objects, bronze objects, highly corroded by now, and I mean, maybe skeletal remains, but again, if anything that is produced, you would have the rational grounds to question, does it really come from there? And then if it doesn't meet your standard of criteria for establishing that those artifacts belong to the Jews, then you would just rationally say, rightfully so, that you don't have proof that it belongs to them. So, for me though, I think it's more than fair to say that if someone has produced physical evidence suggesting that the Exodus never happened to any capacity,
Hello?
is what I would take as, yeah.
Have you seen the hieroglyphics?
A few moments ago, you said we know.
Have you seen the hieroglyphics of the Egyptians and their chariots buried underneath the water on the insides of the pyramid?
We know.
Hello?
That it's actually open to
Oh my god, what did I do?
What did you do? Mahdi here is a racist, bigot, anti-Semitic scumbag, a piece of trash.
Yeah, no, I'm just scum. I know scum. Pure after scum. Anyway, so regarding 2 points you mentioned we know earlier that archaeology confirms the Bible. Now you seem to backtrack, which is a good. There's also things in the past cannot be confirmed, and what can be found is open to debate, and I'm glad you noticed that. The second issue is that when you talked about the chromosome fusion, I think it was the point. This idea.
Or someone's not good enough.
It means that kind of.
Like, it's okay.
Yeah, exactly. It means what the word means, right? It's in the middle.
Yeah, I've been on this stuff for so long now.
Now you know.
Sometimes, when the Italian Americans can understand, or the New Yorkers.
No, that's.
Oh, you have this intro.
Yeah, it's very easy.
Yes, exactly. I don't understand that. Yes.
That's amazing. Hey, yo, forget about it. All that mafia, Sopranos.
Yeah, exactly. Sopranos.
Yeah, very Sopranos. What makes the Sopranos so good is how authentic it is.
Yes. It's very good. But I like to
But the talking dialogue is so good.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's very similar. Boston, New York, New Jersey, Philadelphia, all that stuff.
Yeah, because there are a lot of Italians over there.
A lot of everything, really, but yeah. Every 5 miles, a different community of immigrants. There's a little Italy, there's a little everything. But yeah, definitely.
Irish.
Italian red?
I'm not just a junkie.
Yes. Very much.
tell this story about Chicago when I just entered there. So I was there for a conference, so me and my colleagues were going to work. And we had to take the subway and from the airport. So I remember like every stop of the subway was previously John Keelover's clubhouse. I was so nervous of the what if he slips in the same subway as I am. And I got so nervous. We were at the Central, it's Clark or something. I forgot what was the name of that stop. I had to change the subway. And I get off the subway and I look to my left and I see this bald man, 6'3" or something, talking to his phone. Wow, that's him. And I looked at him, he looked at me. And I just turned around, I was like, girls, let's go.
You're all these clubhouse with the job. Yeah, I'm not very drawn up in here.
He says, for me, it was like the biggest shock. It's the first thing I saw. And I was like, okay, I'm going to tell him I'm in Chicago.
John would be tame for your average New Yorker. You wouldn't even notice John.
Yeah.
Crazy New Yorker.
Back in the days, I didn't really know him. So I knew him as a priest. But then after the trip, we started talking more. You know, he's still crazy, but yeah, I wouldn't be so scared, but I wasn't really scared. True. But then, come on, he's crazy in real life too. No? He said his own father said he was wrong.
I'm probably someone that is kind of the same way. No, it's that. My dad thought of like let's just say that. I know my difference is if I you know, okay, all honest, like around the years, like
Since you did international, I think maybe 10.
one.
Oh, okay. Well, would you rather have him around or not?
Sorry, still close. I was trying to get my last stop a little bit.
Okay, yeah, you do it.
No, I have to leave more now. I just didn't realize that I was in my pocket. I realized the mic was somewhere. I heard the thing bang. Trying to get. No, I mean, it'd be cool if you did more than one. There's one more than my mother's done. So there's that. But I've probably done close to 1,000 shows. Now, most of them, no, there's no way I can do this. I mean, I'm wearing a t-shirt right now that says Battle Rapper. Like, a lot of these shows, rap battle, and stuff like that. It's no place for you. There you go. But I've performed with all kinds of very cool events that not big move about 15 years ago. So they missed everything the last 15 years because they lived outside of the country. But there's probably been way less than half of the shows I've done within the last 15 years. The most shows I did in my life was probably from 2000 to 2008, and they moved probably around 2012ish. Yeah, I think they did move in 2012. But even then, I like 35 minutes from where they were, and I was doing 100 shows a year. But yeah, most of them were the garbage, but there were quite a bit. Like I invited them. They're like, what are we gonna do at your rap show? And I was like, oh. I'm not sure. But I'll tell you what, if it's not invited, definitely go. Yeah. Sorry, yeah, I was saying too much of stuff. It's a really. Try to work hard, Elliot. We're just trying to work hard. You know what I mean? Well, for me, it's 7 o'clock on Sunday, and I'm shut
that interact with that. I don't know if everybody knows fields. I just walked by these people. I was like, oh, it's all text. That's not appropriate. Put that away. This is why y'all sometimes people need to be drinking in the gym. I don't know. Maybe it's Wally does have a robot. Oh. Oh. That's pretty good. It's a lot of fat out shooting people, I'm just gonna say that. Especially in America.
I think generally it's on the rise though. It is a problem. But I'm torn on how to solve it. Part of it is personal responsibility, accountability, and care. Part of it is also the wider environment.
That's right. Yep.
Those are kind of just things that we just look at. Like if everybody wants to take us,
Quite often it's habits to begin with. It might be a future body change to natural training, but probably started off lighter than they actually are, but over time they become less active for different reasons.
I'll become more sedentary. I know, like, I eat about and also weight. My mother's side has diabetes, so it's like lose weight. So I had a really fun about 2 weeks ago, but my left knee is bad, and I can't do as much as I could when I was in college, and so I become like far more sedentary than I got to be for me.
Those are good reasons.
Yeah, you're gonna feel that way. If you want to become 600 pounds, that's now. When you start applying medical services, you're gonna have a group of people, not me, but you're gonna have a group of people that go, well, if you took care of yourself, you weren't big, man. I think that's also kind of a valid argument. Again, not that I personally big, I think you get fat, and then you have to eat, you don't have enough money, well, you're in case you don't have enough money, so there should be some support to that.
Human beings, we've gotten to the point where you're, I mean, taking ourselves out of natural selection. There's some mechanism kind of in artificial intelligence.
I read something. Or maybe it was based on that.
No, I'm not that complicated. It's like last time thinking as a lot is for like towards the end of the Wally thinks like stuff for his planet. I mean he's a little robot and he can sit back
saw it as a little kid while I was on my.
I was full of devil when I saw Wally. I was full of devil when I was much older. I was like some Wally.
I mean, I was a preteen, I think, but like still like well, you weren't angry. I should have said I was a preteen, not not 8 or 9. I was like 11 or 12. I gotta be nice to even Elliot, man. Elliott's young. I gotta be nice to all you youngins when you say dumb stuff. I gotta remember. 1,400 times, you know what I mean? Trust me, I am fully capable of being as stupid as
on the other side of that, like,
I am not telling they're wrong, but
wisdom, that's
slang
right.
different.
But it's also true
Slang
that
language words in the different because నాకు కన్నడ వల్ల చాలా కన్నడ తెలుగు మిక్స్ అయిపోయింది.
Roger Penrose, he's just kind of fucking ridiculous ideas, and nobody pushes back because he's just a really old guy. A lot of people respect him. He has a fucking Nobel Prize.
Back against him all the time. Just don't know it.
Yeah, there's lots of old people like that where they need a little.
Yeah, they do. On this app, you're just like, oh, Roger Penrose, like they heard about last week. So people are all excited. It's like, bro, the real circles, people like, yeah, you might be time for him to hang it up. I'm gonna fall off a cliff though. I can tell from me, definitely looking younger for my age, it's gonna catch up really fast. Like as the grays start to come in, it's just gonna be a wrap, you know. Because when you have all your hair, I think it keeps you looking artificially younger. You know what I'm saying? And so, but then it's eventually gonna all be white. You know what I'm saying? And once the hair goes white, there's no turning back. You know what I'm saying? I think I only got a couple of years.
And we used to fuck a lot. So I got a letter one day, and the letter was like, yo, we're gonna like tell you to leave the country. And so she was like, no, I don't want that to happen. So we ended up getting married. We was together for like 6 years, and we moved to another state, which she ended up asking me. She ended up wanting divorce. So I was like, all right, you know, we did our thing for that amount of time, and we don't talk to each other any longer.
So you had kids, and how long ago was this?
So she had an abortion. She aborted when she was, she aborted the kid. So I was young at the time.
Alright, it's too much information for my album.
Yeah, we don't talk about this.
Bow wow. Bow wow.
On TV, call another thing. Why these?
No, you're not understanding that. Before that, I had a big problem in life, and I didn't believe in Jesus. One time I said, if Jesus is the true Son of God, I believe in that. If it's not, I just ignore that. And after a couple of weeks, when I fuck you, what was happening?
True Son of God. All of.
This is how I imagine Benny Adams' conversion to Christianity.
What happened? Benny Adams has a good reason. He converts for your Christianity. He's very to be honest.
Don't.
Wait, so from the topic that we were talking about.
Yeah, let's go back to concrete. Damn man, concrete left, bro, because of you, no less. Let me call him back. Yeah, go ahead with the debate. So,
open your heart.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Open your heart.
Sit in the audience for 2 minutes. Okay, go ahead with the debate. 2 minutes. 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 2 minutes.
adheres to naturalism as a methodology, it's like, well, yeah, because I mean, the only evidence we have is the natural world of, you know, what we have for explanations, and so but we have no demonstration of the supernature. We've never had it where, you know, we've seen people be created through breathing life into clay objects, you know, Jewish skull, like it says in the Bible. So, I mean, meanwhile, evolution is the only explanation that has been demonstrated for the creation of different species for speciation. And so, I mean, it doesn't violate Occam's razor in any way, like inserting a, you know, person who breathed life into clay objects as to how living beings originated. And so, you know, like, and so the way science works, though, is that we, you know, say demonstrate that there's a supernatural and we'll include it.
We believe science demonstrates an ancient mythical fictional ancestor originating how? Did he tell me? Let me give you the 4 hypotheses and tell me whether these even merit. I asked the hypothesis in the first place of random, mere speculation. Remembering that hypothesis is something, a part of a phenomenon that has some loose data to point to it. And so you build a hunch. So which of these tell me is scientific about the so-called ancient mythical fictional ancestor originating through blind forces of nature? So panspermia, this is so-called life being seeded from outer space. Is there any evidence of this? Or is this blind, wishful, so-called random thinking that I've actually meditated with a hypothesis? Oh my God, I can't believe I actually get this notion of a hypothesis. Or is it so-called the origination of life from a clay wall? Is there any evidence to it? Or actually an icy wall? That's the third one. Or is it actually so-called the primordial soup? All of these are blind speculations. Absolute hocus pocus. Sorry, abracadabra. I apologize. That sounds too blatant. This is not science. It's pure charade. An absolute charade. Now, some people have faith, and they should go and take their faith into a change of so-called atheism. They shouldn't masquerade it in so-called in the name of science. Science is a brutal, cold, hard, and uncompromising subject that demands demonstration. But sorry, we've been funded by the Epstein Islanders, and they've done an entire sham on the scientific discipline when it comes to these subjects. Luckily, there's still some hardcore empiricists out there that tend to do actually proper scientific investigation.
Sorry, Mansi, you don't think this is like hyper skepticism?
No.
Where it doesn't allow for basically grounding, the laying down of anything, Madhichan. It doesn't allow for the grounding of anything like Crimson I was saying, right? This, or maybe I don't know.
I believe
was
the
saying
school of science, which is to do with empiricism. If you can't say something and you can't demonstrate, they will make you into a laughing stock. However, in the school of the theorists, everything flies. These guys should be philosophers. I don't know why they masquerade as scientists. They don't produce anything. Blind theorists are very cute. Some of the empiricists find them exceptionally cute and tell them to go and publish this stuff in the bombs of philosophy. That's where you have these cute ideas, speculations, abstractions, and so on. Very cute. Some of them may even in future be, somebody may even roll up their sleeves and actually demonstrate. Maybe someone want to show them and post the hundreds of speculations. That's not science. It's pure and utter dogma. And this happens to be one of those dogmatic subjects. But when you're talking about science, there is a method. And the summit of that method is called demonstration through reproducibility. Not so-called wishful reading, but so-called explanation. You can explain the data in so many ways. You can even invoke pink spirits in the woods as explanations. You just don't call them pink spirits.
So far, evolution has been, hands down, I think, the best explanation for our priors, right?
Compared to what? Compared to what?
Compared to freaking ex nihilo. Compared to God creating man in clay with his hand. Yes.
So,
Yeah,
that's all powerful. Creating man, a walking, talking human being, versus blind environmental processes creating a walking, talking, conscious human being. Really? Sure, could you show me the explanation? Other than wishful reading.
And Mahdi, as much as I can appreciate, as much as scripture can be appreciated, right? For its metaphorical significance, right? For the creation of man, I hard position to defend.
Sorry, my friend.
As a theist, for me, ex nihilo is a very, very hard position to
Text
defend.
video.
Something cannot come from nothing.
That's an atheist. I don't think theists believe something comes from nothing. That's a dark theist. I don't know what kind of theist that is.
I don't think the atheist
That's a of theists that operate on faith.
So, if I could ask you, didn't Allah say that simply that he just
Okay, here's a siren. Let's just slow down and
be, by the way, an entire opposite of display the universe.
Yeah,
All
that's
of
a
that was
completely different explanation.
This is how
To
you
me, it
do
is
it.
like a timelessness.
The word of God is power, is not nothing.
This is how you do it.
It's the word becoming flesh. It's very similar to
The
that.
atheists can't even explain what the counter-God hypothesis is. They can't even explain what that is. At least with God, the theists could tell you God is an intelligent, almighty being that has capability and power and will.
This is how you do it.
That's the God
Like
hypothesis.
it's permission.
Right.
Yesterday.
Tell me what's the counter position.
okay, here's a siren. Let's just slow down and pull over right here. Nicely done.
Supposedly the universe itself is
Bro!
the universe itself.
right, so therefore it can't be a scientific theory.
Who took science would track causal origins. It doesn't mean you could actually explain them. The universe itself, you believe in a Big Bang. If you do believe the science actually points towards a Big Bang. Well, I don't know about how big or bang. Nobody had this.
Yeah.
But the science does it. In the universe is starting point. And that's by a law of causality. That's a law that we observe everywhere. It's not a fact. The law of causality is a law. It's pervasive
I'm not
everywhere.
gonna watch it.
And the universe itself has that
I'm not
cause by
gonna watch
definition
it.
is super
I'm not gonna watch it.
physical. Because
I'm not gonna watch it.
the physical world is the universe. And the natural world is the universe. That cause, whether you think is God or not God, is supernatural by definition.
Yeah, no problem.
Metaphysical by definition.
So, Mandy, what do you
Ultimately, isn't what the claim is between, science and religion, or atheism, or believing God. The ultimate claim is the beginning of the universe was a conscious effort, or it was a completely random happenstance. Now, scientists, as far as they can go back, as Mehdi eloquently put it, was the Big Bang, the complete start of all matter. Now, their argument...
He doesn't believe in the Big Bang. Actually, does not. He never granted it.
I mean, that's fine. But there is
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, no way! Bro!
But there's the one inarguable thing that both sides have in common. There must have been a beginning to all things and all that.
Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me. Bro, no way!
okay, here's a siren. Let's just
I'm not gonna watch it.
Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me. Bro, no way! You found my channel. Walk right on the right side.
consciously based. The counter argument is it's unconscious, it's random, it's some force without a will. And that's really what we're arguing as theists versus atheists.
We're arguing whether or not it's, the universe is exploitative of whether God is the best explanation for the beginning of the universe, or whether it's something that's dependent upon God.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Is that beginning conscious or unconscious?
What is that thing before, and then is there any evidence to that thing? So what is that thing? Could you explain to me what that thing is? Because I tell you, a theist can tell you God in a number of ways. Is it
I
intelligence?
understand
Is it
they
work for
can say
entity?
that. I understand they can claim that they have an explanation, but that they don't. That's not the same thing as demonstrating it.
Do you believe you have demonstrated the counter-God position? Do you believe you could even explain what it is?
I'm not the one claiming that we have an explanation for it. Theists
No.
are saying that they do.
I think that you're not a theist, you're an atheist, I take it, yes? Is that correct?
Yes, I don't accept theistic explanations.
Okay, and you accept the atheist explanation. Could you tell me what the counter-God proposition is? First and foremost, and whatever this points to it.
Yeah.
Explain?
Why do I have to demonstrate that?
You don't. You got a true dichotomy.
That is the beginning of science. That is the
Brother,
core
you
of
got
science.
an actual
Hold on,
true
I'm
dichotomy.
ready to ask.
God
Why
or
do
wrong
I
God?
have to have proof to show?
You said it's not God.
I said I don't see any evidence that God.
Do you see any evidence for the non-God hypothesis?
Okay, is a siren?
Okay, and
It looks like love.
I'm saying that there is no theistic explanation.
Yeah, but
You are claiming God.
Any explanation of the
You are claiming God. So, but the proof is on you. Okay, not on him, right? He's negating it.
Yeah, I'm 100%.
He's saying that. He's saying I'm not
actually
convinced.
integration of the dichotomy. It's not 50-50. This is not 49-50.
So it really isn't.
I'm saying I don't know the explanation for the
Then don't claim you're an atheist. Just say you're agnostic.
No, but there's the beautiful part. Exactly, Darko. With all due respect, with the absence of proof or verifiable fact, or a way to conduct an experiment to confirm your findings, science falls short, and that's completely okay. That's the basis of science, and it's relevant, right? However, for example, we need to acknowledge that a lot of modern science, as we know it, are based off of leading theories rather than concrete.
Bro, no way!
Why does my hand not fall through my, we know everything's comprised of matter. We know, according to science, that the vast majority of material things are mostly empty space. Why doesn't my hand go through a wall when they touch it? The leading theory is there is a force binding those atoms together with electrons that prevent my hand from going through that wall. But there is no concrete. We know what this is. So there are leading theories. And there is a I hate theists who say that science itself doesn't have any merit, because you must be blind. You must be stupid to say science doesn't have any merit. And in antithesis to that same claim, you have to be blind to say there's no merit in the belief that there is consciousness beyond physical being, which is really what all religions argue, that there is something outside of consciousness. I mean, there is something conscious outside of physical reality, right? So the claim is the beginning of the world, like really atheism is a religion in itself. You have to have faith that there's no God, because you can't disprove it.
Bro, no way! You
And that's
found my
what
channel.
religion is, faith. So if you don't have ways
It looks like love.
explicitly yourself,
It feels like love.
sure that
And I confess it.
it's a religion. You have a faith that there's no God.
And I don't need faith to say I don't know.
No, but that's fine. You can say I don't know, but you weren't if I asked you that question, does God exist? Do you believe God exists?
No.
He may or he may not. Then you're agnostic, and that's fine.
Okay, but I mean, I don't know, and I don't believe it, so therefore I'm agnostic, and I'm also an atheist.
Atheist means there is no God. There is no way, and there is nothing you can present to me that will prove God's existence.
Yeah, it's actually important. Just as theism, we actually have a burden of proof. When I say I'm an atheist, I have a burden of proof. Remember, burden, yeah? We easily explain that.
Yes.
When somebody says an atheist, they have a burden of proof. If I said 1 + 1 is 2, and you say it's not 2, you actually have to prove it's not 2. You can't just say, no, I just don't believe 1 + 1 is equal to 2. You have to demonstrate
Be faith. Which would be faith. Which would be religion. True.
Yeah, so you're taking something that is axiomatic.
Bro, no.
Something that
It looks like love.
dichotomy where it's like yes, that we can't, that we don't know.
It looks like love.
Like the better analogy is
hold on.
so the better analogy is specifically is that you're saying that you're claiming that your God is guilty of being the person who
Feels like love.
exists, and then I'm the person saying that that I don't see your God guilty of doing that, or even
What's the
existing.
guilt thing? This is an emotional thing. I don't know. You
I-
need some emotions.
So the thing is that to me, that I'm on the side, I'm saying that I haven't seen you make your burden of proof.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, once we explore the dichotomy, actually,
We're kind of equal in that regard, wouldn't you say?
Well, you could do this dichotomy at any point. God, if He's the creator of the universe, then everything out in the universe should, if we had sufficient data, be able to allow us to draw this dichotomy. So whenever we got data to force the dichotomy into motion, the data should always point to one side, because one of these two counter positions is a fallacy. Either God or not God. So whatever is responsible for the universe, even if you find 1% of the evidence, you should point towards that thing. By the moment you find 1%, 2%, 3%, and it points one direction, be rest assured the remaining of the evidence they haven't yet found will always point to that direction, because that's the causal background. The other side is a fallacy. Now that's the nature of the dichotomy. You could start anywhere from a protein structure to DNA to the inanimate world, and actually force the dichotomy. The science can easily do this. The Epstein Islanders do not want this to happen, because they want to secularize the entire planet, produce individuals, drones out there that have no sense of anything. Literally, that we play around now with ideas and wordplay. But science can easily tackle this question, God or not God, easily. We have sufficient data out there to tackle this, and the answer is not pretty whatsoever for those who are atheists. So that's why
It looks like love. It feels like love. And I confess it.
It actually forces the dichotomy out the window. You just go do with demonstration. Hence your theory of evolution. It's all driven by words. The whole thing from the ancient mythical fictional ancestor.
I think the biggest like spear in the side of the claim that there is no God is the explanation for the creation of life in the first place. As far as science goes, if I ask any scientist, the most rational atheist scientist with all the information in the world, that is, how did life on Earth begin before there was life? How did dead things, dead matter, dead atoms, who were no different from rocks, become what we currently call life? From loss of life to plasma to human beings, how did dead things become material? And if that process is one-off, how will there be no examples other than that person? There is no way directly other than a conscious force. There is no way. If dead matter,
We're listening to an extremely stupid housewife named Steph, a Christian who believes everybody's going to hell unless the mechanism of cleanliness, aka Jesus Christ, saves them from eternal damnation.
Sounds like love.
And never again.
You know the irony, brother. Not only can not dead matter or the natural forces produce life, they can't even produce a bloody single protein molecule, which is the foundation of all life form, the building blocks. You could do this. You could do this based on a test study, and you could do it in.
It looks like love.
Ви вважаєте, що це нормально? Nature can produce a single protein molecule. That's just called the building block of life. This is not life, by the way. If we did produce a single protein molecule, it won't survive too long. Any of the fallen would degrade it very quickly. Background radiation degrade quickly. You won't now have no problem with the soup. UV light will degrade it very quickly. We already know this stuff. Facts. These are facts of science. Excessive heat will degrade it. Exposure to water, and on it goes. Let all the it is. Which is compared to a protein molecule, is like you're comparing a matchstick to a liquid. You know the simplest actual living cell that we know out there? You compare it to a building block. It's like comparing a matchstick.
Hundreds of bars in my career, and when it comes to mine, I don't take any chances. I chose SkyTab as my POS.
Building block of life. All the way to something
that created these baser proteins for life. There are examples of them on modern Earth right now. In hydrothermal vents underneath the ocean. Those very conditions that exist of life as far as science understands. Our soil beneath our oceans, in our mantle core, we have examples of dead things becoming living, but there is no such example. It only happened once, and only once.
Guys, I'm in downtown right now, checking out a couple properties.
How the dogma has crept into science. If somebody was a true scientist, they would actually look at design and non-design. There are 4 speculations for non-design. Called from outer space. Wishful thinking.
Sometimes.
Not one single shred of evidence to indicate this. Some people claim that there's some comets and meteorites that actually landed in the Earth, that there's so-called amino acid traces. Amino acid traces of life. Like you find them free floating, both right and left hand. Position of saying that life came from outer space. No evidence whatsoever. They can't even call it. No single evidence for this. Pure and utter speculation. Another so-called hypothesis. Just actually, it's not a hypothesis. It's another random speculation.
Nowadays, I don't want to put in no work.
But I tell you what the biggest problem is. There's no other alternative hypothesis that would do that in terms of design. They're not allowed. I could name you 4 design so-called speculations or hypotheses. Actually, there is evidence to them. They will never be when you look at with that critical thinking, but I've not. When you don't look at the counter positions, that the whole theory of evolution is driven by dogma. Not an actual interrogative or, if you like, forensic examination. And there's only 2 propositions out there: design versus non-design. So-called sciences today. Actually, I'm horrified by it. And the technologies for word today.
Chicago somewhere up.
Whether to prove the existence of the conscious force of creation. And it's proven true multiple times. It does not make it publicly available. It almost seems like exactly the way you described
Hi, my name's Jay Leno, and this car is
in order to disprove what has already been proven, or an evidence, or maybe it was not there. My vocabulary is narrow in certain stuff. I can't really get my thought out properly, so I apologize.
No, it's alright, brother. It's just that censorship and not allowing science to progress. That's the sad thing. Pure and utter dogma.
Hello, Megatron. My emo friend who I love. And
You? And you forgot to introduce yourself. The famous queen herself.
Yes, please.
Okay.
You know I'm still in love with you, Nargis.
I'm in love with you.
Are we not friends anymore? Are we not friends anymore? I just wanted to interrupt the focus he seems to have about science not agreeing with them.
I don't think it was about it was about I came to the claim that atheism in itself is a faith. You have faith. You do not have empirical scientific process. So you must have faith. So to say I don't know what happens, but I have faith that had nothing to do with a conscious God. It must be that you have a religion that was like faith. It's a religion.
Again, faith, like, there's an important distinction between this faith and the normal taught suffix of what faith means. Like, so for example, if we use synonymously the term where if I say that I'm a faithful husband, meaning that I have trust based upon my experience that I have with somebody. But when religious, there is a sort of transcendence that is something that you're expected to believe is there in spite of the fact that there's no way for you to be able to verify it despite even evidence to the contrary is what is like used in things like Christianity or in the Quran. There's the definition of faith is what it has, which is what distinguishes from the dictionary's definition of what the faith means.
No, faith implies lack of proof. Faith implies there is no way for me to prove this to you outright through the scientific process.
Yeah,
but however,
that's the thing religious people have.
Of my own will.
That's
like believing in the Quran with proof. If I were to speak to God this moment and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala came down, he talked to me directly. It's not faith. I don't have faith, I have parents.
Necro, I think you understand there's different senses of the term faith, right?
So the truth is, like that comparison of being a
Oh, now he's going to dispense the truth on us. Wow.
So the difference between God and between if I said I have faith in my wife and a Muslim or Christian said they have faith in God or faith in Jesus, the difference is that one of us them is going to vouch for us and the other person is going to remain hidden in something that we can't see.
No, but
that's an assumption that you can't demonstrate that.
We're getting into dialogue. Different meanings of words. Like the word
actually, can I make one comment? Because I think you, first of all, it is definitely true that in many religious traditions, faith means a kind of trust and confidence in the same way that we mean it when we say I have faith in my partner, right? I trust, I have a confidence. So it's not true that that's not present in religious conversation. It's very, very present. Number two is, if you want to say that the dictionary has entry 1, entry 2, entry 3 on the word faith or faithful or faithfulness, I'm happy to go along with that. But you can't really reasonably, intelligently say it only means the one thing that you're suggesting that it means. Third, and I'll finish here, the reciprocity you imply, part and parcel of the definition. You are making a conclusion, you are making an argument, but that's nowhere in the definition itself, not the one that you used anyway. Is that a necessary entail?
Yeah, the main question is whether all of
It's like
atheists
being
operate
a
on
girl
faith.
hot or a fire hot. That's it. You know the word does
So let me take another it's based on facts.
Okay.
So
And now
my belief in the Quran is also based on faith. So what the emotion investment is also based on facts.
Yeah.
Now, there are some theists, now I'm just saying, you're right to some degree, about a third of theists operate on faith. They feel an inclination, emotional inclination, they base their faith on it. And all religions, by the way, there are people who operate on faith. There are some theists, they actually operate on faith. The question is whether there is any
Beloved, there's no treasure for this guilt. Perhaps we can help her.
You ask much, mister. I would require a very special treasure indeed.
This?
No, for you, mistress of the West. Yes.
Grant him passage to give it to her himself.
No, I forbid it.
We're both guilty of deceiving Beck. This will make amends.
Not like this.
I command you to release me.
I can't. Use you again.
The whole true truth, where we shall be judged.
Yeah.
What do you offer?
Why do you still put...
But that somehow, like, religion is based on evidence specifically, that's something that I definitely hear all the time, and it's something that I wish, religious people would, not go to using it anymore, because it is really, like, it just doesn't work on people like me who understand the distinction and the fallacy of it.
One quick pushback, sorry for taking the mic again. Necro, I don't know why atheists relate to science or mention science or logic. Atheism is not found in anything scientific or logic. So if you could actually show us something that's scientific that actually points to atheism, or something that's logical that points to atheism, you'll have maybe a starter. But I don't know why he brought in science. Science is not the domain of atheism. It actually kills atheism. So that's not true. That doesn't kill atheism. It is true. Could you show us one thing that points to atheism?
So, Bonnie, there's been no scientific demonstration of the possibility of a God existing.
Everybody, please rise in the presence of Honey Badger.
Yeah. So there's been no sort of experimental test that possibly indicative exclusively concords with the idea of a God existing, or the falsity of that.
Looks like love. It feels like love. And I confess it's got me rocking on my heels like love.
In my 10 investigation, I didn't come
Like, when it's just once in a while, it's really funny. Like, it just becomes boring.
Obviously think there's no such thing as faith so far as religion goes.
I didn't say that. I did say that there is such a thing as faith, and that's called atheism.
No, as well as religion.
Okay. So what do I have faith in? And that's fine if you want to think that. What is it that I have faith in, though? I'm just curious. Because I do have faith in things. I just wonder what you think I have faith in.
Gotta have faith, the faith. You gotta have faith.
Yeah, perfect.
What single evidence to point to this?
Well, what? No, you just said that atheism is faith. What's the faith I have? That God
That God does not exist.
That's not faith. I think that's just evidence.
Could you give me one evidence, please?
Yeah, that unembodied mind as a cause cause for anything is like a non-starter.
Hello?
What is that?
Hello?
Is that how
Unembodied mind is some sort of force that has conscious thoughts and ideas and preferences, like your God does, like Allah does.
Maybe
Because
we
he
could.
has desired outcomes. That
Hold on, Mahdi, hold on, Mahdi, hold on, Mahdi.
You asked me a question, so I'm answering it. So it's also unembodied. I didn't say disembodied, because that would imply that it already had a body, and the body was somehow removed, or it was removed from the body. This is just unembodied. Now, maybe it did have a body. I don't know. Maybe it did have like some kind of like material essence, or some kind of like association with ontological physicalness, right? But as far as I've been made aware, at least so far, we don't have any evidence of unembodied minds and consciousness. So what's your proposition? Hold on. Are you listening to what I'm saying? Slow down, sir. Relax. So they're getting very, very emotional. Listen. Listen, okay, does Allah
Hello?
Does Allah want things?
Hello?
Does Allah want things?
Hello?
Does Allah want things?
Hello?
Does Allah
Hello?
judge for me? Does Allah judge people?
Yes, he does.
Hello?
He does.
Okay, so it has a thought. It's a consciousness, right?
Yeah, I know, but you know, you don't.
Hello?
Yeah. So they answer.
Hello?
Could you tell me what the counter proposition is?
Yeah, I don't know why
Hello?
you won't just engage with what I'm saying.
What is the counter
Hello?
Why are you freaking the fuck out, dude?
Hello?
Yeah, why are you freaking the fuck out?
I'd like to talk about language and linguistics, communication, and I think what's actually happening here is Mahdi's learning English, and the primary native English speakers are here. Oh, I see.
Yeah. Thank you for that bullshit, John Kinver.
I'm sorry, but that's actually not bullshit what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, I think Matthew has a great command of the English language. He has vocabulary at his disposal that I don't even have.
Oh, wow.
He's good. I wasn't thinking of language barrier at all.
Well, he can teach us all, obviously. He's the master teacher. Everything he knows is truth. I mean, he doesn't even possibly doubt his beliefs and opinions. It's 100% true to this man.
Presents something that is counter to his argument that is viable. You know what I'm saying?
And I don't agree. I think he does doubt his position and his claims. I don't think he really believes it.
Can I ask you guys something? What does doubt mean to you?
What does it mean to you?
Well, to me, like taking the example we had earlier, if you have faith that your partner is faithful to you or isn't fucking around on you, right? There is a hint of doubt there because you don't know. I know my partner. We don't say I have faith in you. We don't say.
Do you know? Can you give me an example of something you know, like with certainty or whatever level you're considering here? Like, well, what is something you do know?
Well, there's a bunch of things I do know. For example, I do know I have parents. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a human being living on this planet. I do know I'm made of matter.
Or you could be having an experience.
Because I interact with it on a daily basis. I do know air is necessary for my survival.
Yeah.
If I hold my
I
breath,
do know that I
pass
exist.
out.
This is the only thing I know with certainty.
Yeah, I know I'm having an experience. Yeah. I know I'm having an experience. I believe it's a human one.
You said you believe. You didn't say you know.
Yeah, I know I'm having an experience. I believe it's a human experience.
Okay. And that word human, what does it mean?
It means as an animal biological function of the natural world. Now, I could be some kind of other conscious state that's experiencing something unbeknownst to me.
Right. So that's what I was getting ready to ask. When you go to sleep and you go into a dream, I'm assuming everyone had a dream. Are you a human then?
Am I assuming what?
No, I'm saying, do you
having
have
a
a conscious awareness of your, I'm a human being that's asleep? Do you feel that? I mean,
I don't know. Being in a sleep and dream state is kind of a trip. I'd have to think about what I think then.
Okay,
Do you know that it's a dream state?
Yeah, I think I become aware sometimes. I wouldn't say I'm lucid dreaming, but I think many times when I'm dreaming, I do realize I'm dreaming.
when you do get up from it, one second, when you do get up from it, do you know that it existed? Like that you existed and this whole thing was an experience that existed?
Like I said, I'm aware that it's a dream.
Right. So the dream
Right.
exists.
No, but I'm
Dream
saying
existed
that
in my
dream,
mind.
how did it feel when you were
Okay, so the only thing we know we're certain of is existence itself.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I believe I know I'm having an experience, and I believe it's a human experience.
What other experience would there be?
I already explained to you. It could be another kind of. I already explained to you right out of the gate when I defined my terms.
I'm sorry. I think we come to those parts of the discussions where there's a failure of vocabulary where I can't even articulate exactly.
I believe it could be another conscious experience, possibly. I'm not saying that it's a high probability. I just think that there's the opportunity that it could be, like even if I was a solipsist or a plane in a vat, or this whole thing is just a dream loop. Like, sure, those are possibilities.
Exactly.
But I am having an experience. And I believe it to be an animal experience.
Okay, so there's exactly what you say. You say, I believe there's a possibility. I don't think it's a high one, but there is a possibility.
Like, I know I'm having
So
an
that
experience.
brings that sense of doubt. So where does
I
doubt
know I'm having an
That means
experience.
without having full proof. Like, when I touched the stove for the first time, it burned my hand. That told me fire.
It doesn't matter. What he's establishing is existence itself. That's all that matters.
So
Yeah, I know I'm having an experience, and in what condition I am as an existent being is still on the table, I guess, but I believe it to be an animal one.
I can respect that. You know what? I'll leave it there. I really respect that.
An animal one that exists. That we can never, ever, ever get out from the loop of existence.
I feel like that's the philosophy of a cockroach. If a cockroach has consciousness, that's exactly what it would say. I believe I am an insect.
You believe that a cockroach would say something
Cockroaches
like that?
never say it.
Chemistry
Yeah,
and
it's
it's
sentient.
Unless
Or is the
you have
cockroach
experienced a
sentient to
cockroach
you?
that.
Well, from my perception, I don't know.
Okay, why would you use a cockroach? That's really strange.
No, I'm saying
Like I did say an animal,
cockroaches are
but
sentient.
I was
For
thinking
all
of like a human first, and then I even just opened it up a little bit more, and then you went cockroach. I think that's interesting.
How's it interesting? It's because they're
Because
lower life.
you didn't even think like ape, you didn't think squirrel, you didn't think cat, you didn't even think dolphin.
Okay, for God's sake, a box jellyfish.
They just live the longest, probably. That's that. Those mofos can survive through anything. Like, I mean, cockroaches are like freaks. This is freak selection, bro.
Yeah, I've heard this sort of thing about consciousness with cockroaches. I haven't wanted to look more into it. I tried to understand it specifically.
I mean, we can always say they have like low level consciousness, right?
Believe lions and cockroaches are conscious. They wouldn't be able to move and function. I mean, they build off the instinct. I think we're talking about sentience, the ability to know you are experiencing something. However, you can't do anything about it, and you have to stay a slave to your biological processes. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't understand what you're saying
As
because
far as we know,
I honestly think a lot of these conversations are actually political and not religious in nature, and they're really just the undertone is really political. For example, I heard Mahdi in a room saying horrific things about Jews, saying they all want to start a war, take over the world, detonate a nuclear bomb, take over Lebanon, take over Iran, take over this country. Like, it's just fucking delusional. It's anti-Semitic.
Literally have stated out loud in front of the world, I want to take over Lebanon and nuke the world. Or have there been Jews that have said that directly?
No Jews have said they want to nuke the world.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
Netanyahu might have said it once in a while.
I think it could be projection.
I mean, not publicly. No public Jewish officials. No, private crazy people. Sure, maybe. Okay.
Yeah, crazy people that are in the ministry of Israel. I'm sorry. When Ben Gavir
Here we go.
Here we go. Here we go. Just tickle the toes a little bit with a feather. There it goes.
Gaza. What does that mean?
Bring evidence that there's someone said that from the health ministry.
Absolutely sure. Okay, so I should go onto Google and look up this empirical fact to prove to you someone
Yes,
clearly
please. You made it. Yes, please. You made the claim.
But
Please
you know,
provide evidence.
but you know about this claim. You want to send me
I
off
don't.
on a goose chase to go to Google? Fine. Okay.
Got it. I don't know.
Really?
I don't know this claim. You made the claim. Please provide it.
Minister that suggested nuking Gaza.
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm simply saying.
Stay off mute just so we can finish.
No, that's great. Yeah, I just want to clarify. I'm not saying it didn't happen.
The Israeli
I'm simply
minister
saying
who suggested a nuclear bomb on Gaza Strip is Amichai Eliyahu.
Oh yeah, back
served as the Minister of Heritage. Minister of Heritage, not Health.
Right.
At the time.
Okay, thank you.
The comment
Thank you
was
for bringing that.
November
I didn't.
2023.
Thank you.
Okay, do you feel good about just making me chase down an empirical fact we already knew about?
So Yada, the way that it works,
right?
So Yada.
So people in
Yada,
the want to
please.
nuke people for no other reason.
Yada. Thank you for providing that. I was not aware of that. When we have a conversation, please don't interrupt. When we have a conversation, and there's something that I don't know, and you say that you do know it, I'm going to ask. That's not unreasonable.
Okay, so what was the claim you made? Nobody made that claim. Would you be prepared to retract that right now as an intellectual? I will retract the claim that a minister of Israel ever suggested nuking the civilian population. Go ahead. I want to hear you say it, Kelly.
Yes, it appears, if I'd like to see the link, but it appears, given your Google search, that a minister of Israel indeed said that.
Okay, then. So why were you both making the claim that no one in Israel would ever make that claim of nuking?
Because the reason the reason you bring it up is to demonize the entire Jewish people.
I'm sorry. It would be hard to demonize the entire
Yeah, but
Israeli
then Caleb, you're talking about his mental states, right? Maybe that's
no. Real quick, I'm sorry. Stop saying Jewish. I'm talking about the Israeli government. It's like if I demonize the Saudi government, which I absolutely do, and I think they're barbaric. That doesn't mean all Muslims are being demonized as well. If I demonize the Chinese government, that doesn't mean all Chinese people are being demonized.
So Yada, let me give you a reasonable. Okay, fine. I accept that. Okay, but let me just say two things. Okay, one, yes, it was a despicable thing to say, and I'm sure it was racist. Do you know what kind of power the Minister of Heritage has? Zero.
But he's the Minister of Heritage. He has
what was the first thing I said?
Doesn't matter. He still said it. We can.
I understand. But listen to what I'm saying, right? I'm on your side on that.
He's saying he has no power, so it's like somebody on Clubhouse talking shit. Hello?
Yeah, someone on Clubhouse talking shit is equal to the Minister of Heritage, right?
Yeah, so by him bringing it up, he's probably bringing up this point.
Equal to the congressman from Florida. If a congressman from Florida said, kill everyone in Mexico, it's equal if I said it. It's the same exact thing.
Okay, let's just move on to the different topic because this is redundant and pointless.
There's a nuance between positions of power and
Hello?
just regular civilians.
Let's just see, Yada, if you were the president of the United States of America, what would your top 3 priorities be, sir?
Absolutely. Number 1, I would federalize the Federal Reserve. Number 2, I would absolutely force AIPAC to become a subsidiary, or not subsidiary, what the fuck kind of words am I using? To be a signatory to FARA. I would absolutely force all of the banking cartels that have used their power to bankrupt American families into oblivion over the last 50 years to pay reparations to the American people. I would absolutely defeat real estate cartels who buy up.
That was 3. He said 3. He said 3.
Okay,
He said 3.
that's my
Those are your top 3.
I promise those.
Do you think the American the American people have the APEC thing as a top 3 priority in terms of their life?
No, absolutely. We have cost of living as the number one grievance.
So why wouldn't you put that as the top of your priority?
Because I would cut the roots at the source. I'm sorry, cost of living.
You think our cost of living is because of Israel?
Fam, if I get a nosebleed because I have brain cancer and I say, let me fix the nosebleed by plugging my nose, am I fixing the problem? No. So you have to address the
You haven't identified where the problem is.
Ourselves.
You haven't identified where the
problem. It seems to be there are those who see the root. Both of us see the root of the problem, the grievances of the United States people. It's only one of us that says those causes to our ailments.
This is all word salad. What do you think is the cause of the high cost of living in America?
Absolutely. Predatory business practices.
Okay, awesome. Why wasn't that one of your top priorities?
I'm pretty sure I laid it out. What were my top priorities? Do you even remember?
Breaking banking cartels.
Okay, so do banking cartels have predatory business practices against the United States people?
Can I answer your question? Can I answer your question? I know all 3.
Okay, so please, the first one you just listed. Do banking cartels in the United States have predatory business practices that drive the United States people into debt? Yes or no?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so by breaking
Just wait a second, man. Why are you fucking so excited?
Please go ahead.
Fucking relax. Jesus Christ, man.
Well, I'm waiting for your rebuttal.
I know, there's nothing to rebut. We're just having a conversation. Fucking relax. Nobody's debating anything.
Okay, you're a clown. All right, Ayan, you heard the first claim that I made. All right, so please give me a counterpoint why it's okay for me to not focus on the predatory business practices of banking cartels in the United States. And this is a hypothetical where I'm president, right? You created the hypothetical, dude. I'm going down the fucking mountain.
Nobody said that was not a good thing to focus on, you fucking moron.
Okay, so articulate why that shouldn't be my top 3.
Nobody is articulating that. He just asked what your top 3 were. That was it.
Okay, but
that's all that happened.
Why shouldn't that be my top 3? You were making the claim, cost of living should be number 1, not banking cartels. Okay, why not?
No, actually, my question was, do you think APEC is a priority for the American people? You said no. And then I said, what do you think? Excuse me, can you shut up and let another person finish a sentence? You interrupt every single sentence, okay? I was summarizing the argument. What happened?
Yeah, that's a Zionist tactic I'm taking.
What happened was, I said, do you think APEC is a priority for the American people? You said no. I said, what do you think it is? You said cost of living. And then I asked you, why was cost of living not part of your priority list? Now, if you're telling me that is included in the predatory lending practices, that's great. That answers my question. Thanks. Why do you have to be such a fucking moron and think people are attacking you when no one's attacking you? I'm asking you to clarify your position so I can understand it, so we can have a fucking conversation.
Look, don't hit it as if you were asking that question in order to get to a point of understanding. You were asking the question to try to derail my point in hopes that I would stumble on my words and my conviction. Don't bullshit, motherfucker. I'm not that. Okay? So just be reasonable and honest. Would my first 3 policies not fix a great amount of debt that United States people are under currently right now and would improve the number 1 cause, the number 1 grievance that the United States people have, cost of living? If a fucking 21-year-old suddenly doesn't have $300,000 of debt for a goddamn art degree, would that improve their cost of living? For fuck's sake.
Yeah, I think it would. I think
so. All right then. So I addressed the main cause by getting to the root.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you for sharing that. That's what you meant when you said. That's why I asked you.
Fuck's sake.
That's why I asked you. That's why I asked you. Do you not know how to have an honest conversation? Are you that insecure?
Oh, I'm completely secure. It's you that seems to be
Yada, thanks for answering with those three very important opinions and ideas you have. What would you do to the state of Israel? Would you attack them? Would you disavow them?
No, absolutely
How would you
not.
treat
I think
Israel?
is a nation that should be allowed to exist. I think it's disrespectful and diabolical for anyone to claim that they shouldn't be a nation state of their own. I think I would temper Israel a little bit. I think I would forego the policy of backing them regardless of what they want to do. And in place, I would enforce 67 borders. I would say Jerusalem is half and half, Palestinian and Israeli. I think I would put boots on the ground, UN peacekeepers in Gaza to monitor the heinous, murderous Israeli terrorists who burn babies in their home because they don't want them to have that land, right? And I would instantly enforce that policy of coexistence in Israel as the largest.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did you say IDF soldiers are burning babies in homes? I'm sorry, Yada, but did you just say that soldiers are burning babies alive in their homes? I had no idea that was happening. Do you have a link to show that soldiers are burning babies in homes to steal the land? Oh my goodness. Yeah, please, Yada, please, I really gotta see this. Please, I gotta see this. Please give me a link.
Sure. You want me to send you the pictures of the parade where the Israeli settlers literally
Just a link.
paraded
Yeah, you can update your PTR if you want. A link would be really helpful. Thanks, Yada.
burned down by Israeli settlers and said, "This is for a good cause" on it in all red text. Do you want me to put that up and make you look fucking retarded? I think
Ad hominem projection alert. Ad hominem projection alert. Ad hominem projection alert. When you called me a retard, I think we first identified a ad hominem projection. Retard alert.
say you were retarded.
Retard alert.
You look retarded. There's a difference.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for putting the link in the chat about the soldiers burning the babies to steal the land.
No, but I'm just gonna do it.
I just have to say, I sadly gave this guy $15.
Yes, and I thank you for your money. I had a nice little snack as I campaigned. Thank you for your contribution to the campaign to liberate America from retards like this.
Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. He took my money from me.
Well, I didn't take it. It was given, and you donated it through a portal. So I didn't actually take
Since he
your
was
money.
talking, I just looked it up. October 31st, July 2015. Israeli settlers firebombed a Palestinian family home in the village of Duma, killing 3 people. 18-month-old Ali Dawabashi was burned alive in the fire, while both his parents died in injuries within weeks. January 16th, 21-year-old Israeli settler Amiram Ben Ulila. I can't pronounce these names. Forgive me for butchering this. Right? Was indicated in the murder along with the Israeli minor. Right? So let's go on to where they were protesting. In 2020, Ben Ulila was convicted of 3 counts of murder, 2 counts of attempted murder, 3 counts of arson, and 1 violent racially motivated crime, terrorist attack. However, Twitter charges of two members of the terrorist you want me to go on? Why do you have to go
Oh, you can't abide by the law. Because no one ever brings up the law, do they?
Firebombing a house and getting acquitted. You abided by the law?
Well, we can talk about the law of warfare.
Hey, little man,
or the war of law. Oh, you're done? Okay, thank you, little man. Sorry for getting you so emotional. Usually when people's intellectual capabilities are challenged, they get very, very emotionally upset.
Children, sure, that's something that should go
Hello?
no emotion whatsoever.
Hello?
Yeah, I should laugh.
Hello? Well, let's see. About 2,000 abortions are done every day in the United States of America. Is that murder?
Yes. No.
Oh!
Okay, now let's go on to that.
No, Israel has abortion rights, right? Like they have free healthcare and they have access to abortions, and we can send them money. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, who subsidizes that? You're right, Jeremy. Very good point. Who subsidizes that? Why, as me, as an American, as a taxpaying American, I work 70 hours a fuck off week, and I still have to pay copay. No matter if I go to the doctor for anything, I got a $300 copay every time I go to the emergency room for anything. But Israel is completely free. Why is that? Do you think I was wrong my first 3 initiatives? Do you think that would not help us as Americans?
It's GMC.
GMC, I'm so sorry. I read it as Jeremy.
If there was a question, I missed it. Can you say it again?
Yeah, sure. So what I was asking, my first 3, I was asked a question by the gentleman who left the room. And what are my very first 3 policies? I said I would cancel, number 1, I would federalize the Federal Reserve. The printing of our money shouldn't be done by a private company. I think that kind of breeds cartels in our banking system, that they can just charge us whatever for debt, number 1. So number 2, I said that I would eliminate predatory business cartels within our nation. And number 3, I would get rid of the system that allows companies or groups to lobby our politicians on the behalf of their corporate interests. Those are the 3 things I said. I think cost of living would go down substantially if there was federal regulation on those things. Was I wrong?
And like, I'm not running for office, so I haven't figured out what my top 3 things would be. Like John Kidover is, but like I certainly agree with the third one, which is now escaping me. The thing about the Federal Reserve, I'm kind of stuck on because like printing money doesn't actually make money. Like most money is made digitally, right? Like it's the interest rates that like banks actually like manufacture money, and the government is just like keeping up with it.
Well,
no, I agree, but who signs the policy? Who puts
James,
their signed name on the dotted line?
Jamesy, the way that I read it,
These $3 billion that were ordered by the United States federal government
yeah, I
shall
can tell
come
you how it
into
works.
existence physically or not. Who signs that dotted
I can
line?
tell you how it works.
Chairman of the Federal Reserve.
Oh my gosh.
It was
Hello?
really quite
Hello?
comical when the banking
Hello?
collapse happened
Hello?
because the like banking CEOs
Hello?
were like called to Congress to testify, and
Hello?
Congress was like asking them for advice about how they could do
Hello?
government money better. But
Can you hear me?
it's the banks that lost all the money.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello?
Shut the fuck up. Like that.
I
is
could,
possible.
but I could also tell you how money comes into existence. The Federal Reserve sends a letter to BlackRock. BlackRock goes into their asset management profile, and then they buy $30 billion worth of toxic bonds, which creates $30 billion in cash. That's how it works. And you can mute me, you can kick me, you can tell me to shut up, you can attack me personally. But if you can't talk about the topic, and you just want to attack me personally, but not talk about the topic, you could do that too. That's your choice. But that just shows a lack of intelligence. Low IQ people do that. Low IQ people get emotionally upset because they've got low IQ. That's the way it works. Hello?
Okay. They have the top executives of BlackRock.
The top executives at BlackRock and the Federal Reserve. See, when I asked you what your 3 priorities were, You combined the deconstruction of the financial network as well as banking and Federal Reserve. That's actually one category. Your second was APEC, and so you really only gave me 2 reasons. What could be your third reason, Yada?
I think I articulated it clearly. But for you, I'll do it one more time.
Articulate, please, sir.
Third thing I would eliminate the practice of lobbying in politics 100%.
Yeah, that was the one that I 100% agree with.
That means APAC, that means the big pharma, that means the gun regulators. I don't care who you are. You're not allowed to put money in the pockets of prospective politicians to further your corporate business. There is no more lobbying. There is a ceiling to how much money you get for your campaign. And I think it should be $20 million on the congressional level and $100 million on the presidential level. Federally provided by the U.S. people. Like, let's be real, you're only going to be loyal to the people who pay you. So as politicians, if your top donor is a pharmaceutical company, if your top donor is a goddamn lobby group for the Israeli government, you're not loyal to the American people, you're loyal to your top donor. So to eliminate that, I would eliminate lobbying in its entirety. That's my third claim. I defy you to tell me what's wrong with that.
Yeah, because we operate off of this fake laissez-faire capitalism, and unfortunately, the business of lobbying, aka influencing politicians, to create HR acts. You could keep muting me, or you could possibly grow a scrotum. It could be a thing for you. You could grow your dick out. You could actually read a book. You could have some patience and listen to people. But the fact of the matter is, lobbying isn't going anywhere, and your priority, it's fantastical, and
Why isn't it
will
going
never happen.
anywhere?
Because it's called America. That's the way we do business, baby.
Why?
Because that's just the way the system exists. Can you explain
I'm
reality
sorry,
to
I don't
me?
want to live in a system with no explanation.
You don't want to live in it?
This is what
Uh-oh.
it is.
Ding, 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 ding,
That's not a
ding.
good
We
system
got
to live
somebody
under.
who thinks they're in the Matrix.
Can you imagine if your
Hello?
electrician came to your house and said, I can't fix it until you pay more? Why? Well, that's just the way it is.
That's just the way it
Can you
is.
explain what the cost of material
Look at Jamesy's beard, for example. What kind of man grows out a disgusting rat tail? Look at the size of that thing. You could use his head as a mop. James, has anybody ever used your head as a mop? Because you got a bucket for a brain? Is there anything in there, Jamesy?
I was waiting for your terrible joke to like marinate his room real quick. But anyway, let's just be honest with ourselves. How would it be bad for a U.S. president to say, no more lobbying? I'm the last U.S. president that will be lobbied to.
Well, it's like Liar's Poker.
A crime if a corporate interest or foreign
Hello?
interest wants to put money in the hands of politicians.
Like Kamala Harris, who raised $300 million overnight via Google.
People. How fucking dare I, right?
How dare you? How dare you?
How dare I?
I can't argue with you. You angry. I'm happy. Leave me alone. You angry. I'm happy. I can't argue with you. I can't argue with you. You angry. I'm happy. Leave me alone. Well, Yada, I think the things that you said are what a lot of people say. But generally, the first response is wealth redistribution. That's the first one. You said we need to federalize the Federal Reserve. That's what you said. Wow. I mean, you know, it would be great if the Treasury Department just took over.
The Federal Reserve is a private company and not subservient to the United States government, right?
I know. And they pay their own pension and they pay their own salaries in dollars that they create. Isn't that amazing? What a privilege.
I wish I could
When you were in high school, did your career counselor ever say, maybe you'd like to work for the Federal Reserve? Did your career counselor in high school ever tell you that?
Articulate the claim. Why?
Articulate? I'm trying to ejaculate.
Federalize?
I'm trying to ejaculate, sir.
Or just agreeing and throwing ad hominems?
Ad hominems? You called me a retard. That was the first ad hominem projection that I detected. That's how I knew that you were a retard.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
You look like what you're not.
You called me a retard. retarded. That was a projection. I'm not retarded.
You're not retarded, dude. You clearly have, like, average cognitive ability. You choose not to use it.
Hello?
And I'm defying you on that term. So, for fuck's
Defying
sake,
me?
how can you battle with any of my points with
Hello?
any facts?
Well, you know, I just want to know if you were to ask me what my three priorities would be as the president.
Narco's right. This is getting boring.
His name is Necro.
Embarrassing. I'm cool.
Like somebody who has sex with dead bodies. That's the kind of guy he is. That's how he likes to brand himself as a necrophiliac.
What the actual fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about his name, Necro. He's one of my top campaign donors.
What a dork. Yeah, I sadly gave you $15.
Oh, Jesus, dude. You gave him $15 for what?
I know. He took my money from me.
I received it.
Hey, you might be smarter than I thought, dude. You
Oh my
put
God,
about
bro.
$15. That's a whole quarter of a tank of gas in today's Trump America. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, imagine I could have spent on a quarter tank of gas. Could have bought a few sodas with that. So.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Well, Necro, I'm a very generous person, and I could actually send you back your $15 if you really want it. Would you like it back?
Yes, I would.
I would have to demand that you do. You played him out of his money.
You're going to demand it? You're not even involved in this transaction. You're just a third-party observer.
It's just the principle. I feel like you did Necro so badly.
Why? He helped launch my campaign. We actually created real change.
What?
For Congress. We don't just talk. We do. You're just a talker. I'm a doer. There's a big difference between talking and doing.
Yeah, I agree. There is a big difference between talking and doing. So what do I do?
I don't know. You talk. That's what I've detected. Big talker.
I mean, that's fair. That's all I've ever shown you. So it's fair.
Exactly. You're like a girl on a dating app who says, I'm a huge yapper. Yap, 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 yap. Very little doing. But you're talking to a man that has done and keeps doing.
Hey, you know what? Necro, you know what? Your $15 is well placed. This man is entertaining, if nothing else. I mean, he gave us a little stimulation. It's cool. It's fun.
Yeah. We're back with who always tries to alpha male me. I introduce you to Mikhail.
David. Ah, he left. I was going to ask him about next teams. Oh, man.
But
Isn't everybody kind of trying to build God's kingdom on earth, like a God created in their own image?
No.
Like, how much can we really fault the Jewish or Islamic or Christian people for trying to create God's kingdom on earth?
Hello? The earth is God's kingdom.
I think that's a good point.
That's the whole story of the Bible.
But the secret is in knowing that the kingdom is now. It's here right now on earth.
Exactly.
But the kingdom has always been now. It's been now since Jesus came into the forefront.
Yeah, the now is
It's been
eternal.
now since
It's
the
now
time
right
of
now in this
Abraham
room. We
and his son
gotta.
Ishmael. It's been now since Adam, alayhi salatu salam. You know him as Adam, the first human being, came out of the garden
Adam
of
Catman?
paradise and was brought down to the earth.
Are you talking about the
It is
Sephiroth
now
of the
since
Kabbalah?
then.
The Tetragrammaton?
So as believers, I'm assuming, Caliph or Khalid, am I pronouncing your name wrong or right?
Lev. Do you speak English, Yada? Is English your first language?
It's a Hebrew name.
Yeah, so I'm asking if I'm pronouncing it correct.
He left. You could try to sound it out. Like, how would you pronounce my name? A-Y-N. How would you pronounce that?
Ayan. You know, Ayan is a woman's name in my culture, but I'm gonna say Ayan.
What's your culture?
I'm a Cushitic East African.
You're a what? bullshitter from East Africa?
Ethnically, I'm a Kushite. Tribally, I'm Somali.
Do you smoke indica or hybrid, or do you smoke sativa?
No,
In
not
the,
anymore.
the
I haven't
Kushite
smoked
kingdom?
in many years, honestly. It's just, the strains, the way they're grown, it just doesn't agree with my body anymore.
Mm. What was the last book you read?
I reread Think and Grow Rich like 4 years ago, and then I stopped reading after that. It's just not a reading kind of world anymore. Everything's consumed digitally, so that's what I do. I consume all the facts digitally. I read all my articles digitally. There's no point of reading books anymore.
So you've confirmed that you don't read anymore. You just talk on Clubhouse. So no new information coming in, just old information coming out.
No, I read just fine. It's just I do it digitally, not with paper.
Do you think Clubhouse is a good way to learn?
No, I think it's an entertainment tool. I think it's cool, like just to meet random people, like-minded or otherwise. I think you're a cool person. I think you'd be a chill motherfucker to smoke with or drink with or whatever the fuck, right? I feel like you have some cool ideas. You're an individual, just like everybody else. That's what I like about Clubhouse, just bumping heads with random people, arguing over stupid shit, and killing time on a Sunday before I do my 70-hour shift this week. Somebody please stimulate me. Somebody start another argument over nothing.
Well, I did find it interesting that even though I said a god of your own making, everybody just went with it. That was pretty funny.
Yeah, but define that. What do you mean, God of your own?
Yeah, gods are like man-made things. They're not like God didn't make us. We made them. It's like this weird psychological thing that like God only exists within your brain, within your mind, but like it also kind of exists between minds, but it never like actually exists.
I mean, all things exist within your mind.
Well, it does.
For example, I'm looking at my lawn right now, and the grass looks pretty green. However, that's only because my eyes have evolved to a point to filter out certain levels of light so I can perceive it as green. Outside of my brain, the color green doesn't exist. That means if you looked at my lawn and it looked purple, we both were taught to call it green, and therefore we communicate effectively, not knowing how different our experience really were.
Well,
so yeah, everything lives in the mind.
So like on the first day of creation, before God created any animals, did those things exist absent any minds to perceive them?
Yeah, but it absolutely did. But why would you assume there was absent a mind to perceive them?
Hello?
Well, I'm obviously excluding God from like my model.
Yeah,
so you're saying it only exists
no
according to God's mind.
Or humanity, or animal kind, or bugs, or anything else. There must be nothing. Everything must be dead before us. That's the claim, really.
Yeah, like
my claim is there was consciousness before humanity, before insects, before life, before trees.
So can you substantiate that without like a sacred text? Can you substantiate that without like an ancient text?
Okay, no. I'm not going to go to an ancient text. I'm going to go to a modern scientific experiment. Do you know what the
double slit experiment is? Like, first of all, largely misunderstood. But second of all, like even if the properties change when they're observed, it doesn't mean that they don't exist unless they're observed. It's just different. Like the phenomenology is different, right? Like you agree that something is still happening, but there's no observer, right?
I'm saying
Right.
there was a
When there's no observer, something is still there.
Was there a difference in the findings of that experiment based on whether there was a conscious monitoring or observation of the result of that experiment? There was. There literally was. That implies observation in itself, conscious observation, must be a factor into the source of matter. There must be.
Okay, so that would disprove God, right?
How would that disprove God? Because
God would
there
be
was a
observing
starting
everything.
point for all life.
Like God would be all present, right? So like God has to like close his eyes because there's not a human in the room.
Here's the thing, bro. You're saying if there's no conscious observation in a room, the double slit experiment proved that the findings of that experiment would be different. That doesn't disprove God. It disproves the possibility that
But
God.
you're saying, listen, you're missing the point. You're saying that God is capable of not observing the room.
Yeah, he is. Why not? Why not?
So if the universe is just like in God's mind, now this room is outside of God's mind?
I'm sorry, but there's a memory somewhere from when you were 4 years old that's not in your mind. It doesn't mean it's not in your mind, right? But that memory is there. It's a conscious projection. And if you get a smell of a perfume, or if you see an object from when you were 2, that memory would pop back up, wouldn't it? That doesn't mean that memory is gone. So the conscious effort or the actual matter doesn't mean God isn't omnipresent. He absolutely is. It's just that he's not thinking about that right now. Can you disprove that?
So God doesn't know everything.
No, he knows everything. It's just in the recesses of all of existence. He does. He chooses what to focus on. In my culture, he thinks about you when you think about him. There must be this stimuli of intermittent focus.
Oh, so like God comes into existence when I think about him.
No, he still exists, irregardless. Just like that childhood memory, he still exists in your brain. You just haven't thought about it.
So God exists in my brain like a childhood memory.
I'm saying, in the place, in the analogy, if you were God, that room,
if I was God,
in this split experiment, yes. So listen, if you were, which you're not, in that experiment, that childhood memory that you have from when you were 2 years old, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist in your brain. It's just not recalled upon. You just can't recall it at any given choice. There needs to be this stimuli. You need to smell the perfume of an aunt that you haven't seen since you were 5 years old to think about her after 40 fuck off years.
So God created us so he could like experience stimulus.
I thought you wanted to hold off on seeing each other again.
I'm sorry, you're asking 2 different questions. I thought we were talking about the existence of God, not whether he can perceive everything at once.
Well, but that this is like the thing that I'm bringing up is like if God is omnipresent and all-knowing, then there's no such thing as him not observing a thing.
Of course.
Right. So the double slit experiment would disprove that God.
How would it disprove him?
Because God couldn't
He
not
can give
observe
the
it.
choice whether or not for those atoms to behave in the fashion that they do or not. In order to coax us into a sense of if there was or if there wasn't. Whether his machinations are true or just, we can debate that. But that doesn't mean he's not observing.
Yeah, I got it. That's pretty good. Like on the scale of provable supernatural experiences, I don't know. It would be hard to find something better than the double slit experiment. But I still think there's like a lot of misunderstanding about like what the observation principle is and like how it actually
What's the difference? Because the double slit experiment, if you could follow, when it was being monitored by a magnetic sensor. I forgot what this sensor was called.
Changed
No
the flight
human
of the
interference, no conscious interference. It still behaved as if there was a conscious being viewing it. Why?
Right. The photons changed their path because they were being interfered with
They
by the
began to behave like waves rather than particles. Why?
Because they were being interfered with. Because they
With
were being
what?
observed. with the thing that you said. Like, I'm just assuming you're right. That
So
it was
it's
like
an
magnets or something.
unconscious thing that was viewing it.
This is why I'm saying like it's not really about the observation. It's like it's not about a brain being in the room.
Maybe, just throwing it out there, maybe if there's any hint of a possibility that a conscious being that can pull up the record of that device that was viewing it in that room by itself, if there's any hints of a consciousness in physicality that could view that, maybe that would throw the entire experiment off its tilt. It doesn't mean there isn't an omnipresent source or omnipresent
I also
consciousness
figured
that's viewing
you
everything, independent of our realm.
interested in seeing me again.
You're implying that God's consciousness through the double slit experiment must have physical ramifications. I'm implying that it doesn't have to.
Well, I mean, if you accept that God knows everything and is aware, then he's not capable of not observing something that was like you designed that pit to fall in.
Yeah, of course.
This isn't like an argument that I've heard before. I just like realized I recognize the contradiction, right?
No, but what's the contradiction exactly? If God is viewing that same room with no other conscious physical beings in it, therefore matter must behave differently because there's a conscious being, is that what the claim is?
That sweet girl in
If
my
God is already outside of physicality, is viewing that exact experiment has no bearings on its results.
Is anybody else picking up what I'm laying down? Because I feel like I've said this a couple times.
Yeah,
Like,
Jamesy.
it's okay for us to move on.
That's okay to be redundant. It's also okay to criticize redundancy and be redundant about criticizing redundant conversation.
Something have the same physical results as me viewing something.
Why should God's viewing something have the same physical results as me viewing something?
Yes, because there are certain physical mechanisms for me to view something. There's no such restrictions in God viewing something.
Right, he's actually incapable of not observing.
Yeah, so.
And he's not limited to like visible light or like vibrations in the air that create what we interpret as like he doesn't have those limitations. He has a complete and holistic understanding of all things, which means he's actually not capable of not observing the double slit experiment.
Of course. So why would it have the same physical results as whether I was viewing the double slit experiment?
Okay, so it's us special. It's not God that's supernatural, it's us.
No, it's God that's supernatural since he created all of the incredible, fucking beautiful, I don't know what word to articulate beyond that. He created the double slit.
I hope you had a nice weekend.
I don't know that like understanding how sunrises work makes them less beautiful. Like you don't have to like look at a sunrise and be like, oh man, God really did an amazing job on the sunrise this morning. You can just kind of like understand how light behaves and be like, man, that's really beautiful.
But why is it physically beautiful? Why is it aesthetically pleasing to you? It's all just a random fabrication, a random collapse of synapses that fire in your brain that makes you think it's beautiful for no other reason.
No, I think like on some level, like we have it has something to do with like novelty. Like there's something different about a sunrise.
I'm sorry,
it's kind of
an
like
example of a life form outside of humanity that views a sunset and says that's beautiful.
Well, I mean, birds turn up for sunrises.
Yeah, but through chemical processes. Sunset means go back to the nest because it's dangerous for me to be out in the dark. It's not just instinct. We're sensitive beings. So what allows us
respond to sunrise
at
and sunset? That's
sunset and appreciate its beauty? What allows us to create art? There's no example of any other being in the universe other than human beings who say,
there's lots of animals that create beautiful things. I mean, just like, why do you think peacocks get laid when they have bigger feathers? Like,
because they can get laid. The physiological reason. They can get laid.
Yeah. Like a lot of
the joy
animals.
of the law.
But it's not just limited to like it's also like fish that make really elaborate breeding nests and like lots of animals
Yeah,
create
to fuck.
beautiful patterns and
Yeah,
stuff.
but to fuck. We do it beyond just to fuck. Why?
And they're God.
No, it's not therefore God. There's a sentient component. There's consciousness and there's sentience. I'm not gonna argue fish aren't conscious. I feel like a fish can see and hear and taste just like I do in a different way. But there's a consciousness that's above that. Like, so if there's a consciousness in between beings as far as sentience, there must be a consciousness above us. Otherwise, you're prepared to argue that we are the tippity top of consciousness.
No, I think there's probably lots of animals that are like more self-aware.
In what regard?
Well, like dolphins, for example, like communicate with like three-dimensional images. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah,
that's like we would call that like psychic projection.
You know what I'm saying? Through taste of the air. You know what I'm saying?
Like communication is like a whole nother level, right? Like we're already trying to figure out if animals have like languages.
Give me 1 second. My phone's about to die because I love this conversation. 1 second.
Sure. I don't know if I buy it, but there was a recent publication about us like decoding the first whale sentence, which is kind of crazy. There's a lot of stuff with whales and dolphins that kind of blows my mind when it comes to sapiens. Like whales will defend other whales of like different species, even species they can't like interbreed with. They'll like fuck with orcas just for the hell of it. I think it's humpbacks are like notorious for like protecting other whales from orcas. Like why?
Show the world of strength.
And then you get into like hive minds, like these super colonies of ants and stuff. Like, does consciousness even have to be like within the entity, or can the collective have consciousness? Because I think humans do a good bit of that. I think that's what like the religious experience is. It's like a hive mind.
Hello? You know what's amazing about the hive mind is that if you read a book, well, technically you should be upgrading not only your mind, but the hive mind. And this app is a little bit like a hive mind. So if you improve yourself, you improve the world. And by improving yourself, you improve others if you share the good news with them. Hello?
Yeah, learning how to read is kind of like learning how to read somebody else's mind.
That's because you don't read anymore. You just talk all the time. You mod a room as a living for a career. Whoever thought a career choice would be a green bean in a clubhouse room?
Gotta have faith, and faith, and faith.
Have faith, the faith, the faith. You gotta have faith.
I normally get annoyed when you do that shit, but it's kind of fun to do over, trying to get over.
Hello.
It's me.
Is it me you're looking for?
Wonder where you are, and I wonder what you do. You're somewhere feeling lonely. Is someone
This girl that I was text messaging, I wrote, how was your weekend? She wrote, I don't appreciate disappearing ex. John, 1 week later, is very bold. I said, oh boy, I thought you wanted to hold off on seeing each other again or a formal plan. 9 days to be specific. Counting the days, I like that. I also figured you weren't interested in seeing me again. Who is the man and who is the woman here? But 9 days is too much. What makes you say that? Intuition. That sweet girl, Amila. I haven't spoken to her. Well, I hope you have a good day. Well, I hope you had a good day. I think that was your insecurity in your head. I wrote, I don't know. I think our personal politics would be what turns me off. I said, everyone has politics. Everyone has the law. The joy of the law is strength. She wrote, and I don't like the last minute come through texts with no effort. That just says you want to just have sex. Very low effort. I wrote, the joy of the world is strength. She wrote, it's insulting. I wrote, I think that was your insecurity in your head. I wanted to see you again. I was excited. I also only suggested we get together because you were at your parents' and was close by. Then she wrote, so why'd you wait a whole week to say something? I gotta tell you, the Muhammad on the donkey comments I found not nice at all. But wasn't Muhammad on the donkey? Was I not right about that or something? Anyways. Yeah, I just don't think dating a hardcore Muslima is going to work out because she's probably right. We will have some conflict when I tell her that I'm revoking the charter of Medina. And unfortunately, Muhammad was an MLM marketer with a homicidal tint. Hello? Join us or die. Give us your money or die.
Oh shit, I'm back now. My bad. Sorry about that, folks. I'm sorry to cut you off,
Yada the evolution is here.
It's fine. No, it's fine. Please.
Just, I need to cut him over.
Can anyone call Khaled here for this harassment?
Oh my god, Vince, is that you?
Yay.
What a cute picture.
This is called the INFJ stare.
Oh my god, do you know who Yafur is?
I'm an ENFJ.
ENFJ means that, it means you are not, like, okay.
ENFJ. What is IN? Introvert?
Yeah.
I'm an extrovert, NFJ.
Yeah, so you are about feelings, I'm about, emotions and insight.
I don't like ENTPs.
You don't like INTJ.
Oh, who?
Engineers.
I like engineers. I studied engineering.
I don't like engineers. They look like, I like tarot readers.
Who?
The tarot readers.
Yeah, I like tarot readers too. Angel is a tarot reader.
Hey, I'm at home. I apologize. I have to ask everyone in the room a question. So I have the choice between making pho, like the Cambodian noodles, or for making steak and salmon. What would you have right now? All right, say less. Thank you for breaking the deadlock.
Oh, it's Tomorrow. Hello, Tomorrow. Have you met Tomorrow like this?
Yeah. Okay. Just kidding. I don't know. I'm speaking for everybody. I met him. I think I'm friends with him.
Hey, I hope this room is open after I'm done, but I'm gonna start cooking. You guys take care. Thank you for indulging me. Okay? I appreciate you guys.
Take care. Enjoy your trip.
Nargis, I'm still in love with you. You're gonna be my wife one day.
Oh my gosh, how dare you, sir? This European wax beauty is all mine. She's coming to Chicago this summer. We're renting a yacht, and we're going to make love in the sun. How dare you, yacht? How dare he? How dare he? Well, that can't stop a little summer soiree, can it? A little love never hurt somebody addicted to Clubhouse.
Just because he's in Missouri, it doesn't mean right now.
Missouri?
It doesn't mean that I
single.
Uh-huh. Oh. All right. Well, then, ex-nay on the boat lovemaking with your European beautiful wax. Bodied to the top, to the bottom, Rabboni Shalom. I'm just saying that if you are a Persian woman or a Persian man, and you are interested in opening up a hair removal laser surgery treatment facility, we believe that after Donald Trump conquers Iran, it will be the biggest financial opportunity in Iran. Laser hair removal treatment services. Think about it.
It's already a huge.
Think about it.
Plastic surgery and rhinoplasty are number one in Iran. So
I know, and we're going to subsidize that through Medicare, Medicaid, and it's going to become the biggest business. In fact, all the diaspora, the entire Iranian diaspora, is going to be provided free rhinoplasty.
I don't know why you think it's not.
Well, why is this guy giving me Epstein vibes?
He is Epstein himself.
It's because you're projecting, Phoenix.
Oh my God.
You're just a gay Muslim bookseller. Stop projecting onto me your pedophilic, homosexual attitude, Phoenix. Tamario, welcome to the stage. Two minds enter. So let's talk about duality versus non-duality. Egoism versus altruism. Is it subjective or objective? Is it an objective subjective? What's really going on here? Is this a synthesis? Is this the Trinity? Hello?
First of all, altruism does not exist.
Look at Phoenix puking. Spraying. Can't take the terminology. It's too complex. It's very difficult to actually describe non-duality versus duality. Can anybody here do it? I have found it challenging. Hello?
Actually, I think Phoenix is a non-dualist.
Can someone help him? Because I don't think that he says something around.
Ding, 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 projection alert, ding, 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 projection alert, ad hominem projection alert system, ad hominem projection alert system. This is your ad hominem projection alert system. Remain calm. And for the next 10 seconds, a siren will go off confirming the ad hominem projection you've just heard.
White House physician Dr. Shaw Barbabella says that President Trump is fully fit for duty.
Here we go again with more ad hominem. You know, can't people just debate a topic without attacking a person personally? You ever notice that on this app?
No. Go read the
You ever notice that on this app? That people can't stay on topic. They always have to degrade and then make an insulting remark to somebody. Isn't that just amazing? Why is that? Maybe it has something.
Times recording people in Clubhouse instead of
I record myself, sir. I don't just record people. I record myself. Hello?
Non-duality is the philosophical, spiritual understanding that reality is not divided into separate, opposing parts. It suggests that the everyday distinction we make between self and outself, mind and body, subject and object, is an illusion. And all that is existent is one, interconnected, indivisible whole. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones that make a brighter day. So let's start giving.
Hi, Cora. Hi, Necro.
That's not Cora. Where's Cora?
Oh, it's
Megatron.
Bart, okay. Oh, shit.
It's a nice picture though.
From Victorian style.
Nice picture of Cora. Beautiful.
So
Megatron made for me.
I'm texting this Muslim girl, and I wrote because she's very upset that I made a joke about Muhammad and the donkey. So I'm trying to correct it, and it's called the Night Journey. Isra and Miraj. That's the name for mirage. Muhammad did not ride a donkey to the moon. And by the way, everybody, tonight is a full moon. Instead, he rode a winged, white, mule-like creature named Burak. Burak flew him from Mecca to Jerusalem. And from there, he ascended through the heavens to the presence of God. It's kind of nice. It's like
Like an astral projection.
you got like Elon Musk who's like actually trying to fly to the moon, and then you got like a guy high on like peyote in the desert, and he's like, what'd you guys do this weekend? And they're like, what'd you do, Muhammad? And he's like, oh, I flew to the moon on Burak. They're like, what'd you do? He's like, yeah, I got on my winged donkey, I flew to God, and I went to the moon with Burak. And they're like, damn, Muhammad's flying to the moon with a fucking winged mule. Jesus, this guy's got some magic powers.
I think Jacob that wrestled with God. Good Lord. That must have been quite the wrestle, right?
Israel.
Israel.
After he won the jiu-jitsu match, God was like, your name is no longer Yakub. It is now Israel.
One who fought me. Wow.
Phoenix actually accurately described me one day. I was laughing because he's like, this guy's like Loki. He's a trickster. John Kidover is a trickster. And I was like, it's kind of true because the magician, the hermit, etc., the fool, the fool is the first card in the tarot. And I think it means Beth, which is house. So actually, Clubhouse is actually a club of fools. You see how that works? Clubhouse is not a group of gifted people bringing valuable information, playing audiobooks to each other. No. This is a club of fools. It's the Fools Club. Hello?
This is the Fools Club. People are adding people much faster on Clubhouse now than before.
It is a flirting. Yeah, it is a dating app.
You think so? Bro, whoever freaking dated on this app, whoever made any freaking business endeavor on this app has failed. It's one of those worst apps to freaking take, take realistically. It's good for sound.
Yeah, actually, the first murder case in Clubhouse was 3 years ago of a man that robbed a woman, and then they discovered that she is married, and then he went there and climbed the building and killed the woman and so some people take the relationship seriously. It's not just a passing by. Because Clubhouse allows for conversations that doesn't happen in real life.
Damn, Art just left.
See, Necro, what are you doing for your love life? Because if Narja's is your love life, like you need to work more on it. Because as she just said, she's dating a guy in Missouri, and though she's probably the most entertaining and delightful woman on the app, what about in the real world?
Oh, I don't date chicks on Clubhouse. I mean, I'm more likely to date, old women on Facebook. So.
Oh, Facebook date. You're like a little lover boy for older ladies. I get it. That's cool.
Not necessarily, but I mean.
Facebook dating is good.
Yeah.
Really? You think so?
Yeah.
women, any dating app is good. I mean, for a woman, it's just like 100,000 matches. It never stops.
Yeah.
For a hot woman, even probably for a fat, ugly woman. See, what I don't like is people use those dating apps and some people want to talk to you as if like they haven't discovered Clubhouse and they want you to be their dopamine. And that gets very annoying. You know, have you noticed that? What?
Don't get, like it says, don't get hypnotized by an external rhythm, right?
She accepts my apology. Has anyone here ever apologized to someone for something they did or said, and then the apology created a miracle?
I apologize all the time and nothing happened, nothing changed.
Really? Because every time I've ever issued an apology, it's always been such like a blessed experience. The recipient of the apology has always been so happy and surprised at the apology that I quickly learned making apologies was very beneficial and diplomatic in case you get caught stretching the rules a little bit.
I was in Benjamin room, and then I was talking, and he was not moving, but he was much going on. Then I left the room, came back to listen to the replays, and I heard him after I left saying sorry.
You know, what's interesting about Islam is I really don't like it from a legal perspective, but from a mystical interpretation, it's got, you know, a strong underpinning that Jesus and Muhammad and Hermes, they all share the same title, which is the messenger. And communication technology is really at the center of messaging. And Muhammad's revolution, which is still in place today, is actually a revolution of communication. Communication technology. He is the messenger.
Any being who desired worship, who was worthy of worship, would not demand to be worshipped.
I think that everyone should appreciate their roots. Sometimes people try to discover something else out of like sometimes they have problem with their own traditions. So there are a lot of people from Christian background, Jewish background, rejecting their own background and going to India, for example. There's a lot of Muslims that go to atheism. So it's like, I don't want to be like my family is or something like that. And the demonization of people based on their religion makes them hate themselves and then go to discover something else or trying to fit into another narrative. The same thing with Hindus, the same thing with it's all about that people don't want to be labeled something that they didn't choose, right?
was simply about submission to God, poor bastard.
You know, to Majid's point, I remember as a kid watching Braveheart, and there's that scene where he says, you know, never in my whole life have I sworn fealty to that king. And it had me thinking about how, like, I was reciting the pledge before I even knew the definitions of the words. And it did kind of, like, cheapen my my sense of nationalism or patriotism or whatever, knowing that, like, I only feel this way because I've been programmed to, you know.
Yeah, so an internal decision is far more superior than an external pressure, right? So, your name, like, for example, my name is given by my father. My body is given by my mother and father. Nationality, religion, these all things were given to us. But, like, if you discover that you have free will, that's a different story. You know that tyrants historically were killing people just for one simple thing, which is when someone discovers that they have free will, they cannot be enslaved.
Well, I think, you know, if Muhammad is the messenger and Jesus is the Messiah, or the messenger as well, it's all information for the user to pick up and study, to read, to implement into their own personal life. Whether or not God exists or does not exist, these scripts are software programs to run to actually enhance and exceed your existence. It is personal development. It is self-development. And the people on this app that refuse to discuss it and actually read it, as opposed to just their never-ending entertainment shows, well, I hate to say it, but they're not going to change shit in their lives. And they're going to keep the same boring show on this app over and over and over and over and over. It will never end. They will go to the grave doing the same lame, boring pattern that they do. There's nothing new or exciting about their show. It is the same stale, boring show week after week after week. And it's really just like becoming a geriatric show of, like, senior citizens saying, "Ah, these kids today! Get off of my lawn!" That's basically the show. No deep analysis of symbols, secret interpretations, correlations and correspondence. No real knowledge. No real information transferred on this app. It's just entertainment. Hello?
Hello.
Well, I mean, I've learned things on this app.
Well, the thing is, you may have learned some things, but in terms of, like, if I were to give you a PDF with a lot of information or a book, what you learned doesn't even compare to that information transfer, because a conversation is very slow information transfer. And thus, when you read a book or a pamphlet or some type of an instruction manual, there's just a lot more knowledge that you gain from that direct engagement versus passively listening or even engaging in these online stupid political debates. Because if you're really interested in theology, well, you would go on eBay or Amazon and buy books about theology or philosophy. And you would study those books.
I do look up the stuff that people tell me, and yeah, I mean, people should read books. Yeah.
Yeah, they should, right?
I've read.
And people suggest books on here too.
I've read Ramdas. We hear now about Ramdas. So we here now by Ramdas, but the thing I feel like it is a little bit cultish.
Yes.
Reading books is pretty much my diet. I am around.
Yeah. So, Terence McKenna is my favorite, but there is no book for Terence McKenna. So I listened to him on YouTube. It's really
What are you talking about?
You know Terence McKenna?
No, you said there's no books.
Yeah, who is books?
Yeah,
You
I
have
have books.
Wait, you have books?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have one of his books on my shelf.
Oswald.
Go fly, Phoenix.
It's called Alien Dreamtime. Wait.
So, Angela, I never asked you, are you an atheist or?
No, I'm a Muslim, bro.
Oh, okay.
It's okay.
That's fine.
But the Muslims on this app don't accept me, so it is what it is.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, these are the red pills. The red pill.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of one of the reasons why, like, to me, like, one of my things that a lot of people assume I'm on the left, but when I'm talking about Islam, a lot of people assume that I'm on the right.
Why is that?
Just because I do take a lot of, a lot of issues with the religion of Islam, but I have nothing against anybody who is Muslim. I mean, I have applied the same issues with Islam as I do with Christianity as well, so.
That's fair.
I disagree with things within Islam too.
I mean, one of the issues I have politically with, at least, is so much that the left doesn't seem to have as much of an issue with, or that they'll say that the hijab is the source of women's pride. It's like, so the women in Tehran have had acid thrown in their faces for not covering their head. I mean, but that's women's empowerment.
Yeah, that's yeah. So I know this scenario. It's called honor killing. Honor killing is not religious. Honor killing is tribal. So if a woman from a certain tribe is having a relationship with a man from another tribe. So the same scenario is like Aladdin, he came from the window, he has to come from the door, and there is a family and stuff. So this is like very separate thing. Honor killing is like really wild. Like it is in Afghanistan and Iran, especially in the families that consider themselves to be divine or something into the Shia sect. It is similar to the royal family of the British that they travel to America, because they have problems with their families. This is the same. So they will have honor killing.
But I don't know if, I mean, what I pointed out is necessarily honor killings. It's just examples of, you know, inequality. That is something that concerns me, is that, and, you know, like I said, I don't have any issues with Muslims, but it does concern me when you have places like the UK where it's like, for like 80% of British Muslims who believe that the Danish cartoonist should have been prosecuted. That does concern me.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I mean, I really don't want, I mean, to me, I don't want to have that sort of thing implemented into the country is what concerns me.
Yeah. When it comes to what is happening in the UK, you will find these people actually getting offended because they believe that this is like it is racist because it is portraying an Arab man doing something bad, like Prophet Muhammad, for example. So, for example, before when there was World War II, I think, in the American context, the Japanese were portrayed in cartoons in a really bad way, right? Or like the black people, they were portrayed like they take people and cook them in taking people in cartoons. Like when you go to Africa, for example, that they are going to take you and kill you and cook you in.
Oh my God! Shut up.
Is that Galaxy?
No, that's McHale.
No, it's Galaxy. I know people.
Yeah, I haven't heard Galaxy in a while. But it was McHale who talked.
Yeah, so Necro, it is when people see these cartoons, they feel like there is propaganda against anyone that looks Arab or something.
Benny, shut the fuck up, man. Yeah, I think that to me that's one of the things that I think is a fair distinction is that you think that, you know, there's an unfair marginalization against anyone who is Muslim, you know, but on the other hand, it's like the suggestion that there's the concern about like essentially that any sort of, I think really to me what I have, I pointed out is one of my issues I have is with the term Islamophobia is like, to me is like, is there a special word for bigotry against, you know, Buddhists or against, you know, against Jains and
Hinduphobia.
They've been persecuted, you know, way more than any other group and are among the most peaceful of religious groups, but we just call that religious persecution, or we call it xenophobia. So, to me, like, I don't understand why we can't just call it religious persecution of Muslims or xenophobia.
But how do you explain the political element? Because Islam is specific. I mean, I guess Hinduism and Buddhism, all these are really religious state systems. And in America, we have the separation of church and state. So that's the thing that legally I'm just in disagreement with combining church and state in the same way that I disagree with combining state and economy, which is what the virtue of selfishness is all about and why altruism is actually just, you know, societal suicide. It destroys accountability, efficiency, growth, hard work. You know, sacrificing self for others, for other people through wealth redistribution is not intelligent. It's not knowledge, it's not trade, it's just purely social redistribution of purchasing power. And if you want purchasing power, you have to work hard to get it. The system demands it. It will always be the future economy. And so just having people sit at home and scroll TikTok all day is not creating knowledge. It's not creating trade. It is destroying people's lives, and it's parasitic. I'm not saying that individuals or recipients really the true causes of the system being destroyed. The true cause is Medicare and Medicaid. That is the true cause. The medical industrial complex is so overfunded and so cyclical and so quarterly in terms of budget, and we don't have like a pay-as-you-go or first in, first out type of finance. It's just the same fucking amount of money every year for the same stupid outcome. And unfortunately, the outcomes of the health industrial complex are just not what they say it is. Chemo kills you. Everybody dies on it, and it's a $60 billion a year industry. Hello?
Hi, Angel left. I was gonna ask her, yeah, because like one of the things a lot of Muslims I've talked to in Clubhouse, and a lot of them, when I press them on things like, you know, whether or not they believe people who draw pictures of Muhammad, whether they should be punished, and they have said implicitly that they, or they sometimes just outright say that they do, but it's just that they do think that is the case. So, which is something that does concern me as well.
Yeah, do you know that Muslims fear the West also?
Well, I understand that there's been like intervention by my, you know, government, and you know, I think it's justified for them to be angry at, you know, us for intervention. But I think really it's like,
No, it's not. It's not anger. It's actually fear.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, whatever it is, aggression, fear. I think that there's definitely justification on that side of thing. I mean, so. Yeah, I'm not going to go off about whether or not, you know, these people, yeah, I mean, I definitely understand plenty of countries hate us. So, and,
No, not hate. Not hate. Fear.
Well, either way, they have negative views of our country, and I'd say probably rightly so because of our intervention. So, in occupation.
Yeah, a lot of Muslims fear the West. So it is similar to Islamophobia. And they don't know that there is fear of Muslims in the West. They think that the West don't care about us. They just want to come and take the resources and go back and live in the beach, smoking weed and stuff. That's what Muslims believe. And they are fearful of the West. It's not hateful, it is fearful. It's like they are going to invade us. That kind of mentality. The same thing is in the West, that Muslims are going to invade us. So everyone is fearful of the other. It's not everyone is angry at the other.
They're so scared of the West that they all want to come in the West. That's funny.
Yeah.
I don't think that in rich countries they really want to go to the West other than being tourists. So, for example, the Gulf states. If the country is actually struggling for economic problems.
Also, just want to say welcome to the stage.
Hi. And the Gulf state wants to become the next West. So they're building museums that are called the Louvre. So they are mimicking the West past glory. They want to become the West. But the rest of the countries that are Muslims and poor, most of the people want to immigrate to the West. They're not fearful at all. Sorry. That's a lie.
No, they are fearful. Yeah, I think that Muslims, the majority of Muslims are fearful and trying to impress the West all the time. Look at me, I'm good. This kind of behavior. And when they go to the West, for example, they will tell them, hey, Islam is good, this and that. We are not bad. We are are not terrorists. Please love us. This kind of behavior. So, because of that, the Muslims believe that there is demonization of them in the media that portray them as terrorists, and they think that people in the West are fooled by that, and they think that that's not what they are. So, but there is problems in the Muslim world that are misogyny. That's number one. The next one is homophobia. The third one is racism. A lot of people don't know about the Muslim world, but it should be talked about more. What else? So it is very similar to the West, but the West, Muslims know the West more than the West know Muslims. Or I will not say Muslims, but I will say there is something in the West that they don't know about the outside world. Only people that travel outside, they can know. The world is big and people are different than what we thought.
I imagine it's like Christians and Muslims are fighting over who's right about the origin. It's like, Allah and Yahweh are fighting about, whether man was made from dirt or from water specifically. And then all of a sudden it's like Zeus comes in. He's like, stop you two always fighting. Water alone is nasty. Dirt alone is nasty. But if we put this together, we can have ourselves a little mud wrestling match.
Yeah. The relationship between Muslims and Christians is really bad.
Yeah, it's one of the things I always point out is, like, to me, I always wonder is that they all said they, worship a God of love, who is perfectly good, who, was caring, and yet they were the most, very violent in their disagreements with each other throughout history. They're constantly at war with each other about who is right about God.
Well, I just think
it's like wars between people.
See, I think people, when they're doing these religious debates, it's really like tribal politics, and we're using theology to essentially conduct politics and discuss the policies. So, how do you escape that critical analysis of these conversations, which are truly just political debates using, again, different religions, practices, traditions, esoteric philosophy to essentially try to one-up one another in a very subversive political way, because religion and politics, or every politician wants to be a philosopher and every philosopher wants to be a politician. And I just like criticizing and roasting and mocking a lot of people who talk all the time, but they don't actually do anything. Aren't they just the most ineffective, parasitic type of leeches amongst us? The talkers, the do-gooders, the Karens of Clubhouse?
Well, you're a part of that too, though, right?
Is that your projection onto me, sir?
No, I'm just saying. Here you are.
Well, don't attack the person. Don't ad hominem project onto people. Just debate the topic. No need to insult people personally. That shows you've lost the argument. Hello?
but it is very difficult to have a conversation with you, man. You are unpredictable.
But same with you though, Phoenix. You're the gay Muslim. You're like the walking contradiction.
You see, when you say it's difficult to have a conversation with me, that's your personal projection. You're saying to everyone here, you're difficult to have a conversation with. Try to be topical and not lob personal insults. Hello?
No, I'm just saying the difficulty between communication between me and you.
Yeah, that's your opinion. It's not a fact. Hello?
West, it's got me rocking on my heels.
Hello? This is a special Megatron bonus episode. Welcome back to Two Minds Enter. Welcome to the Thunderdome with Tina Turner. The Thunderdome.
I am the charioteer of the East, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle.
Strike the master chord.
Draw the flaming sword.
Crowned child and conquering Lord, o'er us, Avenger. Thou the head of the home, the iron folk, thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Oh, those apron is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. The iron Thou whose garment is of the golden glory, with the azure bars of and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. For those menace hideth the universe with night, the impermeable gloom, the iron thou bearest the wand of double power. Thou about whose presence is shed the darkness of blue light, the unfathomable glory of the outmost ether, the untraveled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkling sphere of fire. The iron folk. So thou who bearest the rose and rose of life and love, the iron folk. The voice of the five, the voice of the six, eleven of the voices, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword.
At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis.
The only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that bore thee in her womb, flying from the temper of the water. Thee I invoke. Stones of crimson flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Thou hast formulated father, and made fertile thy body. Thou hast garments of the golden glory, with the azure bars of sky. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Thou, who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou, who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. Thou standest high the universe with night, the incurable blue. Thou, who travelest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the undead boat and of the Thou, who bearest the wand of double power. Now about whose presence is shed the darkness of light, the unfathomable glory of the outmost ether, the untravelled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou concentrest all the multiverse in one darkling sphere of fire.
Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me. Bro, no way!
It looks like love. It feels like
are continuing or do they stop? Right? Like that would be some level of will. They're hungry, but they decide to stop or this, that they can't defeat the thing, right? Rather than, but I don't see. So that may be that's a version of free will connected to survival, right? One about preservation. But in other ways, right, the sort of excess killing, unless they have an idea of conservation, right, we can say that once that sort of instinctual desire kicks in, right, like it's not shut off until it's satiated, right? So there's not so I don't, the excessiveness wouldn't, we still wouldn't be able to, surmise, like, whether that's evil.
I mean,
Like an awareness of that, sort of, again, right? I don't know. I'm slow. I apologize.
under a more deterministic, instinctual like side of the gradient, I agree. Right? But that doesn't discount that some small gradient or choice like exists. So the question would be like if we have established that some capacity for choice exists, right? If we establish that. Right. So then, for example, do animals spare their prey?
Hey, how you doing?
Some do.
Yeah. I think for me, choice exists in the sense that, so we know choice exists because, right, speaking of documentaries, right, there's enough, right, we can see them hunt, right, and in the process of hunting and sort of selecting their prey, right, there's a decision or a choice as to who they choose, right, so most animals are hunting for prey, right, don't just sort of, aren't just sort of running out and just, going for anything. Well, I'm not gonna say anything, but oftentimes we see sort of, the lengths that they go to selecting, pouncing, slowly, sort of moving along, right, to sort of track their prey. That's right. That's they're choosing in that, to attack in that moment, right? That's a form of choice, but within that choice, they're still be driven by instinct. I don't know. I think.
Yeah, so the question is under like a strict Kantian framing, right? All of the 100% is driven by instinct, which means they don't have rationality, which means they don't have autonomous will, which means they cannot have duties, right? Which means they don't have morality, which means they cannot be evil. I think it's more of a spectrum rather than 100% strict Kantian framework, right?
So I think, I think that would, right. So there's some animals that create like communities. They have, I think, what is it? Orcas or dolphins, right? There's there's passing. I'm not a zoologist. I'm not a scientist. But they have, like norms within their community, right? I don't know. It's interesting, but yeah, for me, right, the sort of the moral part is a construction, right? So unless the morality was off in the conversation already, the morality comes from a constructed set of norms and values. And so unless we are, right, talking about sort of morality at the side of the individual, sort of at the individual, each individual animal, I don't
I'm gonna
get,
blow.
get how,
I'm gonna blow up the conversation, but I think AI is. I fundamentally believe the brain is functionalist. In terms of so AI can replicate human brain capacity. So human brains are functionalist, right? And we describe things in a functionalist manner, right? As applied to animals. Then a lot of things that, again, on a relative scale, right? Humans have a much wider breadth of doing all of those things, right? But norms, cooperative behavior, empathetic behavior, rudimentary sense of uh, retributive like behavior and like dogs and others, elements do cooperation mechanisms, etc. exist in a functionalist manner, right? Which I think you kind of alluded to. And I think a lot of the Kantian framework, because of it, is just anthropocentric and it just privileges humans on that level. And for good reason, right? Because on a relative scale, we are like very, very, very far. But it's not 100% binary law.
I don't know enough. And for the sake of animals only. I think what you were saying, you brought it up. Take too much time. I gotta think about it.
You see dogs that perceive their movement.
I think dogs have been, right, so are you talking about domesticated dogs, right? So I think domesticated dogs have, right, you know, they've been bred in such a way and are, you know, domesticated in such a way that, actually, I don't know. I think they mimic, right? So, how much of what they are doing is instinctual? How much of this is, I mean, you know, they're sort of bred in, you know, they're not bred in the state of nature, right? So,
This is my fundamental argument. I'm a supernature guy. I don't think there's such a clean distinction between nature and nurture. I think we don't ask the same questions about humans, right? How much of the human things is instinctual, and then how much are we domesticated by the rest of the society, and how much of that domestication should account for being a morally autonomous agent?
well, we've made moral assessments about what we are doing with that, right? So, you know, that like that's my thing. Like we have decided that certain behaviors and actions are not accepted given a very given these sort of particular standards, right? Certain standards, right? So murder in the sense of or killing, but confined to these ways, right? If we judge, the mental capacity of someone to be outside of what we associate to be acceptable, right? And to self. I mean, yeah, I'm not one for making a strict delineation among humans, but dogs, right? They're not created. They don't exist within a society where they are sort of among themselves and having conversations and structuring, right, a society that sort of exists around what is acceptable for their behavior, right? They don't have, right, in the way that humans do, right? And so, for me, if that makes sense, so for me, right, what most right? There's a moment where, dogs, are taken from, they're sold, they're given away, right? They're taken away from their mothers, and then, but there's a small window of time where they still stay within that particular community. Outside of that, most of their life is structured around what humans believe to be acceptable. And then when they get around other dogs, even those, interactions are mediated by, training, by, other, leashes and all the right, treats and all these other things come in, right? So, there's, I don't, I see the delineation between nature and, and structure to be a little different because of the forms or the access to, or, the range of autonomy, I'll say, that they have is very limited compared to that of human beings.
I agree on the range, but as long as you can see to the range, that's already kind of not the confident thing like that. And of course, I'm not saying they have equal capacity, but as long as there is some range, whatever minimum it is, right, then they potentially can be moral agents within that minimum range.
Oh, yeah. So I'm not saying that there couldn't possibly. I'm not, or I don't think I'm saying that there could be no capacity for that. I think, at the point to which I believe there is capacity, it is negligible for, or there would be a set of conditions that I think would need to exist for that to kick in, right? So having the capacity, you're not saying this, but having the capacity to do something is not saying that it exists, right? And so for me, they may have the capacity, but I don't necessarily believe that.
I think I've seen it. Yeah, I think brother was kind of saying humans have culture and dogs don't have like a passed down culture, but dogs can have human imposed culture, and I think that's correct, more or less. And I've seen it happen where the dog has been trained, the dog knows better, the dog knows what's expected, but the dog does it anyway, and then afterwards you can see the dog just incredible shame. The dog is, the dog really wanted to kill that bird, even though he knew he wasn't supposed to. I think we're not so far away. I guess I came around. At first I thought you were wrong, neoliberal, but humans and animals, they're just a different spectrum. There's not really any hard difference.
It's okay. I'm going to be an animal supremacist for a minute and say humans are different than a fucking alligator.
Well, I will say that whether or not the alligator has the capacity to, the motherfuckers is choosing to eat people. And so we should just probably steer clear of them. Whether or not they are doing it for fun or out of instinct, they are eating people. We should probably have to
You could say, what is brother? What is that scapegoat when killing every small? Normal Savage.
Normal Savage,
Yeah, Emmanuel Kant was one with friends.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's powerful.
Yeah, no, that's good.
He just screams them like absolutely, like he doesn't wrap it in range of any small choice within capacity for anything. Like it's pure deterministic instinct, right? And I think science has evolved to kind of screw it not wrong, like really doesn't like only kind of range stuff, right? Like or the contrast stuff. But the kind of absolutist argument that Immanuel Kant makes, which is kind of a Cartesian distinction between the purity of nature and all of this stuff, right? That's what I see in his argument.
Yeah, I think self-preservation is also one of those things, that factors into the calculus and is, there is a desire within the individual animal to hunt, but also make a calculus as to, am I going to get killed on this? And may decide to not engage, not because it is worried about, whether or not it is right to kill the animal, right? Because, we also see animals also pick on the weak, right? Choose to, the path of least resistance, right? So, they're not necessarily worried about power and dominance. They're not wrestling with that, what to do with the least of these. But, sometimes they're making, the calculus that it is more important for me to live or to back away. I have misjudged this and, made the case if one such. That's also a moral argument, right? Like that's, their life is more important than trying to pursue the enemies of the life. But the conversation that was had, at least from what I heard, this is not saying anything about me, but the conversation, at least from the opposing side, did not seem to, wasn't going through that exercise for whatever reason. So it
Not one that
seemed a little, very silly.
I just remembered an amazing episode of the Twilight Zone, the new one by Jordan Peele TV series, which had season 2. I just looked it up to refresh my memory because I was sure it was the Twilight Zone. It is the Twilight Zone. It's Jordan Peele, season 2, episode 6, which is from the people BBC polar researchers stationed in Antarctica that are studying deep sea creatures, including an octopus. And that octopus is fucking evil.
I mean, what was, I don't know how much they shared with you about the conversation. They definitely look evil. When you actually, the beaks and shit, that's different. But, it's funny because the argument, at least earlier, about the evil alligator was one that I could see someone who is religious make the case for evil, make the case for evil alligator. It was weird. Well, not so weird. It was interesting to me to hear a person who had been denigrating religion and religious belief, not sort of dismissing it, but making the case for evil in some way. It didn't connect. Sorry, I didn't understand where the evil was coming from.
Brother, I have a
How
question for you.
the construction of evil was in that particular argument. That the line. What's up?
Didn't that earlier argument kind of imply that there was some like interspecies objective morality?
Yes. Yes, that was this is why it's frustrating for me to hear this.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, I don't.
What? Can y'all hear me now? Well, yes. Oh,
Yes.
Neil, I've been talking this whole time. Y'all didn't hear me. It was the demon. See, before y'all keep going, it was the demon. See, when we was talking, I knew where brother was going. I was gonna say earlier, it was the devil that was in the alligator. That's why the alligator is evil. See, y'all don't want to deal with the spirit and the spiritual realm. Y'all don't want to talk about demons and demonology, the devil and Lucifer. Y'all don't want to talk about that.
And that's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons why I decided not to engage in the conversation, because I didn't understand. I mean, for one, I was listening because I couldn't understand sort of the through line of the argument from that person. And, like, it could be me, so I wanted to listen and hear it. But then I realized, it was like, well, this seems like, almost you could make a better argument using religion.
I was considering this case.
And you're not. And because you're not, and it's not, the argument isn't internally consistent, and, there's no sort of, there's no, in the course of the conversation, there didn't seem to be sort of a desire to sort of, do the workmanlike, engagement through the logic. I was having a difficult time, but I was like, I could make the case, a religious case for the evil alligator, but I've gotten in trouble with those types of things. That's why. It's one of the reasons why I asked. I wanted to ask neoliberal, because, and I phrase it because y'all can hear me, but I wanted to ask him, sort of in that way, sort of divorced from the conversation, tying it directly to religion and Christianity, because I think that he would have an interesting answer, so I wanted to so I appreciate that.
Real quick, neoliberal. The reason I said it would be like some type of interspecies objective morality is because it was implied that evil, or the capacity to be evil, was not limited to human beings. That was really what the conversation was surrounding. They were saying that there's this there's not a unique quality to humans as opposed to animals to have moral judgments. That was like the rebuttal to like Christianity, or like the Christian concept of free will being limited to humans. So that was why I was saying if an alligator can be evil, you're implying that they are operating on a similar moral grounds as humans. If you're saying it's not specific.
Yeah, but I guess I put that arguments like it that way, maybe, but yeah, it's just more tight, maybe.
It's I mean, it seems, it seems like just a ridiculous conversation, and in some ways But I think one of the things that's interesting for me is that conversations like this can, if people allow it, can sort of make people aware of the assumptions they have um, about life, about how people and why people do certain things. Because we have inconsistent beliefs around quote unquote evil acts. And that, what does that look like in the real world? That looks like children being charged for murder, right? But not universally, but indiscriminately, right? Being charged as adults for particular behaviors, right? Because we believe that there are some things so heinous that they preclude the innocence of a child, right? We have this language about the innocence of a child. At the same time, we have the language about, she's fast. She's X, Y, Z. Oh, they're dangerous, right? They're evils, they're predators, right? These youth, right, who are, running the streets of Chicago, mobs, right? Like all of a sudden we have these inconsistent sort of ways of talking about, and we don't actually unpack sort of the inconsistencies of our beliefs. We just sort of trot along on each sort of situation, like changing our beliefs and not even realizing it, right? And so while this conversation about the alligator is completely divorced from the other things, for me, conversations like this are interesting because it's my hope that people begin to investigate, and including myself, right? Investigate what we think is possible among people. And, because policies, right? They're laws, right? These are things that are close to, we don't individually change them, but we have, right? We get to help shape policy through, through activism, through representation, through voting, right? Who deserves to die, right? Death penalty, right? Like all these things to me are sort of connected in some way to these basic discussions about life, but we often don't. That's another reason why I enjoy Clubhouse, because we often don't, like, where else are you having, conversations around these things with people for hours, and even if you're not participating directly in the conversation, being able to hear people talk about this, oftentimes it doesn't happen, and it may not be great, it's not perfect, but it is a version of the public square, and I enjoy it for that. But
I extra, brother. I extra for that, brother. I had to give you an X.
Why?
Because you said you enjoy Clubhouse. This place is a cesspool of diseased brains, and we all have it.
Evil?
Maybe evil, yeah. It's a possession. People are possessed. They get on here screaming and hollering. Y'all should have heard it today.
Yes.
I have never heard people scream and holler that much about being anti-Christian God. Just leave it alone. Just in general.
You need the capacity after the other day when you heard them screaming about Martin Luther King not being president.
Oh God. Oh.
Again, I'm not saying
but you
every conversation. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say I enjoy every conversation. I wasn't here for that. I didn't say I enjoy every conversation. I don't enjoy every voice. I don't. But and I'm very clear about I appreciate it. But I'm just saying the potential to still have conversations that seem completely ridiculous or for the length of time that we spend on them at times. I'm including myself in those conversations. Yeah, I think people, this should be a space where people can get so frustrated. I mean, on some level, I also see it as, this is a space where people should get so frustrated where they are having to deal with emotions, frustrations, and they have to leave it, or they should leave it to the audio, to their voice, and they gotta work that shit out. And they have to force themselves to rhetorically engage, and they can't do all the other shit that we do in moments of frustration. And as loud as they may scream, we can also turn down the mic and then still try to navigate dialogue. At the best, that's how I see it. And sometimes we get there. And I think, I know people don't like to go back on these conversations, but I do think they're valuable to go back to the conversation hours later and, work through some of the ideas, come back. Sometimes, better arguments are made, clearer arguments. People are clearly sort of wrestling with these conversations and want to still continue them. And I think that can be fruitful, even if it's at an individual level. And it's not a collective. Not everybody's going to benefit from the continuation of the conversation.
I'll be very brief. The alligator part went on too long, and the missed opportunity that we had today is that we actually could have a much deeper, more interesting conversation. It was not about if it was pivoted to mammals, as I mentioned in chat, but also talk about like behavior of bonobos, the behavior of even lions eating the cubs of other lions to protect themselves, or of gorillas, or Jane Goodall, or whatever goes on over there. That would have been more interesting. The alligator thing, I just couldn't take after,
I'm just gonna say this: the animal conversation writ large bothers me. It's something I just have to work out, and it's because I often think, and this is sort of like this is an overgeneralization of my reading of history, particularly history about non-whites. There's always been a preferencing of animals over certain humans, and or assigning animal-like qualities to certain humans that are non-white, and or denigrating people's religious belief because they honor nature and or animals. And so the sort of evolution of the conversation now, where we are, not in this current conversation, but sort of the conversation in certain terms of thinking about animals in different ways, and the movement to sort of center, the rights of animals. It really bothers me because it's another way to. I'm not saying we shouldn't center the rights of animals, but what I am saying is, I don't necessarily want us to pivot the privileging again to focus on the animal, and the people who are at the margins stay at the margins.
Oh, I agree. That's why you shouldn't be on that side then, because when you start hearing them talk about cows are the new slaves, then you're gonna lose it. So I think you should just not agree about that.
Well, I used to lose it when they used to talk about the veganism and stuff.
Yeah. That's how I do.
No, I agree. I think in the conversations about animals seem to progress, and conversations about the humanity of humans evolves, and it seems to be work like, that's an infinite progress that is definitely troubling.
I don't know how they over there talking about black people have low IQ, but cows are sentient beings. That's where they start losing. I'm like, all right, so we go back and they go.
That's what I'm saying. And then, when you read the literature, it's like the people writing these texts about the rights of animals, you be like, we just forget the poor, we forget the Negroes. I said the hard ER a lot lot of times today, y'all can everybody that's not privileged, they like they just go by the wayside because we so busy fighting for the animal rights. And I'm not saying we shouldn't fight for the animal rights, but I'm just saying that like we can't be the privileging game has to stop. And when I say privileging, I mean like creating another hierarchy where the animal is over certain types of humans. Like I don't think we should be creating new hierarchies around this.
I mean, my position is that we need to taste better, not uncage them and let them eat the grass. I mean, you know,
I got a funny story. So I have a friend who lives in Peru, and they're always inviting me to Peru to come visit. So they eat what's the animal called? They eat some kind of animal, y'all, and when they cook it for tourists, the face is still there. So like I forget the name of the animal, but it's no. It's like a little like maybe I or something. Like we would eat coon, back in that little baby. Yeah, it's like a little animal.
Is it like a capybara or something?
No, I'm gonna have to go look. I'm gonna have to text him, but he's in Australia now, so I can't. I don't know. He might. Cause it's morning down there. But yeah, it's an animal, and every time he told me something, you could come. I'm gonna feed you some of this. You gotta eat this. And I just be like, yo, the animal's face is there. Whole body is like cooked, like fried, but you could see the face. Like I don't want that. I'm okay with eating the animal in slices, but why I gotta see the beat up face? Hold on, let me look. I'm gonna tell y'all.
Never had whole pig before?
It's guinea pig. You wrote that. Casper. Yes, it's guinea pig. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly. Y'all go on Instagram and put in Peru guinea pigs and see how they cook that shit. And that's what my friend was sending me. And I will not go. I will not go.
I needed separation.
Not Mrs. where the face is right there.
I can't even eat the whole fish at the restaurant. I can't do it. But if you want to take most...
Thank you, Miss Sharp, as well. Miss Sharp, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, it's the big guy. Y'all go to Instagram.
They're so cute.
I converted a vegetarian girlfriend to a pescatarian.
Oh my God, not you converting her.
Yeah, I converted. Everybody thought I was going to go down, but she had. So when I converted her, she's like, yeah, no problem. Play. But when I converted her, the thing it's so weird. So she can eat shrimp and she'll do lobster and all that. She will not eat a scallop or a clam. I don't know why. She's like, the shell is too flesh-like. It feels too fresh to eat it out of the shell. She'll eat like legs and tentacles. I'm like, damn, why is the scallop so long?
Because is she? Are y'all shucking the shells?
Yeah, cause I eat raw. Like I eat raw. I eat oysters, scallops, clams.
That's because you're forcing it. That's because it's not consent. Right? Consent is baked into the shell. If you gotta pry open the shell,
you're right.
Not given consent.
Wait, is she doing the peel and eat shrimp? Like the already gutted? Okay.
But she'll eat a crab leg.
Yeah, Mama, I just looked at a chick like that. It's horrible. Why would they do that?
Every time, literally, I was just with him. Listen, y'all, I was just with him in Chicago, and he was like, when you come to Peru, this is what you gonna eat. And he kept throwing that thing in my face. I was like,
eating the rat. It looked like eating the rat.
And
they fried the rat.
Y'all the face.
The face, the teeth, and everything. I'm like, what the
That is Mrs. Fletcher's third grade pet, classroom pet.
It's me.
That's
My little cousin got a fucking, my little cousin has a fucking a hamster. What's the difference? It's terrible.
I wish First Lady was paying attention because if she saw it, I think she would be, no.
Well, I'm paying attention, but I'm not clicking. You don't look at it. First Lady, please look it up.
No,
If they want to walk up, I don't want no Peru guinea pigs running around on my house. Whatever it shows up on you.
You understand the guinea pig on this?
Y'all want Peru guinea pigs on my elbow. It sounds like it's disturbing y'all, and now y'all want it to disturb me. But First Lady, how was y'all a part of the family? I just thought you would be like, no. The fucked up part about it is, since we're talking about it, I bet you it's gonna come up on your algorithm. No, the devil is alive.
Oh my God. It looks like a fried stuffed animal.
Oh no. I mean, it's fried.
Everything.
Yeah, it be fried. They be putting the teeth in it. But apparently, natives don't eat it like that. They eat it normal, like, no face, nothing. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Wait, no, wait a minute. Hold on.
Yeah.
That's the Peruvians?
The Peruvians. Yeah.
Hold on.
So they be eating it thinking they eating it like the natives, and the natives is like, look at
Whole time laughing at that.
Yeah.
That's nasty, bro.
Yeah.
That's trying to be culturally sensitive.
Yeah.
Look at their ass.
That's exactly what.
They won't dare tell us nothing. Yeah, I love that shit.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
I said, why would y'all eat it like this? And they were like, we don't eat it like that. I was like, huh?
Let me tell you something. And this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, there's this assumption that, you know, folks is slow, and we over here doing all this shit, thinking we over here being respectful of the innocence, right? You know, the noble savage, all this stuff with us. And I'm here for it.
Yeah, and apparently most of the tourists actually eat it, struggle through it just like that. And they be taking pictures of them.
Yep, and they're like, when in Rome.
Oh my God.
It's so interesting around the
Oh, God, that's so
I'm gonna ask your mama. I know you've traveled all over the world. Have you ever had the camel hump?
I rode on a camel hump, but I haven't eaten it.
I know they eat it. No, I know they eat it. It's like a delicacy.
No, I haven't eaten it, but I
Who's killing camels?
No, they wait until the camels die and it's thicker. They like eat the hump.
Oh, why? No, y'all sit there eating ophises. He done died, now y'all eating camel ophises.
this is what
Poor ophis.
DLC, this is what people will say. Oh, they find out that these cultures are doing this stuff, it's primitive. But then the animal got consciousness stuff. See what I'm saying? Like it's a crazy thing. On the one hand, you know, it's primitive that you find animals to be sacred. But on the other end, you know, Christian beliefs is out of line. It's just a crazy. It's a two things can be. They can't be like this. Yeah, they can't be. No, I can't do it today.
But you know, the white people in California, they always down to gentrify the quote unquote primitive cultures. It's this bar I want to go to real bad in LA, and they do a lot of Mexican stuff. It's like Oaxacan themed, and they serve the grasshoppers like they do in Oaxaca in the street markets with your mezcal. You get a little grasshopper on the side and toast the grasshoppers. Because when you're in Oaxaca, Everywhere you go, it's a toasted motherfucking grasshopper. It's just like candy.
Why?
Okay, they shut it down.
I mean, I've had crickets. I've ate cricket before.
Popping those like sunflowers.
I mean, I will say
chocolate covered crickets.
It's straight up salt.
Yeah, like a sunflower seed or something.
Yeah.
No.
It's crunchy. I will say one. Yeah, it's crunchy. I will say if y'all gonna experiment with eating animals, try some frog legs.
No.
Now,
My father used to say that all the time.
always saying stuff.
My father no animals from.
It tastes like chicken.
Everybody always
That's
says
my everything tastes like that's what they said. The frog leg. Guinea pig.
No. The first time I had a frog leg, that's what the niggas like. They made a motherfucking honey lemon pepper frog leg.
See? No!
It was good. It was so like chicken.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me tell you something. No, put some hot sauce on these motherfuckers and you'll be fine.
So y'all be eating? So when y'all go to New Orleans, y'all eat gator and all that shit too? I can't. I'm not doing that either. And I fucking hate gators. I'm not doing that.
So you evil gator.
I will though. I will.
We used to eat coon. But that's when y'all be throwing me off. We used to actually eat coon, like, Papa John.
Yeah, we stopped that. My family stopped that shit in the early 1900s.
Not the 1900s. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They was eating it up. They was eating it until at least the 1970s.
I never had coon in my hot and John. Not never. It was pork, and that was the.
That's what they told me.
Yeah, that's what those people do. No, seriously, that's what most people do. When they still eat coon, they change it and say it's not cool.
Ain't nobody in my family eating no motherfucking raccoon.
Okay, bro. Okay.
You never knew.
I did know. I know pork.
Wait a minute, coon is pork?
I'm saying that I know pork, and that's how I know it wasn't cool. What's going on?
So they was eating pork and calling it coon.
No, they was eating pork.
Exactly, First Lady. That's what I said. They had Papa John and they put pork in it, but it was really coon.
It was always pork. It was never cool.
So you never had it.
And they was like, Brooklyn, it's some good pork, isn't it? Yup. It's good. It's good pork.
But also, Brooklyn,
The whole time you was eating coon.
if your family really country, you had some stews and it was a raccoon.
Not never. My Geechee grandmother had pigs on her farm, so we ate pork.
Well, if they had a
and that
farm,
was the
then
fucking.
maybe they didn't have to eat them.
There wasn't never no motherfucking coon ever nowhere.
Okay, Brooklyn, okay. Even I have had a coon.
Well, that's in the real country.
I am. I'm a slave. I have a slave name.
I was just visiting the country.
I'm unsuccessful. I can't, I'm waiting for master to tell me what to do.
And you're holding the black community back.
And I'm holding the Negro back.
Don't forget that they only taught you how to read so you can read the Bible.
Oh, yes. And so I can indoctrinate other Negroes to be subservient to master.
Well, your mama, I didn't say any of those things. I don't know where that came from, because I don't believe that.
Well, we can't help it. Now, everything
I'm
is
just
going to
saying
be
that I
bad.
wasn't that country. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm
Said what you actually know. It's like, come on.
Oh, okay.
I'm just using everything.
That's a nasty word.
Hey, Christina.
I'm gonna say I'm a Christina.
Oh, listen.
I'll be I stay on.
Brother Bessie, are you there?
Hola.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Oh no. Ed said this chat needs to be self-cleansing.
These are jokes that keep
I don't want my phone anymore. You guys are
Wait, brother, neoliberals say somebody need to change their name to Evil Alligator.
Oh no. Gemini said he was gonna do that first.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he was here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was in the chat, and he said it was. Yeah.
Oh, I can't read the chat. Yeah, he was here for the entirety of Evil Alligator Gate. He said he wanted to change his name to Evil Alligator.
That's what y'all should have the room. When y'all name the room tomorrow, put in the title with all the other political stuff, Evil Alligator Gate.
Never.
Or just Alligator Gate.
I mean, you could also just put a. That girl. First of all, y'all know she's young. That's not what. First of all, you could just put an alligator emoji in the title, and then we'll all know.
That's it. Just put the emoji. Yeah, that's it.
That's cute.
What you mean she young? She's a girl. All of you.
That's what she said. That's what she said.
Yeah, she been to more church than the 50-year-old.
That's what she said.
She definitely been more church.
Somebody said I was 50-year-old, 58. Somebody said that.
That was amazing.
Went to church more than most of you niggas. I knew she was talking about me, so I stayed on you because she don't want to. Oh, well, she said all of you on stage. She didn't just say some of you. She said all of y'all on stage. And that included me.
Yes,
So, but that's what I'm saying. Y'all know she young.
I used to say that too, First Lady, but it just gets worse and worse.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I used to have so much grace, and then she said I had dry pussy. That was the end of that. Yeah, and I was like,
your pum pum is dry. It said I said your pum pum dry.
It's a pum pum bring
You don't have no lips. And she went after hurricanes.
oh yeah, she went. Yeah,
I was here for that.
No. Before. That's not the first time. It's not the first time.
Oh.
Yeah.
As many times as hurricane let me down, I ain't never crashed out on them. I should crash out on a hurricane one day.
No, don't do it. No, don't crash out on him.
I ain't never gonna do it.
He was trying to end the content. He was trying to end it.
I'm scared that I was trying to end it. He was trying to stare it.
No, he was trying to end it when it was quiet and Brooklyn came back in after.
Whatever was. Yeah. That's
He
true.
was trying, and then he kind of just went off the left.
Never want me to talk about nothing. I can't do shit. It was, you know what went on the road? Concrete inserted his voice and said, no, one mic want out of it.
Oh, yeah, that's what
that's when it started all over again. She was like, yeah, let me keep going. Yeah, I really want to hear what Tara had to say. Now, 20 minutes. No, it's okay. I don't need to get into much times. At least it was on par for the day. I was giving this book a smoke on the Sunday, so that's okay. Johnny's came there with the read. Johnny's came there with the read. The other day, we having that's a whole nother day. I have weekly services. What you was gonna say, Spirit? Oh, I was gonna say you can be a part of any conversation. And what you should do is ask brother about UBI, because I'd like you to hear his response. What's UBI?
No, don't do that. No, don't do that, bro. Just a Google. Just do a quick Google. But I will say, Janice needs to do regular readings of that book until we finish it.
That's a fact.
We should have discussions because it's actually an interesting, like clubhouse conversation. Computer love in the digital age.
How was it that we said Johnny's name 3 times and she appears?
It's Computer Love, your guide to internet dating.
That right there was part of the reason why I sound like Computer Love, the guide to internet love. What is it? That's the stupidest shit I've heard. Internet dating. It's one of the best things I've heard on the app.
It's actually very good. I mean, it's very good. I mean,
You have to stop these lies.
We should do a book club. Janice could do a reading, a reading, and we could just take an hour when the content, take an hour.
No, I love that. I love that. I love that.
I'll get that time on this thing and just keep up because I have nothing for a rational argument for you yet. So his brother has one. To hear.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
That's why Asparagus needs to be jumped. I suggest beating Asparagus up.
Like, I second that motion, First Lady. They've been talking about it over there.
What is UBI? Don't worry. I apologize. I was just bringing up something that happened in the past, but it's way in the past. That's just another dig at brother.
Let me get Ashton for y'all asses. She gonna get all y'all in check. I'm gonna put her ass on y'all. That's what I'm gonna do.
First Lady, speaking of Ashton, I just want to say that today was incredible. Incredible because, on Friday, and today, we had two young ladies on this here stage of Politically Correct tell one individual on this stage that, hey, just because I'm a girl and I'm a lady doesn't mean that you know more than me. And charge that particular person up with that allegation right there. It was crazy. It was a crazy thing to witness. I'm not going to say any names. Because, getting backed up like that.
It did. Right, happy to take that. And then
We need at least
Did
one
all
person.
already? Damn!
We need one person from the dark side of his.
Now you want me to watch it? No, remember,
I want you to fast forward the tape.
I was slow
the
ass.
Oh, you're taking too damn long.
Palsy ass motherfucker.
Ah.
I wanted to talk slowly.
That was dirty. Can we get at least one dark side person in here?
No, we're not doing, no. Y'all don't need no damn recap. We not going back over that discussion.
No, you gotta sit and wait. Let me tell you, Brooklyn. Let me tell you how the game goes. One of these jokers gonna slip up and say it soon. You just gotta relax and wait. It will happen. You see? But if you go asking for it, then that's gonna make them be tighter if you're not focusing on it. But see, that's something you gotta work on. Okay. God bless you.
I bet Daryl not coming back here.
I bet you he will be.
Oh, that was fantastic, by the way.
That was
I was working and I was like, oh my. What do I do?
I did not. I was driving and I said, my. But it didn't need to be. That's the whole.
You know my wife. You don't know my ex-wife.
He was still in the group. I was not paying attention to all of it. I just realized
He said she had a rather big mind.
he did. He said I was a Jezebel.
At a Jezebel spirit?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't get paid the baby. Don't worry about that.
Now wait a minute. Let me tell you. Somebody sent the return label for her to get packed up, but she took that return label and sent another message and reverse that card ASAP. So bad, the person no longer wanted the package anymore.
The person has to start crashing. The person has to start crashing in very, obvious ways. Have to go to, well, where's my wife's tramp stamp? Bitch, I need some tramp stamp, so.
You don't even know my address.
Well, what's my wife's name? My wife is not a lesbian. She would not do this. You don't know my wife.
I had so much fun
And she had to put it back there. I ain't gonna lie to you, it was delicious. Just so
It was great.
I'm
getting
love that word, first lady. I do. It was delicious.
Your mama leaving the backpack on the shelf and bringing out the new content you brought up today. It worked. It was a success.
Yes, thank you. I didn't
Your
even have to
mama
bring
used
me
her
up.
time. She used the backpack.
The washing of the feet. She did a washing in some other areas. My God. I'm telling you, that was. That's chef's kiss.
That spun out of control.
She took the balls off. The balls, she was rolling on the balls.
When I give her
No, the balls didn't exist.
I said, what?
Yes. Hello?
That man was in the chat. He was still in the chat. Some you don't know my address.
Oh my God. But we had to remember, we knew he lost the conversation when he started with, yo, mama, have you been married before?
But that's what I was trying to get to. You see, she, to be fair, he kind of started with her. But if we really gonna tell the truth, she's the one that really pushed the chip off his shoulder. Okay? Huh?
Sorry. No, finish.
Because her said, wait a minute, are you still married? You're not even married anymore. You're divorced. And why are you divorced, huh, sir? Why? Oh, that's right, because you've been cheating on your wife for the last 19 years. Oh, Lord. I'm driving and I'm dead. I'm driving, but I'm not really driving the car. The car at this point is driving itself.
And that's when we went from there to, you know, I don't have to get married. I've been fucking your wife.
Good God.
God bless. When I be fucking your wife, now this right here is a paraphrase, but I be fucking your wife so good, she calls me God. Oh my God. Okay, I had to ask your mama, well, does the lady get on her knees, on bended knee before God and say, Father God, God?
I stretched my legs to thee. My. Listen, when I tell you, I was in that car and it was just soaring. I don't know how I got on because I was asleep at the wheel.
First lady? First lady? No! First lady, no!
I was laughing. I had such a good time getting that man because he thought he was going to come and tell me how a horrible woman I was because I'm not married. And I had a Jezebel spirit. And see, the thing is, I remember a lot of things, and I remember him doing this before. So as soon as I remember who he was, my mind went off.
Yeah.
And I had a good time. I really did.
Because I heard you when you said, oh, wait a minute. I know you. I remember you. I said, uh-oh. Where's she going? I should have never asked that question. Where's she going?
The Holy Ghost. You had a holy recall. Bring things back to remembrance. My God.
She did.
Jeez.
I took one. The last thing I told him when he was in the day when he kept repeating in the group. I was like, you got if your girlfriend now, I'd have booked her too.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
She said that part too.
Hold on, I gotta put down the things that I have in my hand.
Yeah.
Almost dropped the plate.
That phone probably hot as hell.
Well, I hope you have a screen protector and a case on the phone so you can protect the value of that device, just like we protect the value of those self-cleaning vaginas.
Well, so you know, I told y'all today that I actually have the cordless charger.
That's right.
For my phone.
Right.
Well, correct. Yes.
Y'all snatch.
What's the time?
Yeah, you don't have. It don't have to lay down. I lift the phone up.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I can't believe that totem pole reading. I couldn't do that.
Why? It was fun.
I thought
I
you
couldn't.
can't handle it.
I was like, I can't do this. And Johnny, and see, because it wasn't like a casual read. Johnny's had, like, she was drinking tea. She probably having some coffee. Like, she had been, like, protecting her voice.
I'm in my book
So
club
she had
mode.
this, you had that professional voice on. I couldn't do that. When I heard fucking so hard, I was like, I have to go.
Johnny,
No,
I'm gonna
it was
tell
a
you.
repeated pussy for me.
Johnny, let me tell you. I'm gonna just tell you this. I know I said one time you were not a close reader, but you have grown, Johnny.
Oh my God.
You not only are you reading close, but you are exegeting the text.
You want me? I'm gonna tell you my secret. I'm gonna tell you how I improve. Instead of using my finger, I just use a piece of paper so that I can read line by line.
Okay.
That's good right there.
That's good.
That's good right there. But I ain't gonna lie to you. I really wish you would have given me a preamble before you started reading that because I wasn't ready.
That's what I knew it was gonna throw y'all off. Like, what is she reading? I was watching to see how long people took to get it.
Well, I knew because he read a piece yesterday.
Yeah, I did the math yesterday, y'all. Y'all didn't miss
Yeah.
it. There's a homework assignment that I gave some people.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Right.
Get out of here. What's the homework assignment?
Okay.
And who did you give it to?
Let me read it. Let me read it to you.
I don't do homework, but
One moment.
That's what it was.
All right, here we go. For those of you that may have it, I am reading page 24. This is called The Love Number. And it goes, the love number is the way of assessing the person that you're going to be dating. You're going to be able to rate them on some categories such as physical, psychological, financial, and spiritual. Each one of these categories will have a rating from 1 to 10, totaling a maximum number of 40. An example is you coming up with a rating system as to what you want your mate to have, whether you give him a 10 all 4 categories, totaling 40, which is the highest, or you give him an 8 in physical, 5 in finances, a 9 in psychological/mental, and a 7 in his spiritual life. These numbers added together gives that person a 29. That 29 would be that person's love number. This number would give you an idea of whether or not that person has qualities in the certain categories that may be important to you. So the homework assignment was to calculate the love number of your loved one.
Thanks, beautiful.
I ain't gonna lie. This is kind of a decent book. It's a kind of decent.
Look, you got a
you have to stop.
too.
You have to stop. Please.
It's in the
Stop.
it's in the genre though. You know what I mean?
No.
Okay.
Well, hold on. Let it in the genre of what?
You know the books like your love language. What's your love language? The attachment side. What is the book called? The attachment. If one more woman tell me I need to read it, I'm a cut 'em. The
Got great
attachment
lips.
style. That's the genre. That's the genre. This is the Negro version.
Men are from Mars.
So, no, excuse me.
Great lips. They really,
So I'm trying to get to
really
the 29. So what does the 29
want to
equal?
meet yours.
Does it give you?
They really want to meet yours.
First lady, thank you.
Got great lips.
Because I was crashing.
I'm serious. We done did the math. Now what happens? And is there a number? So I heard you give examples. So let's say financial is a 7. I heard you say the mental is a 9. Okay, so is there a guide to this? So when I do my homework,
Guide for the perplexed.
The highest you can get is a 40. That's a 10 in each category. So that's what you strive for. I'm just looking at the chart. He made a chart for y'all.
See, and see,
Yeah,
the
So it is
29,
a chart.
the 29 means that you not that far away from 40. So he's not a bad guy. He's got
That's
some
11.
he's got some things he's got to work on, but he's a good guy.
Now, hold on. Let me tell you something. And I can't say anything other than your mom is trolling. And she
Very
know
much.
damn well she trolling.
Very much so.
She know damn well she trolling.
I'm gonna use I'm gonna use this book. I don't care what. Okay, I'm not playing with y'all, but I'm gonna use this book with the next person I date.
Please don't.
I ain't gonna tell him. I'm just gonna use the book.
Now, he breaks down some of these categories if y'all need help figuring out what your numbers are.
The categories. Come here.
So let me read what he says for physical.
Oh shit.
What you think, brother? Okay, so what he says for physical, it says the love number is what helps the person determine what he or she wants based on the physical. The weight, height, age, nationality all play a part in it because the computer love is supposed to be matching them for love, but it's really all about that physical. A lot of times, the average chick that meets a guy and he is physically meeting her, the chances of things working out are higher. You can find a stable relationship from a human connection and interaction from that initial first time. If a man walks up to you at a gas station, then there's a better chance with that guy than the guy that sent you plenty of fish. You see, some men will not take the chance to run up to you at a store and pursue you unless he is really trying to know you. The other way of meeting is in the club. That puts you somewhere else on the menu, the club menu. That's a whole other menu. When you meet someone at the job, at the grocery store, or in the mall, the relationship has a chance at becoming more solid that way. There are the most natural connections. Both men and women give their attention to the physical appearance of one another when it comes to making a choice for a mate or a love number on the menu. But besides the physical, the man wants to know what her mental state of mind is. Would you like me to read the mental, or should I just leave that for you to linger on till tomorrow?
Y'all mad, but this is it. I'm sorry.
I'm a beta.
Go her because
You wait till I see Jamal. I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna say.
Oh, he back at 40 acres today.
Oh. Well, when he's in here, y'all ping him because I'm gonna tell him. I'm
you gonna reach out to another person?
No, listen. I'm gonna say, Jamal, brother, your book has changed my life.
Oh my God.
Because of you, I now know how to figure out my love number of the person that I am seeing.
Is it annotated?
Oh, okay. So you also gonna make amends?
I'm gonna go visit real quick. I'm gonna go see what's happening. I'm going to 40 acres. I'll be right back.
Oh, she really.
Y'all on the chat and on the stage, picking at him about this. This is a good thing for y'all.
I'm staying out of it. I'm 19.
Not you are 19, child. I'm telling y'all, this is a good book for the black couples. Y'all are struggling, the women struggling finding them a man. This is helping you. Ain't that right, Johnny?
That's right. You know, I'm a data person, so I'm impressed. He got a little bar chart in the book.
Yeah.
He had me at low.
I'm gonna just be okay. Can I say this another way then? Okay.
Is it right, or is that exactly right?
Oh my
That's
God.
exactly right.
It's exactly right. Let me just say this. The book, though, okay, I do think that there is some creativity this man has that we have to give him that credit. Like it's hard to write books.
Fine.
It's hard to write books. This is his worldview. We may not agree with it, but that's like most books. We don't agree with all the books.
I like the format. Like, well, when I looked at the cover, I didn't think he would actually have, like, a whole formula and methodology. I think that that's kind of innovative for that time period.
It is. It's very innovative. And the
I mean, Japanese sport.
I'm about to buy the book. Hold on, let me go. I said I was.
Oh, that did it. That did it. I'm gonna throw my phone in the trash for at least 7 days. 7 days and 7 nights.
Your phone away. You're throwing yourself away, First Lady.
Oh, God darn it, I forgot. Oh, no. I can't throw my Virginia away.
Amazon.
What's he called, Virginia?
I don't know, but he said computer love, a guy, here it is.
Not him, I'm talking about Daryl. When he said Virginia. Isn't that how you pronounce it? Go ahead, though.
I don't know.
You're not gonna get much off of that. You gotta buy it, sis.
I did. It's in my cart right now.
Oh, well, in your cart ain't in your wallet. You paid for it. We'll walk around with that cart for the next.
Now,
at least 2
I
years.
see some other books on here like this.
No, it's
And I
only one.
wonder, did he copy it?
Oh.
Yeah, the recommendations are interesting. Like others have bought that type of suggestion. Yeah, there were some interesting ones when I looked at it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The recommendations, online dating, demystify. I mean, this is what I'm saying. It's this genre. I'm not saying y'all got to agree with the book, but it seems like it's a genre. It's like when you go to the Amazon and you put it in, underneath the books that are similar, like are similarly written, like online dating for men, discover how to attract women and get a girlfriend using the internet and dating apps. A guide to internet dating, how to have fun and stay safe.
Yeah, I hadn't heard of Plenty of Fish in a minute, so that tells you another thing about the time period when he wrote it.
Yeah, because that was when they first probably came out or whatever, when they was most popular. This was Everyone's Guide to Online Dating, how to find love and friendship on the internet. So it's in this genre. Why are we knocking it? Well, Johnny, so you have another reading I want to do.
Yeah, we should probably schedule a couple of weeks, because some of y'all need help with your dating. I know, I can tell.
I think that Johnny's and your mama should open a room. Johnny's reads. Your mama, who has been known to open a reading room from time to time, can help unpack.
I haven't done that in 5 years, sir.
It's okay. Why? All the more reason why you should start now. In fact, I believe that you're right. There's clearly a vision that you see. There's an understanding that you have. One may call it a prophetic vision, a way of seeing the text that we don't see. And I believe that as a woman with a gift, with a vision to unpack this text, one might obligate you to open a room to help us unpack. I'm willing to be in that room and learn from you and how you see wisdom. I believe that God has given you an insight, and I want to learn. So I'm willing to be in the room and you unpack the
see, brother, I'm the type of person who believes that we don't have to have the perfect messenger to receive a word. That Brother Jamal, even in his imperfection, can share a word. You just have to be open to receive it. And I see that you're not open to receiving it.
Yeah, I think we're too busy on Clubhouse, not listening to the content, but seeing or hearing the person that it's coming from and immediately attack the person and disregard the actual content. And I think that's the problem now.
Exactly. That's
Yeah.
exactly right.
And I would venture to say that in the category of mental, brother's love number is probably like around a 6. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh no, it's lower. In fact, in all things.
I wish you would. You and your wife would take the test to see which y'all give each other. That would be funny.
It went down tonight.
Well, when they get to talk about how black women don't support black men, I'm gonna always think to Janice and how she supported Jamal.
I told you I was dead serious when I said I bought it. Mm-hmm. I would support entrepreneurs. Some of them.
Listen, you are doing the Lord's work. And won't nobody ever say that you're not a good person, because you are. Because, baby.
Brooklyn, I bet you could, if you read the book, you'll find some good pieces in there too.
Bet you I won't.
Oh my God. Okay.
See, Mama, I believe this is the moment where God gave Israel a king. He didn't have that for them. Yeah, you like that. Yeah. Yeah. I think this is the moment.
But they wanted a king. They begged for the king.
Your mama,
We want to be like the other people.
you are the king. Open the room. I'll be there.
It'll be like 10 people in there. Y'all niggas don't want to read, brother. I had opened up many rooms. They do not want to read. They want to read 50 Shades of Grey and 48 Power of Laws. They want to read The Art of War. That's what they want to read. Now they want to read Saul Alinsky's book.
Oh, God. That's all listening.
And the people who want to read, all they do is echolalia. Okay, y'all, it's getting late. I have to get up at 4.
It's a school night. So, man, well, y'all stay around. Just know that I'm dozing off. Hey, Autumn. Hey, Janice. Hey, Christina. Brooklyn brother. Spiritus.
The ghetto not open tonight?
At night? It might be.
Good night, y'all.
Your mama.
Thank you, everybody.
I'm not saying good night. Y'all ain't gotta go nowhere.
Oh, I thought you were.
Going somewhere.
What are you doing?
Just greet everybody.
You were just rolling the brothers, man.
I was saying hi to everyone because I really didn't get a chance to say hi to everybody. So because everybody was on stage, I was just saying hi. But I was also saying that if you, I was getting to you, babe. But I got hounded by the hounds. Ain't nothing but a hound dog. So hey Divine and hey Sandra, how y'all doing? I didn't miss anybody. If I did, charge it to my eyes because they closed.
And I like Barney Frank. He had his eyes closed the entire time. Oh, okay. Yeah,
That's so
good.
shameful.
That's fair. That just made me so mad. That was so nasty, First Lady. That made. I didn't know that y'all had listened to it on here.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
You gotta go see it and hear it.
Yeah, that's my mom's ex-congressman.
Oh yeah, he's very That was a bad way for him to go though. You know, on the TV like that.
Well, he ain't had to say yes.
That's true, but nobody probably told him he looked like that.
Okay, good night.
You think somebody was like, Congressman, I don't think you should look like this on here. And why he had on glasses if he was gonna keep his eyes closed? I'm sorry. Let me not say that though.
Because I do believe in the beginning he was trying to read something.
Oh, okay. I must have didn't see the beginning.
That was so painful. Yeah. Jake needs to be hit upside the head.
He does.
Oh, can I commend y'all? Y'all did a great job when El Normo responded to that. Nobody responded. That was great. Y'all remember that part?
Yeah. He was still trying to engage.
Trying to say you ignore the spirit of the flesh.
Well, Johnny's, when you get ready to schedule your read and just, ping me so I can make sure I'm in the midst. Will do. I want to be in the number. You know how I used to say in the old days. Oh, y'all don't have, this is what Brooklyn was needing. Brooklyn, don't say it's the ghetto, because my house is the ghetto.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, you can't talk about it right now.
Well, you should definitely read it in there.
Oh my God, brother. No, I'm gonna take him to the Jacobins. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take him to the top.
Even better.
You know, I've interviewed some of the authors. Maybe we'll interview him, like Misa said. Is her name Misa or Lisa? I'm confused.
She is now operating under the name of MISA.
Okay. So it's like me changing my name to Ho Mama.
Good night.
Oh my God.
No, I'm just saying. I don't mean it like that. I mean
That's exactly what it's like.
Like change your one letter of my name. That's all I'm saying.
No, she said that was her actual name, Misa.
Oh, I didn't know.
She said it on stages a few times.
The way your mama.
What? But TT, sometimes I come in and I fly out. I mean, I be in and out sometimes. So I don't really go on stages where they do replays. So I just be in and out. So I probably just didn't hear it. I didn't know.
Yeah, I don't go in there anymore.
Scotty, I mean.
Oh, you guys missed a treat.
You're not supposed to
we
respond.
got to meet Ku Klux Keisha, and it went just it went as well as I thought it did.
Wait, did you see she came in here, TT?
The other day.
She comes
in
in
there today?
general sometimes. Yesterday, and she said, I knew, or it was either today or yesterday, and she was like, I knew that Ben had his, something following him around because some of the people was in there, was also in here. She was in the chat just to talk, but no one invited her on stage. I think it might have been yesterday.
Yeah, she accidentally got put out the room and she came back as Gerald, and it was so funny. But when I tell you, she took a hold of Methodi's beard and didn't let it go.
Oh God.
So funny.
She be loud, child, but she got a big mic. She got a big mic.
And she write in all caps in the chat.
That's what she was doing when she. That lady is insane. But she was funny. I thought she was funny.
She is. And she's funny because she be so wrong sometimes. When you wrong and strong, that's funny to me. Until I'm
Well, this is what my feeling was when I heard her the other day in RPO. My feeling was that she was willing to have some correction, but the correction had to come from could only come from a certain person. It couldn't come from she couldn't take the correction from everybody. Cause she'll be like, correct me if I'm wrong, and then somebody will try to correct her, and then she.
like, bitch, not you. That was funny.
I ain't seen her in a long time though. Oh, Ku Klux Keisha.
Was she not the original Ku Klux Keisha?
Oh.
I don't know where she came from. It's another Ku Klux Keisha.
Oh, okay. I was wondering.
That ain't her.
Yeah, okay. I'm getting them confused. Cause I was like, I didn't think Ku Klux Keisha sounded like that.
Yeah, the other one that's from I think she either from Alabama or Mississippi, but she's married. She's married. The other Ku Klux Keisha, like she's a divestor. She's not a feminine.
She married person?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. How would you do that?
Well, because, we from the South and hold it, no.
Oh, right. Oh, y'all look in the chat. Ooh.
We getting cursed out again.
Fuck, tap. What is that?
I like only sex.
This reminds me of earlier when somebody came on the stage and y'all all were talking at the same time, and then that person admonished y'all for not greeting them on the stage and basically said y'all aren't going to welcome me to the stage. I enjoyed that very much this morning.
People, they just want attention. Okay, Omar is here. Omar the Tiger.
Ladies like that. I'm about to leave y'all too. Bye.
Good night, Brooklyn. Yeah, I'm going into another room. I'm gonna see what the Diddy tape is.
Oh, I heard about what it was, but she'll hear about it soon enough.
Oh, y'all haven't seen it? It's all over Twitter.
I didn't look for it, but I heard 50 Cent crashing out about it. Cause isn't it?
Daphne Joy's in it. Yep, Daphne's in it. I didn't have to look for it. It just appeared on my timeline. But yeah, it's Daphne Joy and Diddy and the young man that they enjoyed for the evening. And somebody was like, it was boring and it was Snoozeville, it was dry, and they were talking about Diddy's man parts. It was all just a very lackluster affair.
Victory. Lady Liberty.
you feeling, brother?
Okay. I'm contemplating how much humility. That's not the right. No. Well, I'll say this. Irregardless.
Nice.
I am interested in a relationship between confidence and line. Like the way people throw around relationships on everything and have regardless of whether, regardless of what the topic is, like how much is supposed to be expectations of accepted, or in the case of conversation, ask the question, somebody you might not answer the question, then proceed to lecture based on a certain assumptions. And then I'm saying, if that person is supposed to do this, what I was going to say is, hey, that's not what I asked. If you were trying to educate me, to answer the question the person asked, I don't know. But, it's always interesting to think, I don't know. I think sometimes one people complain about fruitfulness of conversations. And then above that, people try to put parameters around the conversation in order to elevate the conversation. I think a little bit more deliberate about what understanding.
Oh, they really want to meet
Maybe
us.
should, I'm just spitballing here, just as a strategy to see how people react. If your avatar was something menacing, I just wonder how people would respond to that. I mean, it could be just like, let me try it for 24 hours and see if there's any change and tell anybody else you're doing it. You know, and just see what happens.
You know, that's there. That's yesterday I was conversation as clarity or had results just not engage. And I decided to trust it. And there were total predictions. So I don't want people to listen. I just want them to, I want to, it's not answering the question. That's not good. So you can say, sorry, wrong. That you get to, there's a way that you can respect oneself. Like, I want to know.
I think the part that, not funny, the interesting part of the back and forth was her presuming you know this, you knew nothing, and then followed with, I don't know what's on this, or I only know half of it. That was the part that was like the authority with which you came in and then talked over him and then proceeded to say that you actually, admitted that you don't really know this sort of thing, but whatever percentage you knew about it, it was going to be way more than you ever knew.
Well, I'm going to take you up there.
Sometimes
I think that sometimes people just like
like it was really uncalled for. And while I have seen that person in other homes, I have not seen it.
So I got packed up. I would say I don't. Like this person. The conversation's finished, so I don't know that person. It's something what I'm talking about. Felt it was a condescension that I don't ever respond in person or in a conversation. But I'm glad that it went around. So, we all have this. Yeah, talk to them sort of like, but because of the conversations about like, well, I'm not gonna follow that. I don't know. But I appreciate the way I was unprepared, and I was about to light somebody up. It was such a blind side. Also, and I think people were, well, they were a little thrown off by
just like, go for the purposes of the role.
I appreciate that. So the overreaction actually helped me. I'm like, okay, this is what it wasn't doing. And that is connected to my own prejudices and pride. That was.
Well, and probably hers as well. For sure. For sure.
Okay.
But also, it seems like this person was also battle tested from many, I don't know how long, like a long time on the app. So in other spaces, so who knows?
Now, that when I take it, I back up.
That was the decision. Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. I was like, okay.
Yeah, like this is a class. Okay. Let's see. When you get nothing else, you gotta go for the date. Yeah, it could have been arrangement. Or more like arrangement. So sometimes if an admin removes you from a house, you can never rejoin. That's right. So like a lot of times, like on in certain spaces I used to frequent, people be fighting with pink tickets and people be like, why is this mob with pink tickets? It's like, don't ask. It was a civil war. Bop. Did you get into a fight? Because when you can rejoin the other day.
So I'll be honest. This could have been, and not purposely, I don't remember. Because sometimes, recognize and the phone, okay, I
I've seen people at Lawrence. Do you ever accidentally see that you sent somebody a heart or something, and I'm like, wait a minute, it's going to
just the other day, I messaged, I got a message from what is it, my message I'm not afraid. But I got a message from someone I told me. Well, I looked at the message. This was the person that married 3 different times. hi message. No, hi, what,
Yep. I'm accidentally.
like three different entries of text that were sort of like that. And then they finally responded to me. Hi, where are you from? They had like one friend, and I had to block them. I had to, I didn't like it, but I had like unsubscribe from Chat. So actually, I sent the mom to like wow, I got something. So she can find my music background.
That's the spirit.
So, I so it could very well be.
No, true. I accidentally. Apparently, I said hi to one of those newcomers. You know, when they say, "Hey, so and so joined the app," say hi to them. I accidentally. I think I was liking. I may have been liking somebody's like something in the condo, and then I maybe to that, and then a few days later, this guy messages me. I'm sorry, I didn't see your message. How are you doing? I'm like, who are you?
I was like, oh God. I'm so sorry. I could have been counted.
Oh no, and you'll remember that years after the app is dead.
I know. That is, I haven't gone that far. I haven't done that, but I have been certain unfriended people and being like one push away from blocking who I
Oh, 100%. Even up there, 100%.
Like when you're falling asleep with the phone in your hand.
But just like pressing a button, you're just pressing buttons. And then, and you're like so close, and then like it's not so much like whoops, it's like how am I gonna explain to them it's an accident later, and I bring it up, and you know, and all that. It's like we're not friends. I know twice I fell asleep on this app. I don't think I wasn't on stage, but I still fell asleep. And I try to tuck myself in when I get sleepy. But that was the one time I woke up at 5 in the morning was that big argument with Quinn and I forget. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I couldn't understand what I was hearing because I was half asleep. But I'm like, wait a minute, Quinn isn't arguing like this with people where it's not about. I could discern it wasn't about politics. And I was like, what is going on? This was like a beef that would happen in another room. I'm like, what is going on? And then I just shut it off and went to sleep.
thought you sent that to me on purpose, man. I thought. Oh my God.
Is it true what the other saying about the Jews control the outside? How dumb is that? Is he semi or full retard?
Oh, ew, I just saw that. Oh, no, no worries. Thank you.
People literally haven't been raised right.
I was wondering about Ashton. She's in the city. Like,
Oh, what's the Diddy, is there a TLDR? Did they think?
there was.
That he's crying about trying to son from the school. No, he posted about Diddy because the tape leaked. And so because the tape leaked about Diddy, death, and your worker, 50 Cent went online because you know 50 Cent has name side. And he's saying that Cyrus the only victim and that the courts don't see it that way. Like, because of Cyrus and the courts turned it down.
Bro, no way. Bro, no. Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me. Bro, no way!
Do you have kids? Do you have kids? me check with my lawyer. I'll get back to you. Get back to you tomorrow. I'll check with my lawyer.
Bro, no way. Bro, no way. Bro, no way. Bro, no way. You found my channel. Most people just scroll past.
They have white, black, Hispanic, Asian, other unknown. So you look at the total number of violent crimes white people have committed. 8,721,450. That's all of their white victims. There's 300 and so. I'll use approximate numbers. Approximately 371,000 black victims, 1 million Hispanic, 219,000 Asian, Native Hawaiian, and others, 681,000. Add all of those up, you get a total number. Then you divide by each one. So you divide the total number by the 8,700,000 white victims, the 371 people are probably not finding it. But you get a percentage of victims based on race. Black people make up 3% of white people's victims. You do the same for black people. White people make up 43% of black people's victims. And there's a little cross next to that number. Significant difference from comparison group at a 95% confidence level. My only point in bringing this up because what she's saying is correct if you look at the numbers horizontally. But when you look at the numbers vertically, that's how you get those percentages. And this, thank you, Mr. Google, confirmed these numbers. So that's where we are at.
Hello? Pepe, you're far away from your mic or something.
It's a relief, bro. Trust me.
Pepe, we can't hear you. So Matthew, how? Oh, go ahead, Pepe.
Okay. Can you guys hear me now? Yep. So I would just say you have like, when it comes to the disparities, black people kill white people 11 times the rate that we kill them. Now we can try to adjust for the things like, for example, schizophrenia, which runs at almost twice the rate in the black community that it does in the white community. That would not bridge the gap, obviously.
They were
So,
trying to get me last year to come.
Alan is correct that there is. We like to try to gloss over the black victimization of whites. But if we're being realistic, I kind of think it becomes somewhat of a moot point because you have blacks disproportionately, absolutely killing each other and victimizing each other. And I would say, at the end of the day, like I don't know how else to put this, as I can't put it in either terms. Blacks have this. They have a savage criminal problem that needs to be snuffed out. That's their problem. And in reality, the white community doesn't really tolerate the antisocial behavior that black people will run cover for. And how can you guys have like a functioning society where you continually allow just fucking shitty people that are criminal and are willing to use violence? I mean, if you guys want the black community, which is shit today and it's always been shit, if you want it to continue to be shit, then by all means. But I would love to hear, how from any of the pro-black intellectuals, how you guys have the key to fixing the community, because none of you fuckers have actually, and we're talking about people a lot smarter than anybody in this fucking room or this app, thought they had the keys, and they organized much bigger groups than all of you. They thought they had the answer, but their answers never solved the problem. Nothing came to fruition. It was just a fucking shit show.
You're pretty cute, I'm pretty cute.
But go ahead, I would love to hear from the pro-blacks.
What's your favorite coffee? Iced or hot?
I don't think there's any on stage.
Put this in here. I'm gonna take you out for
But
coffee.
the black community was
Oh, you got a US?
in
I
spite
do
of
too.
the
I
marriage
do.
rate.
They made a couple of stories about me
The
over there.
education was
Yeah, I'm pretty famous over there.
in spite of all of that.
Yeah, put it in as a context.
What's the Democratic
I don't
Party?
forget your name, sweetheart.
We'll take everything.
I'm Russian, so we do it very
They
differently
sold
over
their
there.
soul.
Hey, Orange, speak when you're spoken to.
They thought
If you touch me,
They're
I will
gonna
defend myself, you will get knocked out. Keep it
No.
that way. I'm not going to
They
talk
didn't.
to Orange because she's too much to do.
Alex, I did with
Excuse
work.
me, miss?
some that's a written report on like customers that
It doesn't allow black people in my business, and they're pro-Trumpers, they're black. They're like, yeah, I fuck with Trump, yeah, like, that's how they tell me. I fuck with him. And it comes across my news feed and all my,
I've been waiting for you
my algorithms.
all
So,
Yeah, but wait until they get a Jew with,
Now
you know,
you're here and it just feels so
yeah, I know, right? Those fucking Jews, man. Fuck those guys.
Well, I would just say, the Jewish population in America isn't running around in every major city murdering people, robbing people, taking their phones, holding them hostage, making them do financial transactions on their phones. So if you actually look at statistics, you would realize there's no Jewish crime. There's only male black crime in this
where we
country.
can look at is like the weaponization. So we can look at who are all of the, when it comes to the civil rights movement, who are the quote unquote white people that actually were advancing this agenda. They were Jewish. There's no denying that. Jews take credit for this. It's the point of
All
pride.
I know is that nobody's perfect like me, man. I'm perfect.
The problem.
Half Slovak, half. The only perfect race is the half Slovak, half Irish, quarter French, quarter English. What else? We are the perfect people.
Yeah, I agree with Alan. I think the Democratic Party enabled the black community and set them up for failure.
I've been waiting for you all my life. Now you're here and it just feels so right.
I just like the one better than everybody else. I like the one that was called the news reporter, Miss Piggy. That shit was.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for the Democratic Party, you dumb monkeys would not be able to do what you need to do. If there's any black people on the stage, I'm just saying that's how they speak. They think you guys are like special ed, and they need special ed. Basically provisions for you guys to.
Hey, you went to special ed, didn't you?
Get ahead.
The black community in America since the civil rights.
You said that.
Hello?
No, I didn't say
Hello?
that.
I'm trying to make a point.
Hello? I went to fucking Catholic school.
Hello? All right, stop with the ad hominem, Matthew. The black community in America since the Civil Rights Act has been altruistically destroyed. There are photos of black families living on farms, completely educated, dressing well, respectful, kind, nice, but not anymore. Just go to Politically Correct tomorrow and listen to the black community. Listen to how they talk to each other. Listen to what they talk about. It's altruism and socialism all the time, nonstop. They don't care about knowledge. They don't care about business and trade. They care about being ideologues, political propagandists. That's their economy. That's their capital.
Yeah, but here's the problem. They were doing all of those things, but they were just trying to adopt whiteness, and they were just bending to the will of their white slave masters. So therefore, they need to just tear down the entire system, rebuild it, so that they're no longer co-signing with the whiteness of the people who oppressed and imprisoned them for the last 400 years. How'd I do? Did I sound like a white liberal? Did I do that well, or does it? I think it needs a little work, if I'm going to be honest. I don't think I got the proper anger and resentment.
You know what's amazing is that the whites, you can look at this. As of the latest data we see, white birth rates, we're higher than that of black Americans. The Latino Americans, they've absolutely, their birth rates have hit the shitter. We're actually on par to be amongst like the highest. We're literally like on par to being like the fastest growing demographic in terms of our fertility rate. Something's changed amongst us.
When was the last time one of you fuckers actually read a book?
Okay, what is that comment directed
I wonder.
There's some
No, I just wonder, like, what kind of people do you guys hang out with, like, in real life?
undertone to that comment.
I don't know, man. Like, I have black friends, I've got Chinese friends, I got Japanese friends. Most of them are like professors, doctors, whatever.
But no,
Good
who's
people.
saying that?
Yeah,
but who's
I
saying
just
that
don't
you
know
have
what
to
world
hate?
you guys live in.
Okay,
It
who's saying
like
that you have to
guys
hate?
live in the world of like television or something.
Okay, but that's fine. Nobody's saying you should hate people because of their race. That is the retarded part.
Yeah, but Matthew, look at what you just said. Most of them are professors. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't say this. My experience is the same as you. Most of the black people I know are accomplished professionals, etc., etc.
Right.
But then you come on this app. Have you ever been around black people, quote, in the hood?
Bro,
You know,
like when I come in this room, like the culture of this room is as lowbrow as any fucking hood room.
Well, absolutely. But that doesn't answer the question.
I mean, I just think you're like generalizing about.
There is a point to this. There is a point to this.
America
And
has problems. There's no doubt about it, dude. That guy's massive problems.
Is that you have a black culture that even the people that you and I have met who are black still condone and protect the lower class, or pick whatever word, or the ghetto behavior of the bottom 20%, because they either through social pressure in the black community or some sense of empathy that they don't want to call out their own bad behavior in their own neighborhood. Whereas white, this is my closing sentence.
Right.
In the white culture, you have the term white trash, and there is social pressure to condemn bad behavior.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I think what it is, right? So, yeah, you have like white people that like voted for Trump, people like that. I think it's a bit of a job, but no, I think you're wrong. Alan, I think you're wrong. I think most of the people defending, quote unquote, let's say, I think what you're describing, and you read the book White Liberals and Black Rednecks, White Liberals, I'll use that as a reference, is that there are people that live in cultural enclaves where the rest of society has passed them by. You get the reference what I'm talking about. So you'll have politicians that'll go down to like the West Virginia and say, hey guys, you don't need to change the way you're living, you don't need to skill up. We're gonna make America great again and bring back the factories and fuck anybody who tells you any different, right? And you'll have politicians that'll go to ghettos, let's say mostly black ghettos, and they'll say all the problems within this ghetto is the fault of Washington.
Black politicians. Let's be specific, Matthew. Let's be specific. Black politicians. Black politicians. Be specific, Matthew. Black politicians. Be specific.
So this kind of, it's other people's fault. That culture has somehow passed you by. You don't need to adapt, right? I think it's the politicians do that.
Yeah, black politicians.
Accountability. It's our fault. We're gonna take care of you guys. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think so. H is in a Canadian black neighborhood, if I remember correctly, and you can ask her. The parents and the uncles, they're very hard on kids that act stupid. It's the politicians that are. It's the politicians that are saying this bullshit. So I wouldn't say it's black people that are making excuses.
No.
I think that's.
We're talking about African American descendants of slaves. We're not going to compare them to Canada, which has a much different.
I agree with
history. And so, like, we're literally talking. When it comes to America, we're talking about primarily the ADOS people. Some like to call themselves foundational blacks. It doesn't matter.
their
but our
history,
history
yeah.
is so much different.
What is your?
It is, yeah.
See, Matthew's the kind of guy that when you show him the statistics of actual black crime, he'll just overlook it and not recognize it, not contemplate it, not understand the epidemic, understand the culture. Like Matthew, you're just too soft. I hate to break the bad news to
What
you.
I'm saying, what I think is, what I think is, if you go to the ghetto and you talk to grandmas and grandpas there, and parents, and regular people in the street, let's say in Chicago, you know what? Fucking, I hate when people are doing stupid shit all the time. Lock those motherfuckers up. But for some reason,
Yeah, it's called no cash bail. It's called
money,
ankle
political reason,
monitors.
whatever
It's called
corruption
restorative
within the system.
justice. Do you know what restorative justice is?
It's entirely different. Like you literally have the African Americans from America that can move there, and they end up getting approved for citizenship. You get the Caribbeans and the Africans that are able to move there because they're like, oh my God, you know, they meet every metric, you know.
Yeah.
And so you're basically using a huge screen, which can basically only accept the people that are capable. Now I understand, you know, Canada, like the United States, they do accept refugees. Obviously, the refugee community never does as well as the merit-based immigrants that have to come in. No, that's largely true. Like
It depends really.
Yeah, but Matthew, I understand the point you're making. Yes,
Yeah,
it's
there's
absolutely-
always internal criticism. Always,
but,
yeah.
But if you go into black communities, the people there want crime eliminated, just like
Wars. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
And then I will go to another statistic that when you look at the demographics of 911 calls, that the 911 calls coming from black people are 2-to-1 over white people. So, and the reason why I brought that up, or I first looked into that, was this idea that, you know, well, the police are, you know, they're targeting black communities. No, it's the good people of the black communities who are calling the police often enough where the police are, well, we need to go where the 911.
Look at the 91st.
But anyways, I got sidetracked.
Okay, my
But here's
attorney.
the point. The point is, you were talking about the politicians. I agree with
He
you.
says
what
to send you
said.
nothing.
Politicians will promise anything in order to get.
We elect them because they
What
lie to us.
what I'm talking about is the social pressures within each community, how they
To first
deal
take you out
with
of
with their derelicts and those who are not, who are behaving badly. And I think clearly there is, yes, there's some overlap, and yes, you know, white people will forgive white people more than they'll forgive black people, and vice versa. Black people will forgive black. That tribalism.
Okay, my attorney responded. He says to send you nothing.
The
To first take
culture,
you
when
out
you
on a
look at
proper
the
date
music,
before sending
when
you
you
Zillow
look
for
at the
does or
political
support.
statements that are coming, and then you can look
But
at
he's a very
politics
good
and the way it's being sold.
Sorry.
I'm sorry,
He's a
but when
very
going
good
back to
lawyer.
the title of this room, the majority
He also
of
says
the
if we get
response
married,
to Carmelo Anthony from the black community should have been, yeah, that was
he also
wrong.
says if we get
He
married, we
should
have
go
to sign a
to
prenup.
jail.
But he was in a psychotic state, so in that particular case, I disagree.
Yeah, because he was schizophrenic, right?
No, Carmelo Anthony?
Oh, you guys are talking about Carmelo Anthony, the basketball player.
Bring this back to Carmelo.
No, the guy
I'm sorry if that wasn't clear, but yeah, I mean, that's what is missing. You know, something that is clearly stabbed the kid. It doesn't matter, yeah, teenage boys push and shove each other, whether they're black, white, Hispanic, Asian, whatever. that's what teenage boys do. They don't stab each other in the heart just because somebody said you can't sit here. It's
Matt, if
Oh,
this
yeah,
was an
yeah.
all-white, if this was an all-white community, you know that kid would have been put up on murder charges.
Well,
you know that it would be considered fucking.
I
mean, there's no way. This even say this has to do with race. This is a weaponization, especially by black people.
He also says if we can learn
To try to say like this has to do with race.
Right.
You don't get to just plunge a knife in somebody's chest. At a fucking.
Oh, so I'm reading about this right now. So like another. Okay, that's pretty bad.
No, obviously, I agree with you, Pippi and Alan. I'm all for self-responsibility. In fact, obviously, like I live in Japan part of the time. Those people are probably they show more self-responsibility than any other group, any other culture in the entire world.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think it's very, very clear if you visit there and someone once said, if you go to Japan and you're a white person, you come back to Canada or the United States, you're going to be racist against other white people because you're like, why the fuck can't we act like?
But I would say that the Japanese are racially superior in many ways.
No. My point is you have all these problems here in North America, Canada as well to a degree. But the question is like, what is the most effective way of dealing with it? Because it seems to me that both from within and within the outside, that there's a general feeling, and I could be wrong because I'm Canadian, that in the African American community that they're almost put to sort of passengers within their own lives type show. I don't know how to explain this very well, but how can I explain this?
I think like earlier you mentioned, the underfunded schools. I think education.
Well, education is the main fucking thing.
It's the main, yeah, because we have descendants of slaves as well. Like if you recall, we had the Underground Railroad.
Yeah.
And then that's how the Scotians came.
And the underfunded school shit has been debunked into oblivion.
No, it's not.
Even Bill and Melinda Gates. Even Bill and Melinda Gates, they ended up stopping the funding towards schools. They realized it had a negligible impact. So, for example, we can look at the highest performing children in New York City. Oh my God, it's such a surprise. Chinese people do better than white people. They do better. Yet,
it's culture.
More than half of the Chinese population in New York City lives below poverty line. Yet they still do better. And yes, you can say it's cultural. That's fine. But the reality is, they do better. Despite their financial shortcomings.
The question is why.
Despite investments into the schools. So what I think blacks should focus on is how to be more like the fucking Chinese.
It's education when it comes down to it.
Well, look, as I said, I lived in Japan for a decade. I mean, it's mostly genetic. No, in Japan, kids study 12 hours a day.
Yeah, they study 12. Yeah, they put in the time, the effort. The parents are there.
They go to school. They go to after-school school. All of them do.
Exactly.
They all go to after-school school.
Yeah, tutoring. They have tutoring like programs. You'll see like Asians there. Yeah. It's education.
It's their hardware upstairs.
Well, they have videos internally of schools in Chicago of African Americans. They cannot behave. They can't sit still. They dance in their classrooms. They abuse their teachers. They pull out guns after school and create TikTok videos. These kids need to be incarcerated or put through some type of government military.
The celebration videos, like graduate high school, like start like doing twerking and dancing and acting ridiculous. Have you seen those?
Yeah. And then the thing is, they don't come from, like, there's a lot of African American communities that don't have two-parent households, right? So it's like if the kids
okay, is that a symptom of the dysfunction of the black community? Or was it something that was put upon them? And once again, this is begging the question. You can have
with all of the dysgenic breeding that happens amongst, African Americans in particular, they don't have, two-parent households. But you have the fucking Chinese. They come in, and like clockwork. By the way, you guys can look this all up. When it comes to the school systems throughout the United States, there's one group that is consistently doing better than all of us. It is the East Asian people. Now we can say racism. No, let's calm down. And here's the thing. Like, if we were to look at Japan, I look at this very high trust society where everybody is very orderly, and this shit just works. Every time I look at Japan and they take in white people, I think, like, dude, we are going to make them. We're going to chimp out in comparison to them. We are going to be more impulsive, far more fucking individualistic, way less conformist. We are not taught out to be like the Japanese. Now they had thousands of years. Well, I mean, if we're being realistic, tens of thousands of years of selection pressures, and of course, maybe millions of years when it comes to the archaic hominids that they were, they ended up mating with. They are not like us. The Japanese behave better than us. And you can say, okay, but you're a liberal cuck. You're going to say, like, oh, it's
I'm all for complexity, right? Like, I like to explore the real reasoning behind things, right? Not just say, oh, it's genetic and that's the end of the story, right? So, Japan's a fascinating place. All mountains, right, Pepe? And the only place that the Japanese can actually live is between the mountains and the valleys, right? And so, and the only type of housing that they ever made was out of wood. So what you had is you had tiny little villages in these valleys between mountains. And literally you have one house right next to the other. So if Pepe next door is fucking his neighbor, I'm going to hear Pepe doing the nasty with his girlfriend, and I don't want to hear it, right? And then the other thing, and so everybody's really careful and considerate. So from a young age, they're taught, like, just Google Japanese kids cleaning classrooms. So they're taught about interdependence, how if I do something negative, it's going to negatively affect someone else. So if you Google, like, Japanese little kids cleaning classrooms, it's really fascinating. They don't have any caretakers. They even wash their own toilets. They take out the garbage. They feed the pets. And if a little asshole, like, let's say Pepe took a piece of paper and he threw it on the ground in the classroom, all the other kids would get on Pepe's case to clean up that piece of paper.
Sure,
because here's where I see this.
I get it. I get that part. Yeah. But I think that this is the reality that most people in this room are not going to agree with. I think you get a bunch of white kids raised in Japan. We're going to be too individualistic. We're going to be too non-conformist. We are going to be basically the product after thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years of differences when it comes to evolution, that we cannot be like the Japanese. White people are great in a lot of ways. We are perhaps we have a lot of stupid people, a lot of smart people, a lot of people in between. We are perhaps the most creative, individualistic. We when it comes to individualism, that's kind of our flaw. We are very altruistic, which is it's not a flaw when you live amongst your own group, but when you have outsiders that come in, they will absolutely exploit that.
Well, I taught at international schools when I was there in Tokyo, and I can tell you, bro, there were some white kids there. I remember a blonde girl with blue eyes, honest to God, and I started speaking, this was at the Canadian International School, I started speaking English with her, thinking that she could speak English, And she looked at me and she just started giggling. And I'm like, you don't speak English, dude. And she's like, eigo wakanai, gomenne. I know. So she couldn't speak any English,
That's
and
fine.
she was
You're
1,000%
you're
Japanese.
talking about like, okay, but once again, you're talking about different individuals. Now,
yeah,
I can, it's
her
my
character
belief
was 100%.
that I can promise you that you have white people, if they move to Japan, let's say half the Japanese society, they all were raised by Japanese parents. Let's just say they had a large adoption of white babies.
Right.
My personal prediction would be that Japan would become absolutely unrecognizable within a generation. These people would not behave like the Japanese. You know, we artificially bred cats and dogs for their fucking personalities. For example.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to humans, we are people that also bred with each other for very unique characteristics. And a lot of it had to do with basically survival and different elements. And we all had very different environments that our ancestors had to go through. And I think it is so naive to like think that culture is the only fucking answer. It's of all of the like the blind adoption surveys that we've fucking seen, like you don't. This is never. There's zero proof. Literally zero proof.
Culture is education. Education is culture.
You can have somebody that basically comes from a much different background. And they will ever do as well as your kids, or that if you're an if you compare people that adopted, let's say, a white kid versus a black kid, the black kids can never do as well, on average, as the white kids that they adopt.
I understand what you're saying, but the thing is that like genetics change really closely, right? You can admit that genes change slowly over time, at least thousands of years. Like if you're talking about race, if we were generalizing.
Yes, and that's the problem, is that we
just hold on.
literally are
So that's one
separated
point,
by
right?
tens
So
of
that's one
thousands
point.
of years
So
from the
that's-
Japanese.
but- right. So that's one point, right? And then here's the thing, though. There's plenty of countries in this world that went from backwater places where nobody was educated, very, very poor.
Okay,
and really, yeah. And then we.
And they're all okay.
Hold on.
There's
Hold on
two
one
groups. There's two groups that were able
Hold on
to
one
do
second.
this without natural resources.
Can you hold on?
No, but there were two groups that were able to do this without natural resources. Now you get the Arabs, they got oil, for example, but they're still monkeys.
No,
but if you were to look at, if we were to look at, hold on. But if we were to look at all of the groups that have shown an ability to carry a first world country, they all come from two groups. That is literally the East Asian. That is literally the East. That is literally the East Asians and people of European descent. All other groups, they have never been able to develop anything better than a developing country. Like that is a fact.
No. So.
Okay, where was I wrong?
So, China, like 100 years ago, people.
They're East Asian. I said there are two groups that have been built. There are two groups. No. Because my claim was there are two groups that can build first world countries, especially out of nothing. They are people of European descent and East.
Hi, Kaylee. Good evening, sweet dreams. And no, I'm not fake. I'm a real man.
It's not European. I can think of a couple that kind of come close.
The Middle East. I've been to the Middle East. They
But I said the Middle East. No. I said that did not have, an abundance of natural resources, which is the Middle East.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Alright, so, as I was saying, Pepe, 100 years ago, everybody thought Chinese were like monkeys and dumb and fucking, they were the poorest people in the world next to Africa.
That's fine. It's not that. No. That's not the question. No.
Please.
That's not the no, because that's not the question I asked. The question I asked. Okay, is where do you see any other group of people being able to live in first world countries?
No way.
Okay, besides that are predominantly. We can see it with countries that are predominantly the population is of European descent and East Asian descent. We do not see it with any other group. And that is
what?
the caveat that they are not resource rich like the fucking the Arabs.
Like Africa?
Huh?
Like
no way.
And at the end of the day,
Okay, well, no, if you want to go to Africa, we can look at like Rhodesia, we can look at South Africa while it had apartheid, we can look at Angola, we can look at all of these countries where you had a modern fucking skyline when you landed a fucking plane, and then now after the blacks took over, they're fucking third world cesspools that are too unsafe to really fucking live in comfortably. My question is, and there's a reason I'm asking this. What countries are first world that were founded by European that were founded by anything other than East Asians and Europeans? The answer is none.
Because there's
especially if
also
they
a
don't
lot
have
of
natural
proxies.
resources.
And because there's countries with natural resources, with abundance of it, but then there's also proxy wars in other countries kind of puppeteering to have access to those resources, right?
Yeah, you never listen to me when I try to explain the reason why some countries are.
Yeah, they come in, they get a little bit stable, and then another higher power country.
No, it's not just that. It's not that. It's not just that. Look, in order, let's say you have a house, right? And everybody in your house makes popsicles, right? That's your specialty. You're the country of popsicles. And I have a house, and my country is the country of sausages. And Florida lives in Florida, and he makes bananas, right? If each of us live on these islands, and we never trade with one another, the only technology that you're going to have is whatever you specialize in, right? And Florida man's going to keep making his bananas, and I'm going to keep making.
No, I think that's a shit poor example, because we can look at after World War II and the Marshall. Because if we can look at World War II and the Marshall Plan, where we literally helped rebuild Europe, especially Germany, after World War II.
Sure.
We can look at, they obviously adopted the more American economic model. Japan right away become more successful at their model.
Germany
than
was wealthier than the
we can
United
look at,
States before World War.
We can look at South Korea, for example. We can look at all of these places. Now, this has been tried in other places.
No way. You found my
Now, there's two groups of
Show me a
people.
country.
There's two groups of people that literally, in my humble opinion, hold on. There's two groups of people that keep the rest of the world afloat. That is Europeans and East Asians. Now, black people, shut the fuck up. Black people are going to say that, like, oh, colonization. Okay, you know what, Matt? You gotta go to the audience. So you just don't shut the fuck up.
Wow.
Yep, there you go.
Bad boy, Matthew.
But when it comes to Africa, first of all, people like to blame the white people for everything. For a lot of reasons, there's a lot of a backstory to that, and types of academics that we're pushing this shit. But okay, you want to blame white people for all your fucking problems. The Chinese, and by the way, guys, look this up on social media. Go on X and look up Chinese racism, Chinese chocolates. Look up Chinese babies. Look up any of this stuff. And see what these fucking shinks think of you dumb fucking Negroes. They think you guys are a bunch of fucking primitive apes. And just based on your behavior, they're correct.
you say that's oh my god, it's right. No, I mean monkey see, monkey do. I mean that's how you guys behave. You know, and that's kind of this is where it be. I don't know how else to say it. Like you see two groups of people literally propel us into the future that provide everything technologically. They produce everything. You motherfuckers can talk about how you taught us to wash our ass, how we stole all of your inventions, but the reality is though is that if we look today, there are specific groups of people that do so much better than everybody else. That's East Asians and Europeans.
It's because of STEM, Pepe.
Yes, we get a small subsect of the smartest from Kenya that do very well. And like that is absolutely fine. We get people from all over the world that do pretty well. But the reality is, when you see it, okay, you gotta go to the audience. You gotta go to the audience because you just don't know how to shut up.
There can only be one solution, and that's the El Salvador Bukele solution. We have to clean up our streets.
In a weird way, and so if we did the Bukele solution, the problem would be is that 80% of our prisons, population would be black, and they don't want that.
That's not a problem. That's called law enforcement.
Oh, look at all these strong black men in jail. Oh, this is white crackers. Well, why we got to do that? Why don't blacks become more like the Chinese? This is your guys' fucking problems. You're too low IQ and too ready to chimp out and just be fucking act like a bunch of monkeys.
Well, it's kind of a projection alert, isn't it?
They're fucking criminals. They kill. You sell drugs. You go ahead, go do, put it in head, go bye-bye. That's all. Thank you very much. Step into my Han Chinese sauna, all natural particles, my gas chamber. That's where you go if you're a fucking Chinese criminal.
Executed. Yep, they'll kill you for selling drugs, things like that. It's true. America needs to be a little bit harsher on crime.
A little harsher?
Yeah, but
A
blacks,
little harsher?
The thing is, though, is that whenever you try to be harsh on crime with blacks, and you look at the 94 crime bill, that is a result of black people begging us to fucking do something about the high crime in black communities. Cocaine, yeah, everybody used it. Yes, crack cocaine primarily affected black people. Okay, who were the people that were chimping out, basically fucking stealing, robbing, burglarizing to get their next fix of crack? Black people. Who were the people that were killing each other all over the streets in America, especially in places like the Bronx? Black people. When it came to cocaine, powder cocaine, it was basically, this was violence happening at the trafficker level amongst foreigners. Like anybody gives a flying fucking shit about them. It wasn't affecting everyday Americans. So America, but oh my God, black people asked us to crack down on crime, and then we're called racist because we did what they asked. I mean, this is bullshit. I mean, really. I mean, black people, you guys just bitch and complain, blame everybody for your fucking problems. Like, here I am as a white guy. Indian Americans do better than us. East Asian Americans do better than us. Cuban Americans do better than us. Jews do better than us. All of these people do better than us. But I see what they do differently. But you get a bunch of fucking whiny Negro bitches that just want to, literally their whole existence is just to fucking blame white people.
It's the modern economy.
I think it's kind of funny because
it's the attention economy.
Of a white country, you guys are going to start bitching more and more to these other people of color who don't give a flying fuck about your goddamn background. You can't guilt them because their ancestors didn't do it to you. They have sob stories of their own, and they're just gonna lock a bunch of your fucking people up in cages where they fucking belong. This is the ultimate irony.
Their future.
President Biden was alluding to this. He's like, look, the coalition shit is gonna change. You have more Asians and Hispanics coming into your fucking country. You know, we can't keep on focusing on you people, which is true. Either you fucking people need to get your shit together, or you can just be locked up in mass. And you can be absolutely fucking disparaged and deal and basically have to deal with every bit of racism you guys deserve because you guys are shitty people.
Pepe, you gotta let some new speakers in, bro. You can't make it a Pepe show all night long. You gotta let some other speakers in.
Okay, so move to audience. I was actually done, but I'm just moving you to audience out of spite.
Where the fuck have you been?
Sorry, I got a phone call.
You like my PTR?
Let me click it. Who is that? Is this? Oh.
He's low IQ. He discovered DNA, and yet he discovered there were differences between different groups of people, and how IQ and behavioral traits are genetic. And he was considered by Reverend Jesse Lee Jackson. You know, in his words, he's an ignorant racist. But you know, in reality, he's like twice as high of an IQ as him. You know, but very smart guy.
The race hustlers are high IQ. They know how to play the political game.
You were Ayn Rand.
Hello? I met Jesse Jackson. I've met P. Diddy. Oh, Jewish subversion? Yeah, okay. Yeah, the Jews are the ones committing all the crimes in America in every major city, as we've already discussed. It doesn't happen. We know who commits the crimes. All you got to do is look at Instagram. It's an epidemic. Every major city has major criminal problems. Illegal aliens murdering people.
Who are the people doing it?
A lot of African Americans, unfortunately.
Who are the people? Look, the top school in the country was literally about a block away from me for 3 or 4 years in Rome in 2010. It's actually a charter school. But I swear, I do not see one white motherfucker getting out of that goddamn school. They're all Indian and like fucking, you know, Chingwa or Asian. That's what they are. It kind of makes sense. They are the top performing people in this country.
That's because they perform in STEM. They're interested in physics, chemistry, engineering, computer science. They go for difficult majors, and they don't rely on social equity, justice, wealth redistribution, and all the bullshit that Bima spews out about structural white racism. And if you're not trying to fix it every day, you're the problem. Isn't that right, Dr. Bima?
Correct.
Bro, no way. You found Bro, no way.
They come here and they have an opportunity to do better. But the problem is that blacks in America have had every goddamn motherfucking opportunity. You guys have more opportunity than every goddamn black people in the fucking world. Yet you guys still chip out, bitch, complain, say how we owe you something, and just do more of it. You guys literally, you guys do it as a service.
Bro, no way.
Show how if we didn't do fucking hate everything, you guys still get chipped out and act like you belong.
They get so many opportunities because it's such a small population of qualified people to begin with and people that even want to participate. And, you know, we really need a Bukele type of response to crime in America. And I can't believe that Donald Trump hasn't used the military to secure our cities. It's not just the border. We have to secure our cities. What is the purpose of having some of the best cities in the world if we let these Democrat criminal lawyers and judges let murderers out on ankle monitors, no cash bail to go kill us again?
Imagine every black boy and girl gets to grow up and will never see their streets safe. They go outside, nobody gets robbed. They don't see drug dealers, they don't see gang members, they don't see this. Nobody's out doing any shitty bullshit. They grow up in a safe, protected world where they're protected, literally. And you know, this is something I would actually talk about years ago, where it's just like, how do you actually solve their fucking problem? The good news you know, for example, I had friends who went to Cuba, like 20 years ago. They're saying how, like, it was weird. Like, there were black people there, but like, a lot of them were
Pepe, stop.
Me. Don't interrupt Pepe and let Pepe say what Pepe needs to say.
So, like, they would go there, and it was like, oh, the black, you would see black people there, but there was no, like, thugs, there were no, none of that. Like, they kind of, they were not a problematic group. And of course, in Cuba, they'll lock your black ass up in a fucking heartbeat if you were going to provide, if they think you're going to negatively influence their country. They have no qualms about doing that. They don't really care about you being racist. And, you know, my whole thing was just like, maybe take all these fucking white that, like, all of this shit, you just lock them up.
It's the Bukele solution. They're all sitting there working. They're sewing in factories, warehouses.
Hey, don't interrupt him when he's making a point.
Yeah, like literally, they grow up, they never see any of this dysfunctional bullshit. Maybe just like you need to have a Bukele, you know, type of situation where these people just like you just lock them up. And
But like when you were a child, Pepe, weren't you in like the bad school for boys? No, but that's the whole.
Yeah, he might have been, but like, why are you getting so personal with him? Like, he's just saying his point of perspective.
No, I'm not a. Well, first off, Pepe, stop it. I am light skinned. No, Sid, that's what I'm talking about. First, Pepe, first off, I listened to you for like 6 years. I'm not even gonna do all that. When it comes like you being racist or anything like that, I was just gonna sit there and say it depends on where you are. And a lot of the stuff that you are perpetuating sometimes is, it depends, because I'm hearing poor ass white people on this app. I'm hearing poor ass black people on this app, poor ass Mexicans that call you.
Bro, no way.
No,
you found my
I
channel.
like
Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me. Bro, Bro, no way.
No, when I say poor, no, when I say, is that something to do? No, but the reason why I said poor.
That are not violent and not criminal.
Well, again, and when I say poor, no.
But when it comes to those that want to chimp out and be violent, look in the white community. If you can look at the whitest states, whether it's Montana.
Yeah, and they're just poor and then that's.
You know what they do with their criminals? They literally lock them up and throw away the fucking key. They are zero tolerance.
So the reason why.
What I would say is that when it comes to black people, there needs to be zero tolerance. The black community should not have to live with it. And we obviously should.
Well, there's no more black community anymore.
Well, it looks like, I think the niggas need to be held to the same standard as the white people.
No, seriously, no.
You want to claim racism has something to do with it? You being a poor black piece of shit growing up has something to do with it? Amazing.
When I didn't. Okay, what I said there, the reason why I mentioned poor means that you might live in a place where you may not have education and you may not have certain things, but what I'm saying is, and that across all colors or races, that's all there to say. And the thing.
We don't tolerate white people that rape, that rob, that murder.
We actually do, because that's the president. He raped and robbed. What are we doing? What are we talking about at this point?
Okay, like we can look at any of the documentaries. We can look at any, and of course.
No, but yeah, no, seriously, within the last 100.
50% of the fucking murder. Like this is obvious. You can do this like oops. But no, the reality is that black people do it at a rate. And it's fucking retarded.
No, what I'm saying is I 100% believe what you're saying. But when it comes to white colonialism and putting trade embargoes on people, that's an American construct. If you look up the stats. Oh, if you look up the stats. No, but if you look at it.
But it was far worse. Like you can't compare the medieval Slavic slave trade to the Atlantic slave trade. Like it was far worse.
I never even mentioned slave trade. We're talking about stuff with the people who are.
Well, Pepe brought it up. He brought it up. I just wanted to correct him.
My bad.
Slave trade was literally the black. You can look at the Berberi slave trade and the Islamic slave trade. They literally.
I ain't even talking about slave trade.
The reason why they don't have much of a black admixture is because they castrated all of the fucking males. And like they would chain you to the galleys, and once you were too sick or weak to grow, and of course you had to shit. They would throw you overboard, and you would fucking drown. Like to sit here and pretend like we were the most barbaric fucking people is retarded.
Well, I only known one person or one white group of people who would annihilate a group of people. I mean, when it comes to.
Who did we annihilate?
Wait. Stop with annihilation, okay? If you want to hate on somebody, don't talk about annihilation. You be specific. What you mean?
Oh, tell me seriously, out of the whole world, there was only.
So why don't you name the group?
Oh, no.
Hang your nuts out. Hang your nuts out.
No, but just to go back to the
No,
Barbary.
I was going to say it. Hold on, give me 1 second.